Li Linghai stared at Liao for a long time and sighed. Vulture Liao, up until so far, we have suited each other's needs very well. So I really don't want to beat you to death by accident. Leave now. I'll have a batch of materials delivered to you soon. 30% of the materials will be yours, and the other 70% will be used to strengthen the magical equipment of the devil huntresses. As for the specific models and requirements, Yu Wushuang will talk to you later. Li Linghai turned around and did not look at Liao anymore, focusing her whole attention on the map of Dongfang Renxin's secret institute. Liao observed Dongfang Mingyue's panoramic picture carefully for a long time. Then, for some reason, he suddenly asked, "Wait, Your Grace, I do have a question. Last time you ran into this Dongfang Mingyue, she didn't happen to be managing the royal library in the palace or working as a cleaning lady in the library, right?" Li Linghai turned around abruptly and stared at Liao's face as intimidatingly as an eagle, as if she were pecking holes on Liao's face, which was, of course, impossible considering its thickness. "Why do you ask?" "Very simple. The royal authority has declined for 500 years. The royal palace is now heavily infiltrated by the four Kurfürst families. What secret intelligence deserves such a mysterious expert to sneak in and investigate?" Blinking his eyes, Liao said without changing his face. "However, I'm told that the Royal Library is an information storage agency that has been passed on from thousands of years ago, in which many precious secret techniques and classics are kept. It is probably worth investigating. Truth be told, Your Grace, even I also feel tempted to go to the Royal Library and find a marvelous art to practice. So, I just assume that other people might have thought the same. How about it? Am I correct?" "Yes, you are actually correct this time." After a brief silence, Li Linghai nodded her head. This mysterious Dongfang Mingyue was indeed working in the library affiliated to the Royal Library. Perhaps she was trying to steal the secrets in the Royal Library. However, the internal structure of the Royal Library is highly complicated, like a maze with 99 locks. Many techniques and technologies that have been passed on for thousands of years are sealed by barriers. They will even be destroyed if they are opened by brute force. In the earliest years, only the emperors and the crown princes were aware of the secrets to open the seals. But during the decline of the royal authority, quite a few emperors died abruptly and did not even set up a crown prince before they died. The secrets to open the treasures are now long gone with the wind. Nobody knows them anymore. The four Kurfürst families naturally have been sparing no effort on cracking the secrets hidden deep inside the royal library, but they gained nothing after 100 years of attempts. Fearing that the entire library might be ruined if their approaches were too radical, which would annihilate the techniques, arts, treasure maps, secret prescriptions, etc. from thousands of years ago, they did not dare to act too aggressively either. It's been decades since their last attempt on the royal library. Has Dongfang Mingyue grasped any new methods that can open the barriers in the deepest part of the library? We can't be more careful about the matter. Deep in thought, Li Linghai waved her hands, hinting Liao to leave. Thousands of thoughts were bubbling inside Liao's heart too. He pondered while he walked out. When he reached the door, however, the queen's slightly hesitant voice came from his back. "Wait." Liao turned around, somewhat in surprise. "Anything else, Your Grace?" "The fragment of the imperial fire pearl." Li Linghai's face was completely hidden in the mottled shadow, and there was no telling what was on her face. But her voice was hesitant as she asked, "Have you given it to Li Jialing for training? What's the progress?" Despite her brutality on the surface, it seemed that Li Linghai cared about her son deep down in her heart. Liao grinned and said, "Rest assured, Your Grace, that boy Li Jialing is truly a 1-in-100-year genius in training. His talents and aptitudes are extraordinary and only slightly lower than mine when I was in my younger years." "How incredible! With the wholehearted enlightenment of such an unparalleled expert like myself and the investment of all the ancillary drugs, his absorption of the imperial fire pearl is very fast. The Supreme Emperor's dominating vibe contained in the imperial fire pearl has been combined with the messy strengths that were injected into his body during the experiments in the past 10 decades, leading to amazing chemical reactions. His combat ability has been increased by more than 5 times compared to when you just met him. Except for his lack of battle experience, he is now totally a top-tier expert. Li Linghai's body further retreated deeper into the mottled shadow, but there was no delight in her voice at all, just full of chill. Is that so? There is no hindrance at all. Liao raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes, trying to split the mottled shadow. He asked suspiciously, "Why do I feel that your grace is not particularly happy after learning the accomplishments of your son's training? If you have never considered Li Jialing as your son since the beginning, why did you give a treasure such as the Imperial Fire Pearl to him for training? Wait, is there anything wrong with the Imperial Fire Pearl?" Li Linghai took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "You are a specialist both in fighting and in refining, and you have been training with the Imperial Fire Pearl too. What problem can possibly escape your attention? That does make sense. I scrutinized the Imperial Fire Pearl from every aspect. It is absolutely fine." Liao was more and more confused, and he was unable to see through the obscurities on Li Linghai's face. "Then, is there something wrong with you, Your Grace?" Instead of denying it, Li Linghai suddenly changed the topic and said, "Dongfang Mingyue's strength is truly immeasurable. I believe that she is an extremely dangerous enemy. Her association of demon hunters will certainly capture the reformists in the capital on a large scale in the next phase. With Li Jialing's current appearance, he can easily be accused of being a demon, no interrogation needed. He will be a problem if he stays in the capital. I have controlled a secret spaceport in the 47th district, and there is a carrier that has been carefully camouflaged. Why don't you help me escort Li Jialing get aboard and ask him to lay low for a while in any peripheral world of the Imperium for now?" "Are you serious?" Bulging his eyes, Liao found it hard to believe. "Your Grace, do you not feel that your orders are self-contradictory? At first, you asked me and Li Jialing to stay right beside you, claiming that it was the only way to keep your secrets safe. Later, you asked us to work as the liaison officers in General Lei Qinghu's place, which was obviously an attempt to get Li Jialing away from you. But a few days ago, you asked us to march into the capital together with you, and you got Li Jialing back to yourself again. Right now, you are asking me to send Li Jialing to a peripheral world of the Imperium? You have changed your attitude 3 times in only 2 months. May I ask why?" Although she was hiding in the mottled shadow, Liao still heard the gloomy sigh of the queen. "I have to say that your Grace's excuse is truly lousy." Liao simply went on without caring for anything. "You're afraid that Li Jialing would be captured by the Association of Demon Hunters because of his current appearance? His current appearance was made by you in the first place. With your capabilities and your technologies, it should be more than easy to turn Li Jialing back into what he used to be, shouldn't it? Is it necessary to send him to a distant world? Also, since Dongfang Mingyue is a mysterious, dangerous enemy, why are you certain that she is unaware of the location of your secret spaceport? Chances are that she has got her eyes on you since a long time ago, and she is now simply waiting for a big fish to catch the hook. It is possible that Li Jialing will be caught by her the moment he leaves the capital, which will be even more dangerous. You are such a strong mother. If Li Jialing stays by your side, you can still look after him. If he does escape to a peripheral world of the Imperium, neither you nor I will be able to do anything should anything happen to him." Thinking for a long time, Li Linghai had to admit, "You do have a point. Your Grace, I've never seen you as diffident before." Liao moved 1 step closer and raised his voice as he said, "I am just a straightforward and unsophisticated man, so I'll just ask it frankly. Is there anything that you've been keeping to yourself?" "What can I possibly be keeping to myself?" Li Linghai finally raised her head from the shadow, but her face was more than pale. She stared at Liao and said, "Over the past 2 months, I have been fulfilling my promise all the time, realizing the maximal degree of reform with the minimal price. The Imperium is not reduced into chaos, and no innocent blood is shed, right? We are dealing with Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin partly for my personal reasons, of course, while I pursue the supreme power, but it is also meant to remove hazards for the people. Removing such unpardonable scoundrels befits your beliefs perfectly too. right? Although we are all immortal cultivators, the reformists are more advanced than the four Kurfürst families anyway, and the new imperium under the control of the reformists will certainly be better than the old imperium controlled by the traditional noble families and more merciful to the ordinary people, right? If so, what are you worried about? I've said that I'll abide by my promise and give you a sector that you can administer on your own, as long as it obeys the authority of the imperium on the surface. There is no need for me to go back on my words in such a trivial matter. Rest assured about that. Liao thought for a long time only to come up with nothing wrong. He could only say, that being said, I still vaguely feel that something is wrong. Perhaps it is because your style is too creepy and ghostly, and one inevitably feels that you have a lot of schemes the moment they see you. To be honest, have you ever considered perming or dyeing your hair, putting on some cosmetics, and smiling more sunnily? Wouldn't it be much better? After all, you will be a symbol of the Imperium one day. Enough! Li Linghai retreated again, allowing the beehive-like shadows on the map of the Imperium to swallow her face. You may leave. Copy that. Thinking for a moment, Liao asked, what about Li Jialing? I don't need to send him away now, do I? There was no response from the shadow until Liao almost walked to the door. That was when the Queen's unpredictable voice drifted over. No, you were quite right. No matter where he escapes to, he will be found eventually. That is destiny. After he left the Relic Repair Center, Liao was still thinking about Li Linghai's last remark. He felt that Li Linghai's attitude was rather weird. Last time, she did not look normal in the Godly Might prison, and she is changing her attitudes frequently without a good reason. There must be something wrong with the Queen. Liao mumbled to himself. But after careful consideration, he had to admit that up until now, nothing the Queen did had violated her promises at the beginning, and that the new Imperium would certainly be better than the old Imperium. She even gave the commandership of the army to the big shots of the military such as Lei Qinghu without any hesitation, which gave the feeling of the separation of military and politics. It was a rather advanced approach. Therefore, even if she did have a scheme, what could she count on to raise a storm? Baffled, Liao was of the mind to chat with Li Jialing again. But as he looked at the window at the end of the corridor, it was not Li Jialing that he saw but God of War, Lei Qinghu, who was standing by himself with his hands behind his back. Slightly dazed, Liao walked forward, only to discover that Lei Qinghu was thoughtfully observing the generals and soldiers who were paying tributes in the Emperor's mausoleum in black uniforms not far away. The God of War looked somewhat lost and confused. Interested, Liao asked, I thought you had left, General Lei. Not yet. Lei Qinghu stared for a while longer before saying slowly, it's not easy to come to the Emperor's mausoleum. Although this is not my real body, I should still pay respects. I'm waiting for the people down there to be fewer, so that I can bow to Black Star, the great statue, before I go. Liao knew that the heinous, inhumane crimes that Li Linghai described just now must have been a huge blow to Lei Qinghu. There was no telling how infuriated the seasoned general, who was unquestionably loyal to the Imperium, was. The Imperium of true human beings was a country of immortal cultivators. Theoretically speaking, although the ordinary people were not regarded as humans but hominoids, which was a different species from true human beings, and could be blatantly exploited, slaughtered, and even experimented on, there were still some laws and rules within the ruling class, namely the true human beings. The dog-eat-dog competitions, however cruel, still had the last disguise on them. What Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin did doubtlessly stomped on all the morals of the immortal cultivators and tore the last disguise apart into pieces. If part of the immortal cultivators could absorb other people's vitality and cultivation through cannibal training, occupying the pivot of the ruling class forever, Lei Qinghu's proud belief that the true path of immortality could achieve the optimal configuration of resources would be a joke. The legitimacy and the stability of the Imperium's reign would be gone instantly. It was certainly not something that Lei Qinghu could tolerate. No wonder he was moping and hesitating in this place. As Liao expected, after he observed the disabled soldiers down there together with Lei Qinghu in silence for a moment, Lei Qinghu opened his mouth voluntarily. Although I do not like wars, Liao felt that everybody was abnormal today and found it hard to believe. You are the renowned god of war, an invincible general that destroys all your enemies, and you do not like wars? The most popular prostitute in a brothel is not necessarily fond of sleeping with guests every night. Why must an invincible general love wars? Lei Qinghu sighed and said casually, but you are not entirely wrong. After seeing so many disguises, conspiracies, betrayals, defections, and all the other despicable things, sometimes I even feel that the relation between the prostitutes and their guests is simpler, purer, and easier. You pay money and I open my legs. It's a fair deal and much better than the fancy, empty talks that neither parties believe. Therefore, although I do not like wars, I would rather stay in the front line than to linger in the murky rear together with the treacherous, short-sighted, and wicked immortal cultivators who know nothing but their selfish interests. At the very least, even in the coldest trenches in the front line, the blood of most warriors is still hot. Or rather, even the most ferocious enemies, those people of the Covenant Alliance, look more agreeable to me than the scumbags in the rear do. Liao frowned. Are you serious? Even the people of the Covenant Alliance are more agreeable than the false immortal cultivators. Aren't they? Lei Qinghu said coldly. At the very least, the people of the Covenant Alliance are simple, straightforward, and faithful. They express what they want frankly and never hide their real intention. So, the war between us is all about our strengths. If my saber is fast enough, you will collapse. If your sword is sharper than mine, I will die. Simple as that. Besides, the Covenant Alliance is very united. They are always in one piece. There is absolutely no such thing as conspiracies and schemes among themselves. They also boast the highest devotion. Every individual will not hesitate to sacrifice themselves for the big picture. Although they may not be fully aware of the meaning of sacrifice, if only 10% of their solidarity and commitment could be transplanted to the Imperium would never be what it is today, and no enemy would possibly stand in our way. Wait. The more Liao listened, the weirder he felt. General Lei, you are not thinking of joining the Covenant Alliance, are you? Lei Qinghu shook his head. Of course, I will never join the Covenant Alliance, just like I will never be engaged in such a thing as cannibal training. But considering the chaos of the Imperium today, if somebody does join the Covenant Alliance, willingly removing the selfishness and the ugliness deep down in their heart and branding themselves with the 3 fundamental laws, it will seem rather normal. Liao was rendered speechless. He thought of Tang Qianhe again, who was a spy of the Covenant Alliance that he encountered in the Kunlun relic. Tang Qianhe must have been a native of the Imperium in the beginning, or she wouldn't have been admitted into Su Changfa's exploration team. What could she have possibly been through that made her transform herself into a subject of the Covenant Alliance willingly? While he pondered, Lei Qinghu sighed again and said, if only Black Star the Great were still alive. He certainly would cleanse all the chaos and ugliness and revive the country. Liao couldn't hold it back anymore but blurted out, I hardly think so. Every person has their limits. Even if Wu Yingqi were reborn, I'm afraid that he will have to be complicit with the false immortal cultivators. Or rather, there is no such thing as false immortal cultivators. Developing all the way by the principle of survival of the fittest, 99% of the immortal cultivators will only end up like this. The cause of the result today dated back to 1,000 years ago. The chaos and corruption in the Imperium today are perhaps started by Black Star the Great 1,000 years ago in person. Narrowing his eyes deeply, Lei Qinghu stared at Liao and said, one word after another. A while back, you said that my words sounded like what the cultivators would say. But why do I feel that your words are more like what the cultivators would have said? Liao smiled and bared his glittering teeth. As the saying goes, a drowning man will clutch at a straw. The Imperium is too seriously sick right now to be rescued by any medication. In such an emergency, we might as well search the tomb of the cultivators and see if we can find any pill that can treat the disease. Like you said earlier, General Lei, both the sabers of the cultivators and those of the immortal cultivators can kill. Lei Qinghu sniffed and stopped talking. The breeze outside the window gradually intensified. Soon, the sky was drowned by dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down. The crowd paying tributes in the emperor's mausoleum finally dispersed, turning hazy in the storm. Ignoring Li Yao, Lei Chenghu dragged the heavy spiritual puppet and left the National Museum, walking deep into the storm one step after another. Li Yao stood next to the window and watched him disappear in the storm, but a name and a gender-neutral face popped up in his head. Dongfang Mingyue. At the south suburb of the central district of the capital, a gray, crude, and ragged-looking building, which seemed to be a common office building, was, in fact, the headquarters of the Association of Demon Hunters that could raise the fear of any immortal cultivator in the Imperium. Deep inside the secret meeting room of the building, the most elite members of the Association of Demon Hunters were listening anxiously to the interpretation of Dongfang Mingyue, their new president, on the latest intelligence. As the most dominating and ferocious secret agents of the Imperium, these demon hunters were naturally the most brutal and disobedient creatures who had killed countless people. There were also factions within the Association of Demon Hunters. The power struggles and the secret battles were 10 times gorier than those of the outside world. However, at this moment, all the demon hunters placed their hands on their knees submissively and put their legs together, not even daring to breathe aloud. They seemed more docile than elementary school students. Couldn't be helped. The terrifying experience last month had told these brutal men clearly what would become of the people who showed the slightest disobedience to the new president Dongfang Mingyue. Li Linghai, Dongfang Shang, Yu Wushuang, Jin Yuyen, Lei Chenghu. I have introduced the latest files of the key persons of the reformists to you in great detail just now. I'm sure you have grasped them, haven't you? In the next second, I'm about to introduce to you Vulture Li Yao, who has been quite a hit recently. With a head full of black hair and zero makeup, Dongfang Mingyue retrieved Li Yao's 3D picture and the battle video of Gold Vulture. Jabbing Li Yao's forehead, she said with a smile, "This man is a dark agent, a ghost warrior, and a shadow assassin that Li Linghai has carefully trained for at least decades for the most secretive, filthy, and dangerous missions. Therefore, except for the few public battles recently, it is difficult to collect his earlier files. However, I do know a thing or two about him through other sources. Listen up carefully now. This Vulture Li Yao is a shameless, treacherous, and sordid rat. His combat style is not half as masculine and dominating as you are seeing right now. Deep down his bones, he is like a weasel and is best at stealth and running. He can also sneak into and out of all the dark corners like cockroaches. There is not a hole that he cannot crawl into. His level, well, is probably the middle or high level of the divinity transformation stage. He is not necessarily the toughest divinity transformation stage expert in the Imperium, but he is definitely the one who is best at escaping. By my conservative estimation, it will be impossible to stop him without 3 battle-type divinity transformation stage experts and a few dozens of battle-type nascent soul stage experts. Therefore, should you discover the traces of this cockroach, do not take action recklessly. You will not be able to take him down however many of you there are. Just inform me as soon as possible. I very much would like to find out how grown this weaselly cockroach is right now. The dark war between the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the Association of Demon Hunters began. Ever since the ancient times, as long as a country intended to set up intelligence agencies, they would at least establish 2 departments that checked and balanced each other. If only one intelligence agency was set, like the Star Glory Federation with the Secret Sword Bureau 100 years ago, and it held the absolute power in intelligence and secret law enforcement, dire consequences would inevitably be caused as long as its head was ambitious and tricked other people in the leadership. The riot of patriots planned by Lu Zue with the Secret Sword Bureau was exactly the best example. Therefore, when the age of the new Federation came, the intelligence departments of the Federation split apart into Guo Chuanfeng's Secret Sword Bureau and Jin Xinyue's Dim Moon Fund, which had both competition and cooperation in a dynamic balance like a seesaw. That was the only way to ensure that the national security would not be threatened no matter which party's ambitions expanded. The same applied to the Imperium of true human beings. 500 years ago, when the royal authority was still in the heyday, the emperor never thought to abolish the Association of Demon Hunters no matter how trusted the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was. In the second 500 years, no matter how powerful and dominating the four Kurfürst families were, and however many contributions the Association of Demon Hunters made for them in darkness, it was impossible to completely annihilate the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils. It was all about check and balance. Whether the power holder was the Emperor or the four Kurfürst families, they would never completely trust the intelligence agencies. As a result, the two intelligence agencies, haunted by their dark destinies, had to fight eternally to prove to the power holder that they were the colder, sharper, and more efficient saber in the darkness. Right now, the operation of the reformists had been pushed to the second step. The Dongfang family had sensed the vague hostility of the other three families. They also feared that Lei Chenghu's astounding Thunder Fleet would charge into the Dongfang family's heartland and die together with the enemy. Therefore, the main force of the family's fleets had to stay where they were. Neither Lei Chenghu nor the leadership of the other three families wanted to fight a comprehensive civil war either. Unless it was absolutely necessary, none of them were willing to wage a war in space. Facilitated by many powerful men and prestigious elders, the four Kurfürst families and the reformists reached a temporary, tacit agreement that the table named Imperium must not be flipped over. Whichever force's fleet opened fire first would mean that they were overthrowing the table, breaking the company, and smashing everybody's cake, and they would be attacked by the rest of the players together. Now that all the armed forces were forestalled by each other on the surface, it was time for the dark forces to show themselves. With the support of the four Kurfürst families, especially the Dongfang family, the Association of Demon Hunters was much stronger than the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils in terms of scale and capability. By conservative estimation, the number of demon hunters was at least 5 times the number of devil huntresses. But the advantage of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was that the enemy was in the light and they were in the dark. In the past 100 years, they had been keeping such a low profile that they almost seemed to be an unimportant and non-profitable government agency. Nobody knew that they had been trained by the Queen in secret for decades. The devil huntresses, trained with the unparalleled techniques from the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, were as good as the toughest demon hunters in terms of combat ability and much better than their opponents when it came to weirdness and brutality. More importantly, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was the attacker, and they could choose their targets free at will. It must be noted that, nominally, the dozens of worlds around the Imperial Terminus sector was administrated by the Emperor in person, and all the bureaucrats of those places were supposed to be appointed directly by His Majesty. However, as the royal authority declined today and the powerful lords took over everything, the Emperor's direct appointment was nothing but empty words anymore. The bureaucrats and administrative agencies of the dozens of worlds had long been infiltrated by the four Kurfürst families. It also meant that a lot of immortal cultivators from the Dongfang family and its vassal families, who were in high places in the capital, actually lived and worked in those worlds. With the Dongfang family as their reliance, such people were certainly not the most honorable and impartial officials. Claiming that it was for His Majesty, they exploited the immortal cultivators of other forces and the underclass, transmitting interests to their families while satisfying their own selfish needs in the process. It was a convention not to be surprised at right now. Ever since Li Linghai made up her mind to renew the Imperium, she had collected tremendous evidence in secret, which she called cannonballs. Before this, the Dongfang family's position was indestructible. Those cannonballs would have been resolved easily even if they were shot out. Even the other 3 families would help cover for the Dongfang family. Not even half a piece of news would be seen on the spiritual nexus. But the case was different today. The reformists had demonstrated their might and gave a heavy blow on the Dongfang family in the previous phase, showing everybody the weakness of the Dongfang family. Therefore, they won the support of the Li family and the connivance of the Yun and Song families. Those cannonballs, once detonated, must be destructive. Most importantly of all, the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family, who held high positions in the capital that they did not deserve, must be captured. There were thousands of such immortal cultivators, and the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was free to arrest any of them. As a result, the Association of Demon Hunters had to set up defenses everywhere in exhaustion, not missing out any important characters of the Dongfang family. Despite the number of the demon hunters and even counting the Dongfang family's own bodyguard teams, it was still far from enough. It was not like every immortal cultivator of the Dongfang family could be protected by dozens of battle-type immortal cultivators when they went to work every day, right? It was not an option to evacuate from the capital to the Dongfang family's own territory either. Such an action of running before fighting would be perceived as a signal of weakness by the Li, Yun, and Song families. Once the three wavering families whose attitudes were ambiguous and completely leaned toward the reformists, it would certainly be a catastrophe for the Dongfang family. Therefore, however difficult it was, they had to persist until Dongfang Wang finished the dispatchment in darkness and reached secret agreements with the other three families to win their support. Then, they would be the winner of the war. Therefore, the future of the war was still rather uncertain. As May came, the capital entered the hottest season of the year. The series of news that shocked the entire capital, if not the entire universe, further added the air of smoke in the scorching wind. On May 2nd, Dongfang Yu, the education director of the military who was responsible for the management of 71 advanced military schools of the Imperium, was arrested by the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils in a sudden assault when he was going to a meeting. The next day, one of the media of the Li family exposed the shocking corruption that involved multiple cases of unjust distribution of military credits. Then, as the cases were pursued further, hundreds of members of the military education system were afflicted. Naturally, most of the people involved in the crime had the Dongfang surname. On May 5th, the CEO of Black Mountain Bank, which ranked the top 20 in the Imperium, was arrested in his personal residence. Although he had taken precautions, and his bodyguard team whose defense and firepower had been upgraded resisted hard, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils still managed to capture him alive and leave before the reinforcements of the Association of Demon Hunters arrived. As to exactly where the man was kept in prison, nobody knew. The public headquarters of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had long been emptied. The only persons left were a few bottom-level clerks who still worked in the office. As for Yu Wushuang and her elite devil huntresses, nobody knew where they were hiding and which target they had locked onto. May 7, May 8, May 10, the officials from the Dongfang family and its vassal families were secretly captured almost on a daily basis, and their crimes were exposed on the media of the Li family the next day or the day they were caught. Some of the crimes were corruptions and embezzlements, and some were about the homicide cases a long time ago. Fights among the immortal cultivators were more than usual. Even the families of the victims often chose not to settle the issue through the law but to practice more techniques and seek personal retaliation. But of course, the criminals could be punished by law. Whether or not the crimes were invented was not important. The important thing was to show everybody in the entire universe that the Dongfang family was not invincible. The groups of immortal cultivators in the Imperium large and small were like sharks that would go crazy at the scent of the Dongfang family's blood. As long as enough blood was spilled, all the sharks would lunge at the Dongfang family without a care. Faced with the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils' long-prepared attack, the Association of Demon Hunters naturally counterattacked vehemently. While the officials and magnates from the Dongfang family were secretly captured and accused of being demonic cultivators, the Association of Demon Hunters took action and did exactly the same thing on the reformists and the immortal cultivators of the Li family. However, the Li family was never as good as the Dongfang family, and it had fewer people in the capital than the Dongfang family did. The reformists had been acting stealthily the whole time too. How could they be captured in a hurry? The Association of Demon Hunters, in their anxiety, resorted to all the means possible without considering the possible damages to the Imperial Terminus sector. Despite a few setbacks, they did manage to trace a few secret bases of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils. The battles of the two parties in the darkness were 100 times crueler than the competitions of fleets in space. Every day, countless demon hunters and devil huntresses stabbed blades into each other's bodies without sound in the dilapidated streets below the ground of the capital, before they dragged each other into the bottomless abyss, dying at the same time. Every minute, the shows of schemes, deceptions, betrayals, and anti-betrayals were aired splendidly. Every second, some humans would be marked as demons or demonic cultivators because of conflicts of interests and thrown into the dark dungeons. Perhaps the slaughters humans performed on their own kind were always more brutal than their wars against demons and extraterrestrial devils. On May 19th, in Whitestone Municipality on the west coast of the main continent, on the high-speed ancillary rail for shuttles in the suburb, a new assault and arrest operation was being conducted in secret. The high-speed rails were a public facility to help shuttles increase their speed and save their fuel. While shuttles could fly in any directions freely, it had a huge consumption on the fuel. Also, when their speed was very high, particularly when they surpassed the speed of sound, accidents tended to happen too. If hundreds of shuttles were soaring at the speed of sound, and two of them accidentally hit each other, there would certainly be dire consequences. Therefore, in the high zone at the suburbs of the major cities of the Imperium of True Human Beings, convenient rails had been established, which could attract the shuttles to themselves with the electromagnetic force so that the shuttles could fly next to the rail. In such a way, the fuel could be saved, and the security could be greatly enhanced. At this moment, a black, lengthened, extravagant shuttle was rushing on the rail toward the heavy industrial area at the suburb, surrounded by 4 fully armed shuttles that had even exposed the cannons to the air, not disguising their highest alert at all. At the back seat of this extravagant shuttle sat the president of the Industry Union of the West Coast, who controlled the lifelines of dozens of magical equipment corporations on the West Coast. He was from the Dongfang family too. Over the past half-month, a large batch of bureaucrats and magnates had been secretly arrested, which raised the wariness of the Dongfang family. The bodyguard team of the president of the Industry Union had been fully upgraded too. Not only were the high-level agents of the Association of Demon Hunters sitting right next to him, but tremendous experts had also been summoned from the family. Furthermore, he had even hired assassins and killers from the underground world of the capital with his own money. The spacious, extravagant shuttle was now crammed with people. It seemed to be protected by only 4 shuttles around, but dozens of regular shuttles in a large range were actually also full of special agents, family experts, assassins, and killers. Many of them had already been armed to teeth and could rip the shuttles and unleash their toughest techniques at any moment. Hundreds of pairs of eagle-like eyes stared at all directions. Right then, theirs was not the only high-speed rail. There were dozens of such rails up, down, left, and right like dozens of lanes. 4 of the rails were specially designed for super-heavy trucks weighing more than 50 tons. Right then, for trucks in different camouflages passed by the extravagant team of shuttles. Those 4 trucks all weighed more than 80 tons. Their cars were so long that they were almost like crystal trains. Without anybody knowing it, the 4 trucks moved on parallel with the team of shuttles and adjusted to the same speed. They seemed relatively still. The experienced bodyguards immediately sensed danger and ordered the team to speed up. However, the 4 trucks kept up with them at an unbelievable speed and stability. The few shuttles in the front and the rear intended to scan the interior of the trucks with mystic rays, but the rays were all reflected back as if they had hit mirrors. Something was definitely greatly wrong. Open fire! The leader of the bodyguards made the call immediately. Having no time to bother if somebody would be accidentally hurt, he gave the order resolutely. But before the bodyguards pulled the triggers, the rail before the shuttle team suddenly exploded and broke apart. 2 bodyguard shuttles immediately went out of control and flew away. In the meantime, dazzling electric arcs were unleashed among the 4 trucks and interconnected into a complicated web of electricity, with countless rune arrays and spiritual stripes glittering in it crazily. It was obviously an extremely brutal array. Further away, the cars of 2 of the trucks opened their ceilings and extended glittering bowls that emitted intensive interferential waves, blocking the shuttle team's distress calls. Walla! 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 The cars of the 4 heavy trucks exploded, and 100 devil huntresses that belonged to the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils charged out. The long-prepared elite bodyguards broke the shuttles and ran at the devil huntresses too. A high-speed, heated battle immediately began. The demon hunters who were out of the range of interference in case of accidents sent out the distress calls immediately to the branch of the Association of Demon Hunters in Whitestone Municipality. Countless demon hunters and elites of the Dongfang family immediately leaped from the downtown area and rushed to the suburb, swearing to capture all the bold and blatant devil huntresses. Everything that happened was captured clearly by the 100 stealth crystal cameras floating in the stratosphere. The 100 stealth cameras were all the products of Liao's lifelong knowledge. While maintaining the previous stealth and anti-detection abilities, the range of scanning, the precision, and the distance of signal transmission were all 5 times better than before. With the 100 stealth crystal cameras, as well as the spies of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the reformists that were sent to Whitestone Municipality a long time ago, Liao was able to grasp every detail of the whole battlefield. The picture from the suburb, through the transmission of encrypted signals, immediately darted to the crowded central business district of Whitestone Municipality. On the 36th floor of a transparent plaza in the district, in the middle of the office of a seemingly plain business group, thousands of 3D light beams had drowned the small room. Most of the 3D light beams were displaying the pictures taken by the tremendous surveillance cameras of Whitestone Municipality. The crystal processor specialists of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had found a way to hack the public security platform of the city and intercepted all the surveillance pictures. Plus the secret crystal cameras of Liao and the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, the whole city was now naked before Liao. Lying on the ergonomic chair comfortably, Liao set it to the relaxation pattern and put his hands below his head as a pillow. His eyes half narrowed as if he were drowsy. But deep inside his brain, he was inferring what was about to happen again, and again to ensure that every procedure was perfect. Every flaw had been erased in advance, and every detail was accurate. The sudden assault at the suburb seemed to be failing. The scale of the bodyguard team far exceeded their expectation. The reinforcements from downtown came very fast too. This arrest operation was neither sudden nor secret. However, there was still nothing but tranquility in Liao's eyes, as if he were more interested in the sugar beans made of heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the table. Most of the surveillance pictures around him, on the other hand, were not focused on the fierce battle in the suburb but on a luxury hotel in the downtown not far away from here. Today, a meeting hosted by the mayor of the Whitestone Municipality was to be held in the luxury hotel. Yes, the secret arrest targeting the president of the industry union was just a distraction. Their real goal was the mayor of the Whitestone Municipality. Whitestone Municipality was a super metropolis that ranked the top 10 in the Imperial Terminus sector. The industrial city, especially with the production of crystal suits, was famous nationwide. A dozen crystal suit centers had set up their headquarters and the most important production bases in the place. It was not hard to imagine how important the mayor of Whitestone Municipality was. If such an important person was caught, it would definitely be a serious blow to the Dongfang family, which would plant more doubt in the hearts of the Yun family, the Song family, and other wavering nobles. Right now, a large batch of advanced agents of the Whitestone branch of the Association of Demon Hunters had gone to the suburb, and the real arrest team of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had taken position around the luxury hotel. The operation would begin in half a minute. Everything seemed to be under control. There were 25 seconds to go. Liao suddenly sat straight and stared at the seemingly peaceful light beams. Holding a sugar bean in his hand for a long time, he did not swallow it. 20 seconds remaining. Hawk ready. Mole ready. Tiger ready. The voices of the battle squads of the devil huntresses echoed in his ears. Liao rolled his eyes crazily, and a drop of cold sweat leaked out of his forehead. 15 seconds to go. General Yu. Holding his earlobe, Liao said, "Although I am only here to help you control the surveillance magical equipment, and it is inappropriate for me to meddle in your operation, I strongly suggest you abort all the operations and retreat as fast as possible. No, I haven't discovered any anomalies, but something just doesn't feel right. Trust me, Vulture Liao did not become the best specialist of running in the entire Imperium for nothing. Do not take action and retreat immediately. I repeat, retreat. Do not take action and retreat immediately. Whatever you say, I'm out of here." After saying that, instead of waiting for Yu Wushuang's reply, he simply took out the communication chips in his ears and every device on his body that could release signals, pinching all of them into pieces before he activated the time bomb in the office. Then, he finally whistled and walked out with his hands in his pockets. He did not take the lift. After all, with his speed, Taking the emergent exit was as fast as leaving with the lift. When he left the plaza, he had already become a businessman wearing fashionable clothes and picking a suitcase while he joined the crowd on the street. Shua! Liao opened all his senses. The jam-packed business district completely fell into stillness before his eyes. Every expression and every movement of the passers-by were caught by him. Soon, he detected 7 guys under stealth mode in the crowd. It was almost as easy as identifying 7 colorful figures on a monochrome picture. Smiling, Liao squeezed through the 7 of them. His gesture, posture, and the micro-expression on his face all suggested that he was a businessman completely dedicated to his work. He even passed right next to a demon hunter, and yet the guy felt nothing abnormal at all. This is too easy and unchallenging. I might as well go home and take a sleep. Liao recalled the excitement when he was chased and blocked by Guichunfeng and his secret sword bureau years ago. That was what life should be about. So, being too strong was certainly a trouble too. Who could understand the loneliness of an expert? Then he saw Dongfang Mingyue. Dongfang Mingyue was sitting at the door of a very lovable dessert shop that was surrounded by colorful decorations and playing with the ice in her juice with the straw. There was nobody on the seat on her opposite side, except for a little cat that seemed as comfortable as her. She seemed to have completely lost her passion to work because of the hot weather, and she did not even bother to change her plain clothes but simply allowed her black and glamorous long hair to swing in the scorching wind at the same rhythm as the high-heel slippers below her feet. It was not until Liao showed up that she was finally more or less refreshed. After a slight yawn, she picked up the straw with a mouth as if it were a lady's cigarette and smiled at Liao. Dongfang Mingyue was supposedly a plain-looking woman who could not leave a deep impression on anyone despite her delicate face, just the same as any of the office ladies to be seen in the business district. However, the smile slowly spread from her lips, like a rainbow slowly surfacing on the thin sky, completely outlined and released her appeal. Her eyes that seemed to have contained the stories of 100 years stared at Liao without blinking, with subtle ripples spreading out. She did not seem to be eyeing a game trophy and an enemy but more like pleasantly surprised to have run into an old friend on the street by accident. Liao, however, was not pleasant, but only surprised. So surprised that even his spine was constricting. His pupils, muscles, and nerve endings were all compressed to the limits, and his cosmos rings were seething impatiently on his fingers, at the tip of his tongue, and even in his groins, ready to blow out a dozen pieces of lethal magical equipment that could pierce through crystal suits at any moment. Dongfang Mingyue's lazy smile overlapped with another spurious, mysterious face deep in his memories. Liao was still not certain if Dongfang Mingyue was the person, or rather, the creature, that he had been highly suspicious of. If not, Dongfang Mingyue would only be a dark warrior of the Dongfang family and a trusted subordinate for Dongfang Wang, and Liao would be caught in great trouble right now. Chances were that he could leave without a crystal suit or a colossus. But if she was truly that creature, she would be 100 times more terrifying than if she were the real Dongfang Mingyue. Liao might not be able to get away even with a colossus. Sweat ran out non-stop from Liao's forehead, which soon congregated into brooks below his eyelids and on his cheeks. Vague noises were echoing from all his clothes, which were caused by his increasing spiritual energy that tore apart the fibers of the cloth. 10,000 thoughts were rolling in his heart crazily. The map of the entire business district and even the entire white stone municipality from the sky to 500 meters into the ground surfaced in his head clearly, allowing him to draw hundreds of routes of escape. But as Dongfang Mingyue's smile got brighter and brighter, all the routes of escape seemed to have become dead ends. While smiling, Dongfang Mingyue took a sip of the juice, showing no intention of summoning the demon hunters around to attack him. But her eyes never left Liao, who was in his careful camouflage. Thinking quickly, Liao sniffed and walked to her casually. There was no need to pray anymore. It was certainly no coincidence that the president of the Association of Demon Hunters appeared at this place and enjoyed juice at ease. She was here waiting for him. "It's really you?" While walking, Liao delivered 3 words into Dongfang Mingyue's ears with the technique of private talk, trying to observe her micro-expression. Dongfang Mingyue smiled and did not say anything, and her eyes curved into two crescent moons. She glanced around at first and then looked at the empty table next to hers. She seemed to be hinting Liao to take care of the demon hunters around and asking him to sit at the next table so that the two of them could talk secretly. Frowning hard, Liao recalled the picture when his opponent disappeared last time. If she was really it, she was certainly the most terrifying thing in the entire Imperium right now. What did it want? Should he? Right then, he suddenly felt alarmed. Dongfang Mingyue seemed to have foreseen that Liao wouldn't fall for the trick easily. She did not even wait for Liao to really approach her. Raising the straw on her lips, she darted something deep inside the straw right in between Liao's eyebrows. Liao's forehead almost exploded because of the upcoming danger. 2 gold rings flashed in his eyes, and he summoned all the nerves, veins, and muscles over his body to shake at the same time, finally dodging what Dongfang Mingyue spat out of the straw narrowly. The thing, on the other hand, exploded into a vague mist of ice after it brushed past his temple and sprayed on Liao's face like the hair of a phantom. It was ice. To be more exact, countless tiny pieces of ice were absorbed from the cup by Dongfang Mingyue and condensed into hair-like needles before they were darted at Liao. Do you have to be so brutal? Liao cursed aloud in his heart. The vague mist of ice seemed to have crawled into his heart and gave him a cardiac arrest for a moment. He finally understood why even Queen Li Linghai felt somewhat threatened by Dongfang Mingyue. There were 2 ways for experts to fight. The first way was to unleash the spiritual energy and the damage to the maximum without a care, destroying mountains and oceans in the most astounding sound and visual effects. It was also the most typical way of fighting. However, the other way, which was more advanced, was to blow out the most fatal damage without any sign. Sometimes, it was even possible to blow out the techniques of the nascent soul stage, and the passers-by would feel nothing about it at all. It was obvious that the latter was 10 times more difficult than the former. Besides the infinite expansion of spiritual energy and combat ability, it also highlighted absolute control and highly accurate computational ability. When one reached the highest level, it was possible to use a leaf, a flower, or even a breath as a weapon, and the bystanders or the targets themselves would not even know how they died. Dongfang Mingyue's attack just now was a perfect example of such a combat pattern. She absorbed the ice from the straw first and accelerated it to at least 3 times the speed of sound, but the feeble straw did not explode. Also, there was neither the deafening sonic booms nor the misty sonic barriers. No walkers on the street felt anything wrong at all. When the attack missed the target, the ice immediately dispersed into mist, never to be found again. It must be noted that this place was the central business district of Whitestone Municipality. Most of the people working and living here were immortal cultivators. Even though they were not battle-type ones, their senses were still much keener than those of the ordinary people. However, except for Liao, whose back was soaked in a cold sweat because of the icy mist, nobody detected that a soul-stirring battle was going on at all. Liao swallowed hard and quickly evaluated the combat ability of Dongfang Mingyue, or it. In Liao's eyes, Dongfang Mingyue's seemingly easy and casual blow just now was even more menacing than cutting a crystal warship into halves. Damn it! If he hadn't advanced into the divinity transformation stage by chance when he arrived in the Imperium, and if he were still in the nascent soul stage, chances were that the needle would have pierced through his forehead and blown up his soul. All the analysis and curses were done in 0.1 seconds. But when Liao looked at the dessert shop again, the table was already empty. The cat, however, jumped to the table and bared its teeth at Liao maliciously. Without any hesitation, Liao walked to the dessert shop calmly. If Dongfang Mingyue was lurking in the crowd preparing to attack him, the most unlikely place where she was hiding was the dessert shop. When he passed by the table where Dongfang Mingyue was sitting, Liao snapped his fingers and grabbed the juice as well as the straw that Dongfang Mingyue enjoyed a moment ago. Just now, Dongfang Mingyue was not wearing gloves. So, it was possible that her fingerprints were lingering on the cup and her saliva could be found on the straw. Naturally, neither the fingerprints nor the saliva was likely to be true, but he certainly would not lose anything by studying them. The main continent on this planet had entered summer. Such dessert shops on the street always liked to set up a few tables outside of the shop, which would be covered by an umbrella to block the sun. The moment Liao stepped into the dessert shop, he condensed an invisible wind blade in his left hand and blew it at the handle of an umbrella, breaking it into halves. In the exclamations of the shop owner and the customers, the umbrella fell like a parachute, covering a few customers while blocking the narrow door of the shop. If somebody followed Liao into the shop, they would certainly be discovered. Before Liao stepped into the shop, he had scanned everything inside the shop. After he entered the shop, he went to the toilet without any hesitation and jumped out of the window of the toilet 5 seconds later. When he crawled out of the alley nearby, he had already changed his appearance into a young man in wrinkled clothes with a troubled face, as if he had recently lost his job. While sighing and squeezing in the crowd, he calmed himself down and observed everyone around carefully. Thankfully, all the demon hunters probably lunged at the office he stayed in a moment ago. There was no threat here, like an immobile, monochrome picture. Shua! Liao summoned all the potentials of his body again to bend his cervical spine backward for 15 degrees in 0.1 seconds. A white light flashed before his eyes, as if a sharp, unstoppable, unparalleled sword flew past his forehead. 3 strands of his hair were cut off and fell to the ground. Had Liao not reacted in time, the sword was likely to have kissed his eyes and cut his eyeballs apart. When he observed carefully again, he discovered that there was no sword at all. It was just an invisible blade of wind made by compressing the air to the minimum in the same way that he broke the umbrella of the dessert shop a moment ago, except that the performance this time was multiple times more brilliant than his. That did make sense. When it was in the ancient sage's sector, was already a great master even among sword masters, being only second to sword maniac Yen Liren. The charm of the sword just now definitely far exceeded sword maniac Yen Liren's expertise when he was still in the ancient sage's sector. Couldn't have been more perfect. Liao looked at where the wind blade came from, only to discover that Dongfang Mingyue was smiling at him from about 100 meters away. The fast and mind-boggling attack launched from 100 meters away did not raise the attention of any passerby again. She did not disguise herself at all but looked as plain as before, melting into the crowd and the background perfectly. She seemed to be an insignificant shadow in the monochrome picture of the crowd. Even though Liao had locked onto her with telepathic thoughts, she still gave an unpredictable feeling, as if she might be gone like a water drop melting into the ocean the moment Liao got slightly distracted. She blinked at Liao with an innocent look on her face, as if the fatal attack a moment ago was not done by her at all. Long Yongjun, gritting his teeth, Liao roared in his heart. Don't think that you are awesome just because you have activated the weird blood of half Pangu and half Nuwa. You think that my divinity transformation stage is false? Come on, let's have a fight and see who is scared of whom. Liao coughed lightly. A few lumps protruded on his abdomen, as if several mice were crawling on his body and dashing into his pants one after another. When they crawled out from the bottom of his pants, they turned out to be 4 palm-sized, delicate beast puppets in the form of spiders. The 4 beast puppets shook on the ground and entered the stealth state immediately, swooshing at Dongfang Mingyue, or Long Yongjun, Liao's old opponent that he knew from the ancient sage's sector, who was neither a man nor a woman, both a friend and a foe. Under the control of Liao's telepathic thoughts, the 4 beast puppets were gentle and agile. Moving in the crowd swiftly, they did not touch the feet of any passerby as they reached Long Yongjun in the blink of an eye. Long Yongjun scorned, as if she were mocking Liao's lack of creativity, which made him too unchallenging. Liao sniffed. The backs of the 4 stealthy beast puppets suddenly split apart, and 100 smaller beast puppets that were no larger than lice jumped out. Equally stealthy, they leaped at Long Yongjun's critical parts without any sound. They were not to be underestimated because of their tiny size. On the bodies of metals and crystals the size of lice, 100 attack rune arrays had been carved, and the capsules at the abdomen stored lethal poison that could corrupt one's core. Such an extraordinary technique of refining could have only been accomplished by Liao, who was adept at the manual forging arts from ancient times. The assault of the 100 stealthy lice finally made Long Yongjun exclaim, raising the attention of the walkers. Her face immediately blushed. Liao knew that the stealthy lice could not trap Long Yongjun. So he simply strode forward into the teeming crowd again, while he calculated the height of the buildings around, the angle of the sunlight when it was reflected on the glass wall of the plazas, the speed of the moving crowd, and the structure of the blocks, trying to come up with the most perfect battle plan. As he expected, in only 3 seconds, the connections between him and the beast puppets were all cut off, and the 100 windows in his brain were shut down. All the stealthy lice had apparently been taken care of by Long Yongjun. Hot waves of embarrassment and fury were coming from his back. He did not need to turn around to know that Long Yongjun was gritting her teeth and following him. Before him, it was an intersection. Although most of the vehicles flew in midair, some of the public vehicles and special cars ran on the ground. Also, when the traffic was too huge, the crowd going to different directions might be in conflict too. Therefore, a traffic light was still set up in this place, with an indicator that displayed the countdown of availability. At this moment, it was the turn of Liao's direction to go, and there were 5 seconds to go. Liao's telepathic thoughts rolled to the traffic light like the tentacles of an invisible octopus, and his spiritual energy hacked the control chip of the traffic light. Without anybody realizing it, the speed of the countdown was increased by 20%. As a result, if Long Yongjun maintained her current speed, she would be forced to stay before the intersection while Liao would have just passed it. So Long Yongjun accelerated her movement. At this moment, she was pretending to be a common office lady, and it would be too bizarre if she were to pass the crowd smoothly with the most brilliant body-moving techniques. Therefore, she could only pretend that she had urgent business and shoved the people before her to clear away. When the countdown had 2 seconds to go, Long Yongjun arrived at the intersection. Right at the moment, the sunlight happened to be reflected by an arc-shaped glass wall of a plaza on her left side. As if concentrated by a magnifying glass, it darted into Long Yongjun's eyes precisely. It was a trap that Liao had carefully devised for Long Yongjun, which transformed the plain environment into the most fatal weapon. However, Long Yongjun was an unparalleled expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage decades ago. She was also not a regular human being but carried the ancient bloodline from the primeval age. By absorbing the strength of the extraterrestrial devils in the war against extraterrestrial devils in the Star Glory Federation, she gradually activated the mysteries in her bloodline, and she could see the world clearly even without eyes. How could she be affected by the glaring sunlight? Her retinas constricted for only 0.01 seconds before they became normal. During the 0.01 seconds, she sensed that Liao touched something with his feet up ahead. Then, he suddenly shortened and disappeared into thin air. She squeezed forward and checked, only to discover that it was the cover of a manhole. It must have been sealed for a long time, but it showed the sign of being moved recently. A wrinkled old man nearby looked at the cover of the manhole somewhat in surprise and mumbled something to himself. He seemed to be wondering if his eyes had tricked him because somebody just vanished entirely. Long Yongjun sneered. "You really do not have anything new." Raising the cover of the manhole with the tip of her feet, Long Yongjun released her telepathic thoughts downward to investigate. Suddenly, she felt that something was not right, and her face turned pale. Just now, she memorized the faces and body figures of everybody around with the heavenly vision technique, but the white-haired, wrinkled old man next to the cover of the manhole was not in her impression. Hardly had the idea occurred to her when the old man, or Liao, already attacked. His fingers seemed to be cramping like the habitual quakes of a common aged man. But every cramp actually meant that a wind blade that could break gold was condensed and blown at Long Yongjun's critical parts. A pink flower blossomed on Long Yongjun's pale face again. Her fingers that were long and narrow danced deftly too, dispersing all the wind blades. She even cut off Liao's control and twisted the direction of a few wind blades, making them attack Liao. Shwa! 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 The two of them clashed 1,000 times in only 3 seconds. However, the passers-by right next to them noticed none of their attacks. They had no idea at all that 2 horrible monsters were lurking right next to them and engaged in the most soul-stirring battle. Long Yongjun's sword arts were apparently better than Liao's. Coming back to herself from the initial shock, She soon took the initiative of the battle. The wind blades were like hundreds of invisible, tiny flying swords that almost occupied Li Yao's eyes. While Li Yao was dealing with the attacks anxiously and about to lose, from the cover of the manhole below Long Yangjuan's feet that had just been moved, a few transparent molecular mica threads crawled out stealthily and tied her legs. Even though those molecular mica threads were not really as thin as molecules, the difference was little to none. As the sharpest weapon, they could cut any spiritual shield or strengthened armor. Everything just now was a disguise. This was Li Yao's fatal move. Long Yangjun gritted her teeth again. She was the one dealing with the emergency in a hurry now. Dodging the embrace of the molecular mica threads somewhat ungracefully and cutting them apart, she raised her head again, only to discover that Li Yao had squeezed into the crowd again and turned to the street on the right. Boom! 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 Right then, from the plazas behind the two of them, explosions came over. Yu Wushuang's devil huntresses did choose to trust Li Yao's judgment and retreated in advance, avoiding the outcome of stepping into the trap and being entirely annihilated. But it was inevitable that they ran into the embarrassed and infuriated demon hunters. The two parties immediately started a thrilling and dangerous hide-and-seek game. 100 crystal suits were moving among the skyscrapers, unleashing the most destructive and eye-catching techniques that looked like fireworks during a day. As a result, the glass wall was all falling apart under their attacks, and the broken pieces sprinkled like a shower. The pedestrians on the street were immediately disrupted. Exclaiming and covering their heads, they hurried to dash into the stores and buildings on the two sides of the street to hide. Hiding in the chaotic crowd, Li Yao and Long Yangjun found the erratic situation even more complicated. However, the panicked crowd, the falling glass pieces, and the continuous explosions in the sky gave them a bigger room for attacks too. Li Yao and Long Yangjun both vaguely guessed each other's concerns. Since the two of them were on par with each other, if they were to burst into a real fight, they would have to reveal all their trump cards. However, they both got too many secrets and would rather their techniques and magical equipment to stay hidden. It was especially so for Long Yangjun, who was not a human being but a member of the Nuo clan who was corrupted by the forces of the Pangu clan in the fetus state. She was a weird being that nobody could tell what it was exactly. Even though she could hurt Li Yao badly, she would have to reveal her real appearance, which would certainly be suicide in the Imperium that considered the Pangu clan as a major threat. Therefore, neither Li Yao nor Long Yangjun wanted to attract the devil huntresses, the demon hunters, or other immortal cultivators to them. They preferred to settle the problem in their own way. The rapidly falling glass pieces, as if given a life uncannily, flew horizontally and crashed into each other, turning into sprinkling white powder. The white powder was then condensed into flying swords the size of needles under the control of mysterious strengths, before they rushed to the two sides of the street fast and soundlessly. At this moment, the street had already been vacant. Everybody had escaped to the stores and malls on the sides of the street and simply allowed the broken glass to fall on the ground. Each on one side of the street, Li Yao and Long Yangjun moved forward unhurriedly and shot each other with the storm of glass in between. The flying glass swords brushed past them closely, before they turned into clusters of sand and collapsed to the ground. Although there was not any sound or smoke, the battle was 100 times fiercer and more dangerous than the battle between the devil huntresses and demon hunters up above. Suddenly, Li Yao came to a halt. Before him, it was a metro station which had multiple entrances and exits in the malls on the sides of the street. It was also a major station where two metro lines joined. There were a lot of branches below the ground. He spat on the ground, and blowing the last flying glass sword that Long Yangjun shot over into pieces, blinked into the people that were running like headless flies, making his way to the metro station without looking back. Although the malls were crowded, few people squeezed into the metro station, perhaps because they feared that they would never be able to go up again once they entered it. The passengers lingering in the metro station hardly came to the ground too. They were not sure what was happening on the ground, and they were all crouching in the corners waiting for the latest news. A team of armed police officers set up checkpoints in the metro station, but judging from their shaking hands and their panicked faces, it could easily be told that they were not any elites. The capital consisted of an assortment of forces. In name, all the police and troops were under the direct command of the emperor, but nobody knew who really controlled them. Liao did not intend to alarm those police officers and get involved in even greater trouble. Pa, 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 pa. Under the boost of his telepathic thoughts, the lamps on the ceiling of the metro station died out one after another, and the entire metro station immediately fell into darkness. Although the emergent illumination rune arrays were activated one after another in only a few seconds, Liao already jumped over the door of a checkpoint into the tunnel, taking advantage of the few seconds of darkness and flurry. He rushed along the rail at his high speed. The dim light of the metro station was gradually swallowed by the darkness. It was so shadowy around that one would not be able to see their own fingers. Liao came to a stop. Suddenly falling on one of his knees, he reduced his breath, his heartbeat, and even the flow of his blood to the minimum as he placed his hands on the rail and sensed the movement of the high-speed metro. His eyes were staring at the darkness in the front even though there seemed to be nothing at all. The darkness was like a mirror, but something crawled out of the mirror slowly. Liao put his hands into his pockets. When his hands came out, each finger had put on a cosmos ring. All kinds of marvelous weapons, crystal suits, and even the Colossus were set for a life-and-death battle. Come on! Liao narrowed his eyes. With overwhelming fighting will beaming out of his eyes, he shouted, "Show yourself, Long Yongjun!" Okay. Long Yongjun's faint laughter came over from the darkness. As you wish. Don't regret what you said. I'm about to show myself. No, please don't. Let's just talk nicely, Liao said in a hurry. We've known each other for years, and we used to be life and death comrades. In fact, I cherish our friendship very much. Why don't we sit down and talk everything through in peace? Don't show yourself. Don't show yourself at all. If you show your true self, thousands of immortal cultivators of the Imperium may attack you together to slice and study you. Right? It doesn't matter, Long Yongjun said casually. If a certain irresolvable crisis happens someday, and I am forced to deal with it with my true self, only to be caught by the Imperium and sliced for studies, I'll certainly confess dutifully everything that I know before I'm sliced. For example, I perhaps will tell the Imperium that the Black Wind Fleet's conquest at the edge of the cosmos is long over, and that the Black Wind Fleet has in fact been crushed and merged into an ambitious, rising superpower named Star Glory Federation. Although the Star Glory Federation is an insignificant weakling right now, it boasted tremendous legacies of the primeval age. It's almost another version of the alliance of the Holy Covenant from 1,000 years ago. Right, I also have the accurate jump coordinates of the Star Glory Federation, as well as the detailed files including military, economy, politics, etc. I'm scared of pain more than anything else, and I'll certainly tell them everything before they interrogate me. Oh, I almost forgot. There's also the brilliant deeds and the enticing stories of Vulture Liao, who is the legendary founding father of the Star Glory Federation, the dominator of 3 or maybe 7 sectors, and the unparalleled expert from the edge of the cosmos. I'll be sure to compile the stories into 3 volumes and tell them everything that I know. It can't be helped. It will be too lonely if I am incarcerated or sliced for studies alone. As you said, we've known each other for years. We should go to prison or be sliced for studies together. That's what good friends should do, right? Wow! Liao exclaimed. You can't be that shameless, can you? Why not? I've always been so shameless. Long Yongjun said matter-of-factly. Ever since my identity as lead eunuch Wang Shi, I have always been so shameless. This isn't the first day you know me, is it? It is the same the other way around. Liao sniffed. If my identity is exposed or my life is at risk, I'll certainly expose your secrets and make sure that we die together. So I'm truly confused. Why did you perform fatal attacks at me the moment we met? Not fearing that we might have killed each other. Fatal attacks? Long Yongjun sniffed and said, Tisk, TSK, TSK. What an ungrateful man. It was only a minor joke with you a moment ago. If I had really performed fatal attacks at you, do you think that you could be standing here in one piece right now? Enough of the nonsense. Licking his sharp teeth, Liao sneered. You are free to try my current strength. I know that you still have a gold bird that you have not revealed yet. It's really a name as lousy as Tartarian skeleton. However, the time and location today are not appropriate. Maybe next time, Long Yong-jun said lazily. Your operations over the past month were too blatant. The Association of Demon Hunters is not Dongfang Wang's only intelligence force. The Dongfang family's own intelligence department figured out that you had a major operation in Whitestone Municipality. As the president of the Association of Demon Hunters, can I turn Dongfang Wang down when he asked me to take action? I have to do something to trick him. Speaking of which, Li Yao asked suspiciously. It is quite incredible of you to have grown into a trusted subordinate of the Prime Minister of the Imperium in only a couple of years and the head of the most powerful secret intelligence organization, just like how you established Ghost character in the Ancient Sages sector. Your life here is thriving again. What do you want exactly? Monster Li, are you complimenting me or yourself? I thought that I was already good enough to climb the ladder upward whenever possible, but I did not know that you would be even better. How long have you been in the Imperium? 2 years? 1 year? Half a year? You have become Queen Li Linghai's trusted subordinate, the most popular super warrior of the reformists. Rumors even have it that you are an expert from the royal family, and your ancestors have protected the emperors for generations? Ha 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 ha. You have no idea how hard I've been trying to hold back my laughter these days. Trying not to burst into laughter, Long Yong-jun said, Don't be so nervous. I do not have any clandestine schemes. However, after I came to the Imperium by myself, I had to count on a powerful force in order to retrieve sufficient training resources and to maintain my colossus. Couldn't be helped. However strong one's bloodline is, it will soon run dry without the refill of incessant resources. Won't it? As it happened, I ran into Dongfang Wang by accident and helped him to settle the multiple factions within the Association of Demon Hunters, allowing him to gain full control over the secret organization, which was not under the influence of other big shots of the Dongfang family anymore. Is it strange at all that I became his trusted subordinate after that? Li Yao observed. Simple as that? I don't buy it. I've been fooled by you once in the Star Glory Federation. You appeared to be an elite warrior of the Nuwa clan, but were actually corrupted by the Pangu clan. I'll be an idiot if I believe you again. Long Yong-jun sighed and said, It appears that you are strongly biased against the Pangu civilization. Li Yao said coldly. Those who are not my own kind always think differently. You human beings can be very hilarious sometimes. Long Yong-jun chuckled. While you claim, those who are not my own kind always think differently, you are never united against alien species. Instead, you always stab the sharpest blades into the people of your own kind. You describe the extraterrestrial devils, the demons, or the Pangu clan as your sworn enemies, and you are all determined to remove the evils. But how many human beings were actually killed by the extraterrestrial devils, the demons, and the Pangu clan in the past 10,000 years? How many evils have human beings killed? And how many human beings were killed in the slaughters against each other? And how many most prosperous planets were destroyed by human beings themselves? The example is right before our eyes. The Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the Association of Demon Hunters are supposed to deal with alien species. But where have their claws and blades been landing? Oh, I almost forgot. Those who are not my own kind always think differently is not an idiom that describes the relationship between mankind and other alien species in the beginning. Instead, it refers to the different people within mankind. It means that even if you are all human beings, as long as your culture and custom are slightly different, you will not belong to the same kind, you will always think differently, and you must be removed as soon as possible. From that point of view, between you, a human being, and me, a half Pangu and half Nuwa, who is like a Leviathan, who should be wary of whom? My dear friend Monster Li, can you answer my question? After a long silence, Li Yao's spiritual energy and tone both softened. Hey, is there any chance of cooperation between the two of us? Maybe. In the darkness, Long Yong-jun gave neither approval nor disapproval. However, for two people who each have their own malicious plans to cooperate, at least 2 prerequisites are mandatory. First of all, you cannot be too much weaker than me. If you are too weak, you will only be my burden. Will there be any necessity for cooperation? Secondly, you cannot be too strong than me, or you may kill me at any moment. Such cooperation will be too worrisome and exhausting. I know that although you look shameless, cowardly, and very good at running, you certainly have your greatest trump card in your hands and an ultimate skill that you have never shown yet. When I figure out what your final trump card is, chances are that we can really cooperate again. After all, I feel very pleased with our cooperation last time. Long Yong-jun chuckled like wind chimes, and her laughter gradually disappeared in the depths of the darkness. Wait! Anxiously, Liao waved his hands in the darkness. Don't leave just yet, Long Yong-jun. Why? You haven't been beaten enough? Long Yong-jun's laughter was unpredictable. That's all right. We may continue next time. It's about something else. Liao did not know how he should express himself. You know that I've been against countless people on my journey from the Heaven's Origin sector to the Flying Star sector, to the Blood Demon sector, to the Ancient Sages sector, and then to the center of the cosmos, and I have killed many experts in person. While some of them were truly atrocious and deserved their deaths, some other people would not have to die if they had not been so obstinate. If they were still alive, and their minds were slightly changed, the world might have been changed into a better and not a worse place. We could have even become friends. Even if we did nothing except having a dinner or chit-chat over a cup of tea, it would still be much better than a life-and-death battle. What I'm trying to say is that I've killed enough enemies, and they are certainly not pleasant memories. Even if you are truly not a human being but a hybrid of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, as long as you are not determined to commit the unforgivable, monstrous things, I still prefer to be a friend to you, not just a cooperator, and certainly not an enemy. I meant everything I said. Long Yong-jun seemed to be caught unprepared by Liao's expression of emotions. After a daze, she said, "What do you mean by unforgivable, monstrous things exactly?" Liao said, "You know, the kind of stuff that the supervillains always do, like destroying mankind." Ha 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 ha. Long Yong-jun burst into great laughter, which echoed longer than usual in the dark tunnel. Aren't you a little bit too imaginative? Does mankind need to be destroyed by me? You have done an excellent job of destroying mankind. All I need to do is to hold my chin, squat nearby, and appreciate it slowly. Why do I need to do any extra things in person? Liao said carefully. All right, then, I'll just assume that you are not too malicious to mankind. In that case, why don't you tell me what you want exactly? Perhaps I can help you as a friend, without asking anything in return. Long Yong-jun was dazed again. Why? Liao said, do you need a reason to make friends? Brotherhood and camaraderie are what matters for all cultivators. If I have to say a reason, it is because I feel that you are not a bad person. When we explored the underground laboratory of the Pangu clan deep inside the Nuwa warship, you could have caused greater damage to the exploration squad with your advantage that you were familiar with the terrain, but you did not hurt any of them and simply slipped away on an escape capsule. It made me feel that however mean you talk, you still have feelings or maybe expectations for mankind, don't you? Long Yong-jun sneered and said, "Since when have you become such a romantic?" Liao said, "I meant everything that I said. If you are willing to trust me as a human being, I will trust you too, and I'll give you a hand whatever you are going to do." Long Yong-jun fell silent again. It was not until Liao thought that she had left again in secret that she finally said slowly, "I told you what I wanted to do before I left the Star Glory Federation. I was not lying back then. Born in a world of ancient cultivators, grew up as a human being, and even lived in a human society for 100 years, I had completely regarded myself as a real human being. Except for those uncanny dreams, I never had second thoughts. But one day, new bloodlines and new identities awakened in me. Not one, but two. I realized that I was no longer a member of the world that I was familiar with in the past, but a traveler from a more distant time and space. My compatriots were all gone hundreds of thousands of years ago, and I was the only one who was forgotten, until the present day. The dual bloodlines of Pangu and Nuwa entangled and fought inside my body, considering my cells and my soul as their battleground. I was faced with the tough choices between absolute order and absolute chaos, and I could barely decide who I was. Who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going? Every person, or perhaps every intelligent life, has been seeking the answers to those questions ever since they were born, don't they? From the edge of the cosmos to the center, from the ancient sages sector to the Star Glory Federation and to the Imperium of true human beings, everything I've been doing is for a single purpose, which is to find the ultimate answers to the three questions. I am now standing on an intersection of my fate. Lying before me are three roads leading to the future. I can choose to be a member of the Pangu clan, I can also choose to be a member of the Nuwa clan, or, if possible, I can continue to walk on as a human being. What should I choose? I haven't found an answer yet. I guess I'll just wait and see. Is this some sort of procrastination? Haha. Taking a deep breath, Liao tried to ask as calmly as possible. You can continue to evolve into a member of the Pangu clan, a god for the Covenant Alliance? Is there a problem? Long Yangjun giggled. I've discovered that both the Federation and the Imperium are strongly biased against the Pangu clan and the Covenant Alliance. As the ancient moral had it, if you are not a fish, you can never know whether or not a fish is happy when it is swimming in a pond. You always claim that you will liberate all the people of the Covenant Alliance and help them awaken themselves. How do you know that the people of the Covenant Alliance need your liberation, or that they want to be awakened? Isn't it obvious? Liao declared angrily. Those people of the Covenant Alliance are deprived of their feelings and free will. They are incomplete, miserable machines. Wrong. Long Yangjun said. Like I told you before I left the Federation, human beings never had feelings in the beginning. It was just because their brains were invaded by the extraterrestrial devils, like crystal processors that contracted viruses, that they grew feelings and self-will. It is certainly not bad to have feelings and self-will, but even if one does not have such things, it will be just another regular form. Nobody needs to be saved by anybody. Variability is a norm of life after all. If all lives are identical, they will not be far away from destruction. Human beings with feelings and self-will are like birds in the sky, and those without feelings and self-will are like fish in the water. Perhaps the birds consider water a cage that confines and suffocates the fish, but if they snatch the fish out of the water, it will only lead to a greater tragedy. Besides, the life of the birds like you is a mess too. Just go down along this tunnel for several thousand meters, you will see countless murky underground towns where millions of people live years without seeing any sunlight. What a miserable and painful life they have. You must have heard a thing or two about it too, haven't you? Why, you want to liberate the people of the Covenant Alliance and make them live like the underclass of the Imperium. Liao was rendered speechless for a moment. He found it impossible to lie to himself that the hominoids, living at the bottom class of the Imperium, who were exploited and even butchered blatantly, certainly had a more comfortable life than the demi-humans of the Covenant Alliance who did not have feelings and self-will. The more Long Yangjun talked, the more excited she became, as if the deepest anger and dissatisfaction in her heart had been triggered by Liao. The more I get to know human beings, the more scared I become of such a smart and brutal creature. I thought that everything around me was corrupted because I lived in the ancient, undeveloped ancient sages sector, but when I came to the Federation and the Imperium that were far more advanced, civilized, and modernized, I discovered that nothing changed at all. In fact, they even changed for the worse. Under the excuse to conquer the universe, you invented all kinds of powerful, terrifying weapons that were 100 times more destructive than the magical equipment of the ancient sages sector. But the next second after they were produced, you projected those weapons to your own kind without any hesitation. Your elites and leaders fooled the innocent and the ignorant into fighting each other under the awesome banners using inspiring speeches, but despite all their rhetoric, you could always find the stealthy, selfish desires in their motivations. Compared to the ancient sages sector, the modern society has copious materials, and those with wealth, power, and strength boast resources that are enough for their use for 10 lives. Even a business leader or a random senior worker lives a more entertaining life than the emperor of the ancient sages sector. However, in the corners deep below the ground, some people are still starved to death after crying all night. Why is that exactly? From the ancient times to the modern day, from the Federation to the Imperium, I have seen so many incomprehensible and unimaginable things. What reasons do you want me to convince myself to become a member of such mankind again? Assuming that I do not want to join the corruption but go to the Covenant Alliance, where I evolve into a real member of the Pangu clan, leading the people there who do not have selfish desires because they do not have feelings and who cannot be evil because they do not have self-will, in search for a new lifestyle and a new form of civilization. Is that really an unforgivable and monstrous thing? Liao was deeply astounded by Long Yangjuan's words. He felt that what she said was even more aggressive than the invisible wind blades that she launched a moment ago. He did not have any answer to the questions either. So he could only clench his fists and said, "If you also want to change the world, you don't have to go to the Covenant Alliance. You can do it right here in the Imperium. Stand by my side and fight with me to help the reformists. As two travelers from the edge of the cosmos, we can look after each other. Whatever training resources, magical equipment, or weapons you need, the reformists will have more for you if the Dongfang family can't provide them for you." Long Yangjun burst into laughter. Hey, have you sunk too deep in your role? Or are you really brainwashed by Queen Li Linghai and transformed from a cultivator into an immortal cultivator? You are persuading me to surrender on her behalf. Of course, I remember that I'm a cultivator, and I know what I am doing clearly, Liao said solemnly. However, a world-changing revolution that involves hundreds of sectors at the center of the cosmos cannot be achieved overnight. We can only choose the lesser of two evils. At the very least, the reformists are more advanced than the four Kurfürst families. So I'll side with the reformists for now. When the four Kurfürst families are all crushed one way or another, I'll try to transform the reformists and carry out my will one step after another. Are you sure that it's the lesser of two evils? Long Yangjun said thoughtfully. Just because the four Kurfürst families are obstinate, unpardonable, and insane, does not mean that the reformists or your queen are any better. If you drive four wolves away only to replace them with a tiger, is it really better? Liao thought of something. What do you know exactly? Is there anything wrong with Li Linghai? Considering that you sincerely regard me as a friend, I will offer you a kind reminder. Your queen is very complicated and even highly dangerous. Long Yangjun said. When I just came to the Imperium of true human beings, I lurked in the royal palace for a while and encountered her once. We almost burst into a fight. Li Linghai mentioned the incident to Liao too, but she skipped the part that the two of them nearly fought. Liao couldn't help but bulge his eyes. Long Yangjun continued. I told you before I left the Federation that I was very interested in the Royal Library of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Many ancient classics stored in the library recorded the history of the 10,000 years between the Star Ocean Imperium's collapse to the establishment of the Imperium of True Human Beings. They might be of great help to light the road ahead of me. Therefore, the most important thing after I came to the Imperium of True Human Beings was to find a way to sneak into the royal palace. I intended to explore the mysteries of the royal library. It was at the bottom floor of the royal library that I happened upon Li Linghai. The royal library of the Imperium is divided into two areas. The upper floor is a public area that is open to the royal family and even the core descendants of the four Kurfürst families. Although the files and classics stored inside are also precious, they do not have many secrets. Many of them are merely rare editions, but you can find books of the same content outside. The bottom floor, however, is a forbidden area where the real secrets are hidden. A lot of anecdotes of the royal family, treasure maps, marvelous arts, and even mysteries of the primeval age are stored inside. Those things are supposed to be read by the emperor himself as well as the few most beloved princes only. Ever since the age of Blackstar, the great multiple barriers have been installed. It is impossible for an outsider to open the area. If it is opened by brute force, the books, jade chips, and all kinds of classics inside will all be destroyed. It is a pity that the royal family had earthquakes 500 years ago, and quite a few emperors died abruptly even before they sired a child. So, new emperors had to be selected from the branches, and the ways to unlock the barriers were lost in the river of time. Right now, it is safe to say that nobody in the entire universe can open the bottom floor of the Royal Library. I was not fully aware of the issue in the beginning. Although I learned a thing or two about it, I did not think too highly of the barriers but believed that I would certainly have a way to crack them. But after I snuck in, I realized that the barriers were much more sophisticated than my estimation. I tried every method possible, but none of them worked. I was about to return futilely when I ran into Li Linghai. Thinking quickly, Li Yao asked in shock, "Why did she come to the bottom floor of the Royal Library?" "That is exactly the most important question," Long Yongjun said. As the Queen of the Imperium, there was no reason why Li Linghai was unaware of the rules and secrets of the Royal Library. The ways to unlock the barriers of the bottom floor had been lost for almost 500 years. Neither the Emperor nor the four Kurfürst families knew the solutions. Could barely be cracked by brute force. Although she was the queen, she was in fact just a spy that the four Kurfürst families sent to monitor the Emperor and an outsider too. She couldn't have learned the solutions at all. It was unreasonable for her to go to the library because she could do nothing. But I obviously sensed that she was exactly there to open the bottom floor of the Royal Library, where the real valuable knowledge was hidden. Hooked. Li Yao couldn't help but ask, "What then?" "Then nothing," Long Yongjun said. I was greatly surprised to discover that she seemed to be very familiar with the traps, tunnels, and barriers of the bottom floor of the Royal Library, and that every step she took worked effectively. So, I lurked in the darkness and reduced my breath and biophysical activities to the minimum, preparing to peep at what she was going to do next. But out of my expectation, I was discovered by her at the last moment. Li Yao was greatly appalled. He had personally learned a lesson on Long Yongjun's expertise in concealing herself a moment ago. Even though he knew that Long Yongjun was there, and he was more vigilant than ever, he could barely distinguish her from the crowd. But Li Linghai was still able to discover her when she was lurking in the darkness and covered her breath and biophysical activities? How dreadful Li Linghai was! At the moment, I perceived extremely intense determination of killing. Thinking carefully, Long Yongjun said, "Let me put it this way. Li Linghai's killing intent at that time was 10 times sharper than sword maniac Yen Liren's sword aura. Almost like a conditional reflex, I fled in panic at my highest speed, not even willing to have a single clash with her." The same event came in 2 different versions under the narration of Li Linghai and Long Yongjun. For some reason, Li Yao still preferred to trust Long Yongjun more. So, Li Linghai knows how to open the bottom floor of the Royal Library? Why? Li Yao's first reaction was that it had to do with the heritages of the Supreme Emperor that Li Linghai received. But on second thought, it was unreasonable. The Supreme Emperor perished in, or escaped to, the Imperial Transcendence Sector 10,000 years ago, but the Royal Library of the Imperium of True Human Beings was apparently built only 1,000 years ago. Even if Li Linghai had all the legacies of the Supreme Emperor, they couldn't have been related to the secrets of the Royal Library at all. I need to ask you the question. After all, you are her trusted subordinate. Long Yongjun mocked Li Yao. Although it's been 2 years, I still remember Li Linghai's dominating vibe clearly today. It was almost like I found her biggest secret, and she had to kill me to keep my mouth shut. I fled in time after the encounter. It was likely that she did not recognize me, but in the few months that followed, a dozen guards that were responsible for the safety of the Royal Library and maids who worked in the area nearby died abruptly and uncannily. Presuming that she must be secretly investigating the mysterious person who caught her weird behavior that night, I was too scared to stay in the royal palace anymore and escaped as soon as possible. Your queen was such a scary person. How am I bold enough to join her? Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, "Truth be told, I actually feel that something is greatly wrong with Li Linghai too. I am staying by her side because I am observing her schemes from close up so that I can stop her in time. If you have more intelligence, why don't you bring it out so that we can discuss it together? Chances are that we can outline the truth of everything if we combine our intelligence. Right? Don't overestimate your smartness. Li Linghai is such a dangerous person that even I am reluctant to be her enemy easily, and you want to stay by her side and manipulate her when you are such a fool." Long Yongjun chuckled. "As for the exchange of intelligence, maybe next time. Somebody's here." Li Yao was greatly alarmed. Boosting his telepathic thoughts to the maximum, He did sense that dozens of rather impressive heirs were approaching. Behind Long Yongjun, a high-speed metro was rushing close to. Shwa! The two of them jumped to the two sides of the tunnel in time. The metro brushed past the two of them in between. Liao sensed that Long Yongjun grabbed the shell of the crystal train, and her scent drifted further and further. But he simply embedded his body deeper into the maintenance slot next to the tunnel, planning to flee from the branches after the metro passed. Li Linghai is capable of opening the central, secret area of the Royal Library. It should be true. Had it not been her own experience, she wouldn't have made up such details. Also, what can she possibly get by lying to me on such details? Liao pondered carefully in the dark. But why? What secrets have Li Linghai been hiding? Under the slogan of honor the majesty and settle the rebellions, what exactly are her ambitions? Suddenly, an invisible but unstoppable wind blade darted in from the gap of the metro without a sound. Liao was so shocked that he had goosebumps all over his body. Had he not been keeping the last bit of his wariness out of habit, his carotid artery would have been cut by the wind blade. What the heck? Liao roared. Long Yongjun, you are still here? I left a moment ago. Long Yongjun's delightful laughter came from the darkness. But it seemed too great an opportunity when you were considering by yourself and appeared defenseless, so I couldn't hold myself back from shooting at you again. It did not occur to me that you had some vigilance after all. What is wrong with you? Liao burst into fury. Just now, you claimed that the vileness and sordidness of human beings baffled and even intimidated you and that you would rather not be a member of such mankind. Like you were a pure, innocent lotus flower. But the way I see it, you are taking a lot of pleasure in the shameless deceptions and ambushes. That's right. I was a human being for more than 100 years before my primeval bloodlines were awakened after all. It is all because of the bad influence of you people. Long Yongjun grimaced. It can't be helped. I am exactly such a contradictory and erratic person. Since we are friends, you should be more tolerant, shouldn't you? That does make sense. All right, I'll forgive you one more time. This is the last time. While talking, Liao drew a saber as thin as paper from the cosmos ring without a sound and slashed it at where Long Yongjun's laughter came from. Forgive my ass. The saber naturally missed the target. Long Yongjun's laughter was further and further away. Look, what a traitorous human being. You said that we were good friends a moment ago, yet you are changing your face so quickly and attacking me so brutally. I'm really leaving this time. One last reminder, it is the Fire Blade Squad, the rapid response troop of the Dongfang family, that is surrounding you right now. The big guy in the heavy fiery crystal suit can transform 4 times, and his ultimate form highlights agility over weight. He can be quite tricky. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Long Yongjun was really gone this time. Hot waves were vaguely flowing over from the branches and maintenance channels nearby. Spitting on the ground, Liao retreated his saber into the cosmos ring and warmed his fingers while cursing. He did not want to use a saber right now. He only wanted to vent his fury through his fists. The fierce battle in Whitestone Municipality represented the beginning of the full counterattack of the Dongfang family. Despite the unpleasant episodes in the process, for example, the Fire Blade Squad, a rapid response troop of the family, was blown up by someone one punch after another in the metro tunnel of Whitestone Municipality. The aggressive counterattacks of the Dongfang family on most of the battlegrounds defended the glory of the first family of the Imperium. Many secret bureaus of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils were discovered and sabotaged. A lot of reformists who had been hiding surfaced and got caught by the Association of Demon Hunters. The propaganda machines of the Dongfang family also functioned at the highest efficiency, beautifying themselves while vilifying the reformists to be traitors who were trying to shake the foundation of the Imperium. Dongfang Wang, the Prime Minister of the Imperium, frequently showed up on public occasions in the most approachable way, demonstrating his calmness in times of trouble. Many wavering forces that were sitting on the fence were more or less reassured and decided that they should wait for a while longer before they joined the reformists and the Li family. When a storm was about to come, the wind would be blowing first. Even the most inert, immortal cultivators could smell the smoke flowing beyond the atmosphere of the capital. The final battle of the two parties would begin in no time. Nothing that happened seemed to have any influence on Li Linghai, who was commanding the missions in the Emperor's mausoleum. She still worked according to the plan and simply allowed the Dongfang family and the Association of Demon Hunters to destroy the secret bureaus of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and capture the core members of the Reformists. But through various channels in secret, the experts of the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the Deep Sea Fleet, as well as a batch of extremely powerful magical equipment, were delivered to the underground world of the capital. At this moment, a remote video meeting was going on. It was hosted by Li Linghai in person, and the participants were the important personnel of the Reformists who were hiding in the dark corners of the entire planet. Naturally, Li Yao was among them. He was now neither in the Emperor's mausoleum nor in Whitestone Municipality but had found a dark alley in the 47th district below the ground. While modifying and strengthening the special gears purchased from the black market in a secret workshop, he simulated the final assault that was to be implemented soon on a similar terrain. In the past 10 days, the Dongfang family's counterattack was very fierce, and we have suffered great losses. On the 3D light beam, Li Linghai said casually. But everything was within our expectation, if not guided by us intentionally. The dozens of arrests and all the shocking cases were all meant to cover our real targets, which are Dongfang Renxin and his secret institute. Right now, the Dongfang family has been tricked. At least 2 decoys that we sent have distracted their attention entirely. Firstly, the operation in Whitestone Municipality. Although the operation failed, it misled the Dongfang family into thinking that our target was the mayor of Whitestone Municipality. Everybody knows that the mayor is the most trusted subordinate of Dongfang Tai, the 50 elders of the Dongfang family, and the CEO of the Red Viper Heavy Industry Group, which monopolizes over 30% of the productions of crystal suits and starships in the Dongfang family. It is not hard to imagine how important Dongfang Tai is. He cannot afford an accident. The operation in Whitestone Municipality, as well as the few subsequent arrests, were all aimed at the key personnel of the Red Viper Heavy Industry Group. Plus the files that we intentionally left in the secret bureaus for the Dongfang family to pick up. They should be enough to let the Dongfang family make a wrong judgment and think that our ultimate goal is Dongfang Tai. With Dongfang Tai's prestige and position, he would certainly not escape to his hometown like a loser. Instead, he has summoned tremendous strong soldiers and troops to protect his safety. As a result, the defenses of other places will inevitably be weaker. Secondly, all the people we arrested earlier are locked in the secret bureau we set up in Black Mountain City. The news has been learned by the Dongfang family through various sources. In the meantime, we have released messages half true and half false, claiming that we will arrest Dongfang Tai on June 10th. The fish have bitten the bait. According to accurate intelligence, the Dongfang family is secretly planning a thunderous rescue operation. It is estimated that they will attack the secret bureau in Black Mountain City on June 10th and rescue all the prisoners. Both the protection of Dongfang Tai and the assault toward the bureau in Black Mountain City will require tremendous troops of the Dongfang family in the capital, weakening if not vacuuming the defenses of other areas. We have not done anything to Dongfang Renxin so far, and the enemy couldn't have guessed that we have grasped all the evidence of Dongfang Renxin's crimes. On Dongfang Renxin's side, around June 10th, he will be meeting a special guest in his secret institute. An elder of the Dongfang family, who is very close to Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin, is going to perform the spiritual root polishing surgery on his most beloved grandson. There is nothing on the detailed procedures of the surgery yet, but it is very certain that such a surgery will sacrifice a dozen if not more training geniuses who have high aptitudes. Only the deaths of dozens of geniuses can be traded for the rebirth of a mediocre man. This secret technique has a high demand for the freshness of the raw materials, which are difficult to come by. Therefore, as long as the appointment has been scheduled, it is not to be changed even if the capital is turned upside down. On June 10th, Dongfang Renxin will certainly show up in his secret laboratory with all the evidence of his crimes. Our assault, on the other hand, will begin at 2 p.m. On June 10th, Yu Wushuang's elite tactical squad of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils will be the first team, which is responsible for breaking into the secret institute blocking the evidence and capturing the criminals. The experts of the Deep Sea Fleet and the astounding Thunder Fleet, who are now temporarily enlisted in the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, will make up the second team, commanded by Tu Zhengdao. Your mission is to stop the warriors of the Dongfang family at the periphery of the Secret Institute, ensure the smoothness of the arrest operation, and cover the devil huntresses to evacuate with the targets and the pieces of evidence. The third team, made of Li Yao, Huang Feng, and Master Jin Tianzong, has only one mission, which is to destroy all the crystal bombs deployed inside and outside of the Secret Institute as fast as possible when the operation begins, terminating the self-destructing devices. However fierce the battles on the ground recently are, as long as we take down Dongfang Renxin, the collapse of Dongfang Wang's cabinet will be unavoidable. It will even be barely possible for Dongfang Wang to resign in peace. His reputation will be gone, and he will be tried in a court of law. The sky of the Imperium of true human beings will be changed. Therefore, the code name for the secret arrest operation is Sky Changing. Li Linghai introduced the details of the sky-changing operation confidently and quickly. In less than an hour, the operation that would decide the fate of the Imperium was already deployed. After the meeting was over, everybody's image disappeared into the darkness, but she retained the point-to-point remote communication with Li Yao. I'm told that you had a skirmish with Dongfang Mingyue in the secret operation in Whitestone Municipality? Li Linghai asked straightforwardly. Touching his neck, Li Yao replied, not entirely recovered from his fear. Yes, that woman was truly brutal. Had your grace not warned me in advance, chances were that my head would have been cut off by her. Huh! However smart Li Linghai was, she couldn't have foreseen that Li Yao and Dongfang Mingyue were old acquaintances who had known each other for years. Pondering for a moment, she asked, neither of you seemed to make use of a colossus, did you? Didn't your grace say that we'd better lay low in the capital, and we should not use the colossus unless it was absolutely necessary? Blinking his eyes, Li Yao replied innocently, the situation was truly dangerous at that time. In the life-blighting battle, Dongfang Mingyue and I were both scared of each other's fatal weapons, and we both disrupted each other's movement to summon magical equipment from the cosmos rings. I assume that Dongfang Mingyue must have been more or less wary of me too. After all, my gold vulture certainly deserves its reputation. If she intended to kill me who was armed with the gold vulture, she would certainly have to pay a gory price. Therefore, neither of us used a colossus in the end, and I managed to force the monster to retreat before I escaped. Li Linghai nodded her head, not too suspicious of Li Yao's explanation. Although he might be bragging about himself, she knew Li Yao's bizarre, inexhaustible life-saving methods very well and had even tried some of them in person. All right, I'm reassured now that you are fine. Li Linghai's tone suddenly softened. Take a good rest these days and make thorough preparations. In the sky-changing operation, you will play an indispensable role. If the sky-changing operation succeeds, we will see the light of dawn on the cause to renew the Imperium, and I will not forget your contributions. Your Grace? Li Yao suddenly thought of something and asked, there's something that has confused me for a long time. Since the slogan of the reformists is honor the majesty and settle the rebellions, His Majesty Emperor Xinwu should be playing a vital role in our cause. But why have you never come up with any plan to rescue His Majesty, who is now still controlled by the Dongfang family? What if the Emperor utters voices that are not in favor of the reformists, or even yourself when His Majesty is under the custody of the Dongfang family for too long? With a casual smile, Li Linghai said, you have to be powerful enough yourself for the Emperor to endorse you. With the desperate situation that Dongfang Wang is mired in right now, even if he had asked the Emperor to speak for him, nobody will admit that it is the real Emperor. Of course, I have a rescue plan. I am now secretly investigating where Dongfang Wang is hiding His Majesty. When the sky-changing operation succeeds and Dongfang Wang's cabinet falls, we will certainly get the Emperor out. By then, we will still require your help. Looking at Li Linghai in the eyes, Li Yao asked, where will His Majesty be placed after the rescue? With a smile of disdain, Li Linghai said slowly, our Emperor Xinwu, if put nicely, is an innocent idealist, or if put frankly, a stubborn, unexceptional man who dwells in his own illusions and really thinks that he is to be credited for the glorious triumph of the Imperium's counterattack. He is even under the impression that he can restore the glory of Blackstar the Great and make all the soldiers and nobles kneel before him. All in all, that is a man who is more of a saboteur than a contributor. It doesn't really matter even if he falls into Dongfeng Wang's hands now. Rolling his eyes, Liao asked, "Well, he is your Grace's husband after all. And you guys have a dozen children together." A hint of disgust and hate flashed on Li Linghai's face. She said coldly, "You should know that becoming the wife of that pig is the one thing that I hate most in my life. If things could go my way, I would rather watch him die in person. However, considering that the Imperium of true human beings needs a nominal emperor in any case, as long as he does not commit any follies and get himself killed, I will still respect him as His Majesty after he is rescued. That is also my promise. Speaking of which, Liao, I'm beginning to think that you are not really asking about Emperor Shenwu but about me, right? You want to know where I will place myself after the mission to renew the Imperium is really accomplished, and whether or not I will become a dictator to some degree, some kind of she-emperor, right?" Liao smiled, somewhat in embarrassment, as a way of acknowledgement. Li Linghai sniffed, not considering it as an offense. "As I told you earlier, everything I've been doing is for the salvation of the Imperium but not for myself to gain the power, although I will certainly do a better job than the 4 Kurfürst families if I do control the supreme power someday. The reformists have come up with quite a few solutions to the politics of the Imperium after the 4 Kurfürst families partly collapsed. One of the plans is to add at least another 250 members, who are all reformists, to the Council of Elders, which has 500 elders right now, in order to check and balance the old interest groups. However, the plan is too tricky to be put into practice because it is likely to raise the vehement resistance of the old elders, which will intensify the conflicts. Therefore, a substitutional plan came forth, which proposes to divide the Council of Elders into 2 houses. The current Council of Elders will be the upper house, and the prestige and privileges of the elders will stay the same. But a new agency named Lower House, which has 3,000 seats, will be established. The elders in the lower house will be elected by the broader interest groups and represent the interests of the majority to grasp the real power. The 2 plans, as well as some other plans about dividing and curbing the power and about how to establish an impartial, honorable, and effective grand government, have been discussed by the reformists for a long time. Everybody has been offering their thoughts and acknowledged the ideas. In any case, it will be much better than the oligarchy and tyranny of the 4 Kurfürst families. Do you think that it is possible for a brutal, powerful dictator to rise on such a philosophical foundation?" Liao rolled his eyes again and again but did not say anything. "I understand your concerns when you regard yourself as a cultivator, but your concerns are all ungrounded." Li Linghai's tone was even softer, as if she were explaining to herself, as she continued, "What are the most important factors in creating a ruthless dictator? Army and prestige. Taking the 2 factors into account, it means that countless experts must pledge their loyalty to myself and nobody else. But is it the situation right now? In terms of army, the Deep Sea Fleet is completely commanded by General Dongfang Sheng. I never ask about any of the details or interfere with the election and promotion of officers. It is needless to even mention General Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet. It is so independent that it can only be called my ally and not my subordinate. In terms of prestige, I have never encouraged any personality cult in the reformists. Dongfang Sheng, Yu Wushuang, and Jin Yuyan did not join the reformists because they worshipped or were loyal to me. They all had their own reasons and agreed with the ideas of the reformists. That was how we walked together. This is even more so the case when it comes to you and General Lei Qinghu. Let's be honest here. Am I prestigious before the 2 of you at all? All in all, I am a guide of the reformists, but I am certainly not a unique leader of the reformists. If I had intended to be a dictator or a she-emperor like you said earlier, I wouldn't have built the reformists into what they are today, and I would have tried to grasp the army in my hands, right? After all, no matter how strong my personal combat ability is, it is absolutely useless when faced with overwhelming starships and troops. I did not do it at the beginning, and I have even fewer reasons to do it when the reformists have expanded and boasted their own determination today. But it does not matter. It is not important whether or not I am the leader of the reformists or the Imperium. As long as a stronger and everlasting new Imperium can be created, it will be enough. After a long days, Li Yao failed to find many loopholes in Li Linghai's soul-stirring speech. He could only say, "It does seem to be the case." "Then, what are you worried about?" With a smile, Li Linghai said, "Just drop the random thoughts and make preparations. Trust me, you are maintaining the balance and stability at the center of the cosmos by doing what you are asked to do. The lives of more people will be saved because of you." Li Linghai cut off the picture of communication, leaving Li Yao in the dark mist by himself. He was even more worried than before. The mental devil observed from his brain. "Has it occurred to you that the Queen is particularly gentle today and tries very hard to defend herself, as if she is scared that we might misunderstand her, which is totally different from when we just met her?" "Of course I have," Li Yao said. "Something is definitely wrong. A person who used to be as cold as ice suddenly turning so gentle is certainly not a good thing." However, even after Li Yao and the mental devil thought for a long time, they still could not figure out what the problem was. Li Linghai was not wrong about one thing. Whatever schemes, ambitious plans, or insane ideas she had, they had to be put into practice by an army in the end. But Li Linghai had indeed given the commandership of her army away. Even the deep-sea fleet that she founded in person had been entrusted to Dongfang Shang, who was just an outsider. She couldn't have been more frank and selfless. Li Yao had met Dongfang Shang several times. He was certain that the fleet commander, who was in the divinity transformation stage too, did not have any absolute loyalty or admiration to Li Linghai herself. It was needless to mention Lei Qinghu. Should Li Linghai act abnormally, it would be Lei Qinghu who would stand out first and destroy her. The politics of the new Imperium in the design of the reformists were also much more advanced than the dark governance of the four Kurfürst families. Most of the reformists joined the cause to renew the Imperium because of the ideas. What they pledged loyalty to was the Imperium and not Li Linghai herself. Therefore, assuming that Li Linghai truly had great ambitions, and a huge scheme was being operated in secret, on what grounds could she realize them and make the millions of soldiers in the entire universe obey her? It was absolutely impossible. With her capabilities at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, or even the divinity branching stage, she was all by herself after all, and it was impossible for her to swallow the entire Imperium. Li Yao's brain almost exploded as he thought hard, but he couldn't find the key to the questions. But what Long Yongjun said a few days ago seemed very reasonable too. Li Yao was truly baffled. So he simply called in Li Jialing. "Come on, little brother. Let Brother Yao take a look at your body. What's your progress on the training with the Imperial Fire Pearl now?" Li Jialing right now was still covered in gold hair, but vague flames seemed to be burning on his head, making him look both fierce and glamorous, truly like an awe-inspiring golden lion. However, before Li Yao, who was half a master and half a mentor, the golden lion was as docile as a cat. He took out the smaller fragment of the Imperial Fire Pearl and held it in his hand. "Really, so fast?" Li Yao was rather shocked. The part of the Imperial Fire Pearl in Li Jialing's hands was lackluster, and the surface that used to be as smooth as a mirror had holes that looked like needles. The treasure looked nothing more than a common rock anymore. The strength that vaguely flowed inside had dried. No, it had been entirely absorbed by Li Jialing. After 100 years of adventures, Li Yao's body had been tempered and reforged again and again, and it was already too sturdy to be described by any word. He thought that his training speed was already high enough, but Li Jialing turned out to be even faster than him. He had absorbed the strength of the Supreme Emperor, hidden inside the fragment of the Imperial Fire Pearl in only 1 month. Although Li Jialing's fragment was smaller than Li Yao's, such training efficiency was still too depressing for other people. "Come on, let me see how good you are right now." Li Yao extended his hands to Li Jialing. The two of them held their hands tightly. Boom! 2 bright golden flames rose on their bodies at the same time, enshrouding themselves in spluttering electric arcs. Thick veins were protruding from their chests and arms too, transmitting the terrifying strength in the deepest part of cells to their hands. Very soon, their hands all turned transparent, and the muscle fibers, the veins, the nerves, and the bones inside were all clearly visible. After another 10 seconds, their hands all became ivory, like iron that had been heated to the point of melting. It was not until this moment that Li Jialing finally showed the look of pain and grunted, trying to loosen his hand. Liao, however, did not let go of him. The strength originated from the veins on his arms flooded into Li Jialing's arms and body, examining the guy's internal organs, veins, and abdomen without missing out any part. But however he groped, he failed to find any uncanny force that had invaded Li Jialing's body. Liao had the experience of being invaded by the alien strength of the bloodstripe virus. Or rather, the invader lingered on to this day and combined with his negative emotions to turn into the metal devil. Therefore, his and the mental devil's senses were very keen about the foreign invasion. No uncanny force could have escaped their detection, including the strength from the Supreme Emperor. Unable to figure out anything wrong after much groping, Liao could only slowly withdraw his own strength. Loosening his grip on Li Jialing, he asked suspiciously, "Didn't you feel anything wrong at all when you absorbed the strength of the Imperial Fire Pearl so fast?" "Nothing at all." Waving his hands, Li Jialing breathed fast and became normal very soon. He shook his head and said, "I couldn't have felt better. Perhaps it is because I suffered too much in Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and I was already used to the invasion of the bizarre forces. Although the strength inside the Imperial Fire Pearl was overwhelming, it was very comfortable and felt completely different from the past. When the forces in the past were injected into my body crazily, I often had the feeling that I could not take it anymore, and my body might explode at any moment. But when I absorbed the strength of the Imperial Fire Pearl, I could only feel the unparalleled confidence, as if I could control all the stars in the universe if my body absorbed them too." "Is that so?" Thinking quickly, Liao knew that it was probably because of the Supreme Emperor's spiritual stamp that was lingering inside the Imperial Fire Pearl. The Supreme Emperor was certainly a tough person who could master all the stars in the universe. Liao had been under the influence of the dominating vibe during his training too. But he was an adult that had been through far too many battles after all, and his soul couldn't have been more solid. It was not easy to reshape his mind. Li Jialing, on the other hand, had always been an innocent young man. It should come as no surprise that he was slightly changed under the edification of the Supreme Emperor's spirits. It was a perfectly normal influence and nothing like the evil methods such as corruption or possession. It was like a child who read the Supreme Emperor's biography was deeply awed by the Supreme Emperor's accomplishments in saving mankind and uniting the universe and made up his mind to grow into a great hero just like the Supreme Emperor. As long as it was within a reasonable degree, it was not bad at all. Then, did you have any uncanny dreams in which you became somebody else? Thinking for a moment, Liao asked again. Or have you heard any stealthy voices, seen vague illusions, or even lost your memories, not knowing what you did exactly in the past few minutes and even hours? Bulging his eyes, Li Jialing shook his head hard. No, not at all. I feel better now than ever before. Such weird symptoms have never happened to me before. Besides, hasn't Brother Yao been with me all the time? If I have shown any anomaly, you should have noticed it. That does make sense. It seems that the Imperial Fire Pearl is perfectly fine. Liao couldn't figure out the reason at all. Waving his hands randomly, he said, "Forget it. Just keep your training. Remember to familiarize yourself with the thunderous tornado saber that I taught you and understand every detail of it. It is a fatal skill that I created when I was young, and it can be very powerful." "I'm already familiar with it," Li Jialing replied in excitement. "Besides, Brother Yao, I have discovered 19 flaws that you hid in the thunderous tornado saber. They are all mistakes that will affect the exertion of strength, the speed, and the circulation of spiritual energy. That's not how a saber art should be performed at all. You must have done it on purpose. It was a test to see if I could discover those mistakes, right? Ha! Not only have I discovered them, but I have also revised and optimized them. The power of the thunderous tornado saber has been improved by at least 10%. That should be enough for me to pass your test, right? Li Yao. Well, good boy. You've done an excellent job to find the flaws that I intentionally hid in my saber art. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yao feels very happy that you are so distinguished. All right, keep up your training. I need to speak to General Lei Qinghu now. General Lei? Li Jialing blinked his eyes. What for? Is there anything wrong? Everything is fine, but we can always bond with each other, can't we? Touching his chin, Li Yao mumbled. I vaguely have a feeling that I need to broaden my communication and friendship with General Lei Qinghu. Chances are that he might be of great help when the critical moments come. On June 10th, in the 27th district below the ground of the capital, the sky-changing operation began. The 27th district was located deep inside the central mountains of the main continent between the altitude of -3,000 to -5,000 meters. It was an underground city that repudiated sunshine but was filled with all kinds of lights. Iron, rocks, mines, and machines constituted the main body of the city. The foundries and the furnaces fulminated day and night, never stopping for 1 second. The colorful minerals deep inside the mining holes emitted the fluorescence that carried vague radiations, wreathing the city in the mists of light that were almost rotten. Looking above, it was a canyon that led to the sky, but since the place was too distant from the ground, the top of the canyon was always covered in smoke that completely blocked the blue sky and the white clouds. There were also all kinds of interconnected tubes and stairs that penetrated through the crags. After rotting for hundreds of years, the joints of the tubes were not as seamless as before but dripping various types of suspicious liquids, as if the place was enshrouded in a drizzle that would never come to an end. It was the lifelong home to countless humans or animals who were known as the hominoids. For the people living in the 27th district, only a few of them could find a normal job in the underground mining bases, the purification plants, or the geothermal energy supply stations. Most of them counted on the leftovers from the upper areas for their livelihood. Those leftovers came from the cities of the immortal cultivators from the ground in the beginning. After they were enjoyed by the immortal cultivators, part of the residues fell to the area within 1,000 meters from the ground, before they were exploited and consumed layer by layer. By the time they leaked to the 27th district, there was often hardly anything left. However, the 27th district was not the most miserable place of all, because in the deeper part in the dark abysses thousands of meters below them, countless hands and mouths were waiting to catch the wastes that they threw down. If it were the ancient times when the resources were few and the technologies were undeveloped, most of the people in the underground world would have been killed in the cruel famines. But today, thanks to the highly developed food production techniques, tremendous food, which was tasteless if edible at all but which boasted a high calorie, had been synthesized and managed to keep the underclass alive. Still, there was no place for their desolate souls. Those hominoids and ants would wander below the ground for all eternity like haunting ghosts. Whether or not they had a normal job and regardless of their gender and age, their destiny was the same, exchanging their labor in various ways for the synthetical food and the cheapest entertainment and narcotics, and enjoying the momentary pleasure in the self-comforting illusions where their souls temporarily got rid of the hopeless reality and ascended to the heavy piled-up sand. In days and years of degenerations, their health, their only reliance, was often consumed extremely fast. The illusionary ecstasies were often associated with the indulgence of physical desire too. After being injected with all sorts of narcotics, dozens of naked bodies entangled with each other and relished the most primitive pleasure. That was perhaps the happiest moment for the hominoids below the ground. The authorities of the Imperium gave connivance to the hominoids' action. On one hand, it was because the authorities believed it was normal that a subhuman life such as a hominoid could not control their animalistic instincts. On the other hand, if the hominoids were all devoted to physical entertainment, they would have no time to consider the unorthodox things, which would certainly be beneficial for the order and stability of the Imperium. As a result, all kinds of bizarre diseases naturally prevailed in the underground world. In order to compete with the spiritual puppets in the blood factories, they had to exploit their bodies in the most extreme ways. Long-time fatigue led to many painful illnesses. bathed in the fluorescence created by the seemingly glamorous minerals in the mining holes that were full of radiations. Their bodies gradually mutated, evolving into something with many abnormalities. Then, there were the neural pathologies caused by the cheap entertainment products and the narcotics and the epidemic of STDs because of the outburst of desires. All kinds of sufferings haunted the underground hominoids like ghosts, corrupting their bodies as well as their souls. In such a situation, a hospital that could at least give them the maximal anesthetics and comfort even if it could not treat any disease was as bright as a heaven in the dark underground world. There was exactly such a massive hospital at the center of the 27th district. The hospital did not have a name, but the ivory brilliance it emanated every day seemed enough to illuminate the heart of everybody in the 27th district. The medical facilities and expertise of the hospital were naturally incomparable to the cities of the immortal cultivators on the ground, but thankfully, the hominoids' requirements were not high either. As long as the nerves inside their bodies could be tricked and the damaged joints and muscles could be blocked so that they would be able to have the strength to make a living tomorrow, or their abnormal parts could be excised, they would be more than satisfied. The doctors and nurses in the anonymous hospital had done those jobs very well. Therefore, not just the 27th district, even the people in the neighboring districts had been visiting the hospital, and most of them returned in satisfaction, complimenting the benevolent and caring doctors in the hospital in gratefulness. Few people knew that the anonymous hospital was a place where people were eaten. However, the people it devoured were not hominoids, because most hominoids were not even qualified to be swallowed by the hospital. At this moment, a large batch of unannounced guests had reached the periphery of the hospital from all directions through various channels. 50 meters away from the anonymous hospital, in a dilapidated alley transformed from a forsaken mining tunnel, the miner who was lying on the ground, as if he had drunk too much wine to stand up, was in fact shadowless Duan Rue, one of the best assassins from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. His invisible and unpredictable blades were even more volatile than the shadows in a mist. The queer saber that Liao had carefully forged for him could even pierce through the tiniest gap on the joints of the crystal suits. 20 meters away from shadowless Duan Rue was a woman in sexy clothes and heavy makeup, but her face and her body were both old and flabby. At first look, she appeared to have been exhausted in the oldest trade of mankind, and she could barely do anything with her legs anymore except for opening them. However, under the disguise of sloppiness and weakness, it was the healthiest and most perfect slaughter machine named Zhu Linglong that the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had trained with the secret techniques that had been passed on for 1,000 years. As an expert in the nascent soul stage, she was Yu Wushuang's most trusted subordinate and ranked top on the 7 devil huntresses. In order to break the limits of the body and even the soul, the super warriors of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils would even intentionally guide countless devils to invade their bodies and then grit their teeth to resist the intruders, until they drove the devils away from their bodies or even swallow them as the nutrition to develop their minds. The 7 devil huntresses who had been polished through such a cruel secret technique were all specialists in mental attacks and the most brilliant meditation healers. Take Zhu Linglong, for example. As long as she glanced at the target, she would be able to plant an uncanny seed inside the head of the target, making the target's spiritual energy lose control and body burn on its own. Before her, the muscular man, whose upper body had expanded abnormally, and with 3 enormous lumps on the back and arms that were thicker than the waist of a normal person, seemed to have come to the place for physical pleasure, but he was in fact the most fearless captain in the astounding Thunder Fleet named Ironhead Ranxiong. He was a lunatic who truly had the courage to charge at the Covenant Alliance's battle formation on his own at the cost of his own life. The brothers in the army called him Ironhead, not because he had practiced any secret technique that made his skull extremely solid, but because everybody thought that there was nothing but a cold iron block inside his head, and he had absolutely no fear of anything. There were a lot of other experts from the Civic Circle, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, and the army such as Shadowless Duan Rue, Fiery Sorceress Zhu Linglong, and Ironhead Ranxiong. After meticulous investigations beforehand, they had pretended to be miners, prostitutes, dealers, fighters, gamblers, patients, thieves, and any other kind of people that could be seen in this place as they moved to the nearby of the anonymous hospital and entered their positions, locking onto their targets. The reconnaissance on the 27th district had been conducted far too many times, and the virtual battlefield had long been established. Everybody had rehearsed in the virtual battlefield for so many times that they could reach the gate of the anonymous hospital with their eyes closed. Even so, those slaughter experts, who were experienced, ruthless, and audacious, couldn't help but feel a little bit nervous the moment before the operation started. It was because the targets who seemed to be locked on to buy them were also experts who considered slaughter their job. Those people were even more professional and brutal than them. Dongfang Renxin was the biological brother to Dongfang Wang, who was the leader of the Dongfang family and the prime minister of the Imperium. His marvelous, evil techniques were the sources of Dongfang Wang's power. It was not hard to imagine how heavily he would be defended when the techniques were performed. For the sake of confidentiality, Dongfang Renxin did not trust the warriors of his family or the special agents of the Association of Demon Hunters. Instead, he established a tactical squad named 33 Limits, which was only loyal to him alone. 33 Limits was a weird name, but it represented 33 abnormal, strong experts. They used to be experts who were notorious in the entire Imperium. When they were dying after some dangerous battles, they were delivered to Dongfang Renxin for treatment. Dongfang Renxin did not replace their body parts with artificial limbs made of metals and crystals or synthetic organs through the regular approach. Instead, he transplanted tremendous organs, bombs, and limbs of the alien beasts onto those lunatics and beasts who did not care about their own lives but only wanted to grow stronger for their vengeance. The universe was a vast place full of mysteries. Although mankind had never encountered an advanced civilization of the same size during the 100,000 years of governance on the 3,000 sectors, a lot of strong alien beasts could be found lurking in the remote space zones. Many alien beasts had absorbed powerful radiations and high-energy particles. Their cells also had abnormal changes in the extremely harsh environments, or as the ancient cultivators put it, they absorbed the essence of nature. They were 100 times stronger than the animals that human beings had domesticated. In the Great Dark Age, when the demons had reigned over the universe for 30,000 years, since demons focused more on biotechnologies, alien beasts were slaughtered to be studied on a large scale. Almost all the alien beasts in the 3,000 sectors were butchered. But the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed very soon after human beings reclaimed the leadership of the universe. The whole universe was in fact mired in chaos and darkness in the 10,000 years that followed. The fire of civilization died out in many worlds, and the alien beasts took the opportunity to proliferate again. From the Star Ocean Republic to the Imperium of true human beings, an important training method for the human experts had always been to execute the alien beasts. However, the experts in the past only swallowed the flesh of the alien beasts and purged their cores at best. Few of them directly transplanted the organs and limbs of the alien beasts onto human beings as creatively as Dongfang Renxin did. With the wealth of Dongfang Renxin as an elder of the Imperium and the Dongfang family, he could naturally gather the strongest and freshest organs and limbs of the alien beasts. The heavily wounded experts who had been transplanted with the organs of the alien beasts, as long as they could survive the painful periods of conflicts, would not only recover and even improve their combat ability but also be influenced by the brutality of the alien beasts, which would turn themselves into the worst nightmare of any enemy. According to the files that Li Linghai had secretly collected, when those animalized experts went back for their revenge, there were indeed bloody cases where they tore the hundreds of people in their opponent's family apart on their own. However, Dongfang Renxin simply suppressed those cases from leaking out using his power and considered those revenge as live tests for the animalized experts. Such terrifying beings who were half humans and half alien beasts were strong enough to deal with one tactical squad even if there were only one of them. It was needless to say what would happen when there were 33. At the periphery, the elite soldiers of the Dongfang family who stayed alert all the time were there. Inside the building, it was the unparalleled brutal men like 33 Limits who were responsible for the defense. Below the ground, it was a whole volcano of crystal bombs. No wonder Dongfang Renxin was bold enough to continue his evil tests below the ground when a storm of blood was blowing in the capital because of the clash between the Dongfang family and the reformists. It was 1:55 in the afternoon. In a world of darkness where sunlight was nowhere to be seen, afternoon, seemed to be a meaningless word. However, according to the latest intelligence, it had been more than 2 hours since Dongfang Renxin and his companions entered the anonymous hospital through a secret channel. If he was indeed performing any wicked surgery, it must have reached the most critical moment that was not to be interrupted. The members of the arrest team that had taken their positions one after another could not dawdle any longer either. It would be unreasonable if a prostitute and a customer flirted with each other for a long time in the alley without finding a place to get the job done. Right? Quite a few tough men, who were wearing crimson leather armors with iron nails embedded in them, had already grown suspicious of them. Cursing, they walked to fiery sorceress Zhu Linglong and Iron Head Ran Xiong. They seemed to be complaining that the whore looked rather unfamiliar and that she was bold enough to not pay any protection fees to them. At first look, they looked like gangsters who occupied the 27th district, who were anything but unusual in the dark world. But according to the intelligence, they were actually the experts of the Dongfang family and Dongfang Renxin's most trusted nephews. They were here to protect Dongfang Renxin while pretending to be local gangsters. No more waiting. All the communication chips on the eardrums of the members of the arrest team received 3 long and 2 short beeps. It was a signal asking them to take action when they were ready. Fiery sorceress Zhu Linglong suddenly exclaimed, as if her breasts had been pinched hard by the pleasure seeker that was pretended by Iron Head Ran Xiong. Iron Head Ran Xiong burst into laughter. It was exactly the signal to attack. At this moment, the few warriors of the Dongfang family, who pretended to be gangsters, were walking by shadowless Duan Rue, who was lying on the ground. Their attention was entirely distracted by Zhu Linglong's exclamation and Ran Xiong's laughter, and they did not notice that the dying drunkard on the ground was slowly opening his clear and cruel eyes. Right after the last warrior of the Dongfang family walked by, shadowless Duan Rue stood up without a sound and delivered his blade that almost did not have any thickness into the heart of the warrior from his back softly. The warrior of the Dongfang family bulged his eyes before he had any time to let out an exclamation or summon his crystal suit. The other warriors of the Dongfang family, including the main troop at the edge and the 33 limits in the anonymous hospital, were more alarmed than ever. Although shadowless Duan Rue's assassination was a textbook method, it was still noticed by them at the earliest time. However, the moment Duan Rue pushed the shadow blade forward softly, all the lights within several hundred meters from the anonymous hospital died out, turning the place into a pitch-dark swamp. The hospital, where the lights were still on, became the most eye-catching target. Bombarded by thousands of flying swords and crystal cannons, it was also swallowed by darkness after abnormal fireballs burst out one after another. In the swamp of darkness, the flames of light were shining brilliantly when the immortal cultivators of the reformists and the Dongfang family all put on their crystal suits. The shimmers of their spiritual shields made everybody look like a glittering ghost. In the next second, all the ghosts were enshrouded by their own spiritual energy and the enemy's bombardment, burning furiously. The experts from the army, including Iron Head Ran Xiong, were responsible to block the elites of the Dongfang family at the periphery, while fiery sorceress Zhu Linglong led 100 devil huntresses at the gate of the anonymous hospital. The battle of the two parties entered the most heated phase almost from the first second of the engagement. The dark swamp was simmering immediately. 3 devil huntresses had leaped over the first defense line of the anonymous hospital swiftly, and were about to break into the hospital when an abnormally brawny man suddenly charged out from the hospital in devastating roars. His body was already as thick and heavy as an iron tower, but his right arm that had been expanded to the maximum was more than 1 meter in diameter and almost as thick as his body. At first look, he was almost like a pair of conjoined twins whose shoulder blades were connected. Not just that, the abnormally huge arm was also extremely long and dangled to the ground. The hand had retrograded into 5 enormous blades, and the whole arm was brimming with lumps. Among the lumps, tremendous bright yellow objects that looked like eyeballs were growing. It was both disgusting and blood-freezing. Shwa! Thousands of dazzling lights were emanated from the crystalline lenses among the lumps on the arm, immediately disrupting the attack of the 3 devil huntresses. The arm that was 3 meters long was both tensile and rapid when it was waved like a whip. Under the sound of air being split apart, it slapped the body of a devil huntress brutally, cutting both her crystal suit and her body into halves. The abnormal lumps on the arm of the freak seemed to contain highly corrosive acids. When the lumps exploded and the acids splashed to the crystal suit was immediately smoking with ear-splitting noises and collapsing at a visible speed. The freak was Fearful Claw, a warrior of 33 limits. His entire arm was from a world fragment named Venomous Wind Sector, a land of terror covered by an ocean of acids. Fiery sorceress Zhu Linglong lunged forward and rescued her subordinate narrowly before Fearful Claw ripped apart the second devil huntress. On the forehead of her crystal suit, a vivid red eyeball carved out of crystals shot out a red spark under the boost of his soul, which darted into the eyes of Fearful Claw as quickly as a bolt of lightning. Fearful Claw was slightly dazed. As if mired in fiery sorceress mental attack, his movement was immediately slowed down. With painful moans coming from his throat, tremendous blisters emerged on his body one after another, and when the blisters exploded, flames dashed up from below. It was a secret technique to interfere with the enemy's central nerves and make their brain issue wrong orders to the nerve endings all over the body. As a result, all the hormones would be secreted crazily, and the mitochondria inside the cells would do work peculiarly. Eventually, the cells would be overloaded, resulting in the spontaneous combustion. It was exactly what Fiery Sorceress was best at. Fearful Claw, as a member of 33 Limits who had received the transplantation of the organs of alien beasts, focused purely on the buildup of the physical body and attached less importance to the training of the soul and the mental warfare. Therefore, he was hit immediately when he encountered Fiery Sorceress, who was an expert in mental warfare. Fearful Claw was totally on fire, turning into a giant burning ball rolling everywhere on the ground. Fiery Sorceress was greatly exhausted after hitting the enemy with the critical attack. Her speed was lowered briefly from the furious fire on Fearful Claw's body. However, dozens of damp tentacles where acids were dropping suddenly darted out and tied up the limbs of Fiery Sorceress, dragging her to the direction of Fearful Claw brutally. It was a new technique unrecorded by the intelligence. Nobody foresaw that Fearful Claw's abnormal arm could explode and split into dozens of tentacles that were more than 10 meters long. More devil huntresses leaped close, trying to chop off the tentacles and rescue Fiery Sorceress. From inside the anonymous hospital, tremendous hideous members of 33 Limits also emerged and clashed with the intruders in the goriest way. 500 meters from the battleground in the 27th district, there was a building that was established next to a cliff. Neither of the two parties engaged in the fierce battle noticed that the window of the inconspicuous, gray building slightly opened, allowing a piece of magical equipment that looked like a flower to extend out. The flower slowly blossomed and turned into an antenna that was aimed at the anonymous hospital. When the petals shivered softly, the telepathic thoughts that had been enhanced were immediately delivered to every corner of the anonymous hospital. The other side of the antenna extended into the building and was connected to an operating table in the shape of a cocoon. Liao was lying on the operating table, surrounded by mild nerve buffer liquids, with a ring of tiny metal slips stuck to his head. On every metal slip the size of a fingernail, there were a plethora of super tiny rune arrays that he had carved in person. He was engaged in a more fierce and soul-stirring battle on a different battlefield. Lying inside the cocoon-shaped cabin that was as warm as the womb, the quakes and explosions around him seemed to be gone. The 27th district was dissected into clear, transparent maps, allowing him to scrutinize every building, every firing point, and every tube within 3,000 meters. It was a shame that Dongfang Renxin would never make such a lousy mistake. The anonymous hospital, despite the ostensible shabbiness, did not have any ventilation tube or a sewer that could allow a human being to crawl through. Also, the reformists were full of talents and experts. The mission was too critical for Liao to sneak into the location in secret on his own. Right now, he was separating his attention and controlling 108 super tiny mechanical spiders at the same time, making them crawl to the crystal bombs deployed near the anonymous hospital. The super tiny mechanical spiders were exactly the model that he used to deal with Long Yongjun a few days ago. Their main purpose was never to attack but to help Liao invade the places that were uninvadable for human beings to sabotage or survey. It was even safe to say that they were the banes of crystal bombs that Liao had produced specifically for this mission. Under the cover of the vehement attacks of the main troop, the super tiny mechanical spiders crawled into the underground tubes through the gaps like little bugs and approached the locations where the crystal bombs were planted. Inside Liao's brain, 108 3D pictures popped up, as if he had been divided into 108 parts himself. To blow up the entire anonymous hospital and the evidence inside into smithereens certainly required abundant crystal bombs. Such crystal bombs would release extremely feeble spiritual waves to the outside world even when they were in the hibernation state. The experienced bomb experts could easily distinguish them from common magical equipment. It was needless to say that Dongfang Renxin must have activated the self-destruction devices now that the anonymous hospital was under attack. As a result, the spiritual waves were even more intense, allowing Liao to locate all the crystal bombs immediately. At this moment, Dongfang Renxin and the highly influential elder of his family were both in the hospital. Naturally, they would not blow themselves up together with the hospital. But Liao estimated that such a clandestine place must have short-distance teleportation arrays leading to the outside world. After Dongfang Renxin and his companions successfully evacuated, he would certainly blow up the hospital and even the entire 27th district without caring for anything else. He had to race with time. What a delicate toy! Maneuvering the super-tiny mechanical spiders, Liao observed the crystal bombs that were deployed around the anonymous hotel from close-up and complimented sincerely. It had been a long time since he last saw such beautiful crystal bombs. They were in the oval structure, like the shell of a snail with a surface as smooth as a mirror. At first look, there was no place for any dismantling tools to work on at all. Inside the crystal bombs, the most sensitive sensors must have been installed too, and even the feeblest quake would have been perceived. Also, the dozens of crystal bombs were connected to each other both through wires and wirelessly. When any of them was damaged, the other crystal bombs would immediately go into the countdown to be detonated. It was almost a flawless self-destruct device. Even a specialist in crystal bombs such as Liao felt tempted by it. It's quite challenging. Even though I have advanced into the divinity transformation stage, if I want to completely dismantle such a self-destruction device, it will still take me 1 minute. The metal vesicles on the backs of the 108 super-tiny mechanical spiders were suddenly opened at the same time, spurting out bright green mists of ice to the shells of the crystal bombs that were as smooth as mirrors. The shells of the crystal bombs were immediately covered in a layer of vague heptagonal frost, which was completely different from the regular snowflake. What was stored inside the metal vesicles on the backs of the super-tiny mechanical spiders was a material named jade dragon marrow. Liao had only produced it by mixing 27 kinds of low-temperature drugs according to a certain ratio. The moment it encountered air, it would immediately turn into icy mist and lower the temperature around to -100 degrees so that most of the materials in the environment would be inactive. It also boasted a particularly impressive effect on the suppression of the spiritual waves of crystals. One might even say that it was a special gas that was both cold and inert. Although every tiny mechanical spider could only carry 1 drop of the jade dragon marrow, it was enough to freeze the sensor inside a crystal bomb. In the next second, Liao held his breath and remotely controlled the mechanical spiders to crawl on the frozen shells of the crystal bombs. A group of the mechanical spiders was stuck to the shells of the crystal bombs with the sucking discs at their abdomens, while the other spiders nearby used their sharpest blade limbs to draw perfect circles, cutting holes on the shells of the crystal bombs. Putting the shells that had been cut out aside, all the super-tiny mechanical spiders crawled in through the holes and entered the crystal bombs. From the perspective of the super-tiny mechanical spiders, the inside of every crystal bomb was a bizarre, enticing new world. The crystal wires that were as thin as hair shimmered in vague light, constituting the veins and bridges of the new world. The chips were constructed on each other in the most believable way and formed complicated mazes. The rune arrays shaped the spiritual energy into different splendid forms and blossomed deep inside the mazes like translucent flowers of energy. The new world that seemed to be alive was also so sensitive and fragile. Even if it was slightly frozen by the jade dragon marrow, It was still like a tower of sand hung by a thread. The whole world might collapse at the slightest touch. Now it was time for Liao to do his best. Liao took a deep breath inside the cocoon-shaped cabin, and the pores all over his body slowly expanded. Countless tiny bubbles popped up from the nerval buffer liquids. Around the ring on his head, the bubbles evolved into foams and flowed out of the cocoon-shaped cabin. Liao's telepathic thoughts were boosted to the maximum when they flooded to the nearby hospital like an overwhelming river. All the super-tiny mechanical spiders jumped agilely at the same time, like phantoms made of crystals dancing crazily on the tip of a saber. Going deeper and deeper, the mechanical spiders dissected the sensors and the detonation chips of the crystal bombs in absolutely accurate and synchronic movements as if it were a surgery, without even an error of 0.01 threads in any movement. While removing the chips, the spiders also needed to further spray jade dragon marrow to freeze the deeper parts of the crystal bombs. While the jade dragon marrow froze the sensors of the crystal bombs, it would also disrupt the telepathic thoughts of remote control. Only a bomb expert in the divinity transformation stage, such as Liao, was capable of doing the operations in such a harsh environment. Dismantling dozens of crystal bombs was a huge burden on the soul. Even Liao had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. He was not holding anything in his hands, but veins were protruding on the backs of his hands. His fingers were also trembling, with feeble noises coming from the joints. "Gotcha," Liao mumbled. Dozens of scarlet chips vaguely popped up inside his brain, as if he had pushed aside the petals and saw the hidden pistols inside. They were the central trigger chips of the crystal bombs. As long as the dozens of central trigger chips were frozen and removed at the same time, it would be possible to prevent the self-destruct devices from being activated. However, Liao suddenly rolled his eyes quickly, and he vaguely had a sense of danger. He felt that things shouldn't be so simple. The guy who planted the serial crystal bombs must have been an expert among experts. The polishing of the shells of the crystal bombs, the deployment of real and false wires, and the structures of the control chips are all flawless. Barely anyone can break such a thorough defense. But his methodology seems to be too straightforward. There is not a single trap here at all. It does not befit the style of such an expert. There must be something more to it. Liao stopped at the last moment. Considering carefully, he released the super-tiny mechanical spiders for reconnaissance again. If I were in his shoes, how would I have set up such a set of self-destruct device that was of paramount importance? Liao retrieved the map and the structural graphs of the environment near the anonymous hospital again, considering the problem from the perspective of the designer of the self-destruct device. The underground city of the capital was teeming with people in the first place. Cave buildings that were like beehives and ant nests could be found in every corner possible. Since it was a secret institute, there was little room for retreat and counterattack. Therefore, the room to deploy the self-destruction device was also highly limited. The design couldn't have been too magnificent. Most of the crystal bombs had been discovered and controlled by Liao. If there was any hidden crystal bomb, it must have been planted in the most vulnerable place on the structure of the anonymous hospital in order to blow up all the evidence. In that case, it's right here. Liao found the last crystal bomb in an extremely inconspicuous tube below the anonymous hospital. The crystal bomb was planted in an extremely treacherous place at the axis that supported the entire 27th district. Once it exploded, it might result in the collapse of the entire underground city. Tremendous rocks and metal structures would fall brutally. Not only would the anonymous hospital and the 27th district be completely buried, but the underground towns further away would be affected too. Eventually, the whole underground chasm would be buried by the landslide. If that happened, the innocents that would be buried alive would be more than 100,000. In order to destroy the evidence, they did not hesitate to drag hundreds of thousands of people to die with them. Liao gained a deeper understanding of the brutality of the immortal cultivators. Li Linghai's team failed to detect the crystal bomb beforehand because it was covered in a shell made of special metal materials and sealed by complicated barriers. Also, it was in the hibernation state itself. Liao investigated for a long time and discovered that the trigger system of the crystal bomb was rather interesting. The dozens of crystal bombs outside would send an extremely feeble wave to it every 10 seconds. As long as it received dozens of waves at the same time, it would remain in the hibernation state. As long as it did not receive the signals from other crystal bombs in time, it would explode immediately without any hesitation, blowing up the supporting axis of the entire underground city and raising a chain reaction to destroy all the crime evidence as well as the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Liao narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth without him knowing it. The design of such a vicious self-destruct device alone was a reason good enough for him to catch the monstrous Dr. Dongfang Renxin and crush the Dongfang family. Now that he had found the trigger system of the last crystal bomb, it would be much easier from there. Liao went back and studied the dozens of crystal bombs that he found earlier. As he expected, he discovered a group of tiny signal transmission tubes in the deepest part of the bombs, which would send out a certain wave every 10 seconds. Also, the wave from every crystal bomb was different. It seemed to be some sort of code or password. All the signal transmission chips were connected to the control chips of the crystal bombs. If the control chips were dismantled or terminated, the signal transmission chips would be burnt up at the same time and stop sending the waves. Due to the urgency, Liao did not have the time to simulate dozens of different signals. Pondering for a moment, he reconstructed the circuits of the spiritual energy of the crystal bombs by cutting the signal transmission chips to the control chips and connecting them to new routes. It was a way to deceive the signal transmission tubes and mislead them into thinking that they were still connected to the main routes. After finishing the critical step, Liao was finally able to take a long breath in relief and start the final dismantling work. 108 super tiny mechanical spiders were activated at the same time, spinning the pistols inside the crystal bombs and plucking all of them. The self-destruction device was destroyed. Liao leaped up from the cocoon-shaped cabin and spat a mouthful of nerval buffer fluids before grinning. He gestured Li Jialing to fetch a bowl for him while he turned on the communication channel unhurriedly. As he expected, the communication channel was filled with the anxious roars of Yu Wushuang, Tu Zhengdao, and the rest of them. Liao smiled and said, "The self-destruct device has been cracked. You may attack boldly without worries now." After he said that, the flames and explosions from the anonymous hotel were immediately intensified to a new level. The secret studies that Dongfang Renxin had been conducting in this place were clandestine and even kept from a lot of people within the Dongfang family. Therefore, although it was defended by the experts such as the 33 limits, it was still impossible for Dongfang Renxin to summon a few crystal suit legions to garrison the place openly. The reformists, on the other hand, had dispatched all the elite troops for the long-prepared arrest, even giving up a lot of bureaus on the ground. They were obviously determined to accomplish their goals. The impasse between the two parties did not last long when the arrest team of the reformists broke into the gate of the anonymous hospital and pushed further into Dongfang Renxin's secret institute. Tremendous pictures inside the secret institute were delivered to Liao's portable crystal processor in real time through the surveillance cameras on the crystal suits of the arrest team, allowing him to get a glimpse at a full picture of the man-eating place. Inside the frozen containers, all kinds of abnormal, bizarre-shaped organs were soaked inside the suspicious nutrition liquids. There was no telling whether they came from humans or from alien beasts at all. Many organs were connected to crystal wires, which were fluctuating as if they were alive. There were also the brains of dozens of human beings that were connected to the bloody spines, the end of which slowly protruded like an egg in the dark gold color, suggesting that they were the brains, spines, and cores of the experts in the core formation stage. The devastating and disgusting pictures made Liao feel like vomiting. The picture was 100 times more ghastly than the scene he saw in Elder Nether Springs Laboratory in the Blood Demon sector, where human beings were transformed into demons. At the end of the secret institute was an operating room. On two platforms that looked like both operating beds and devilish altars, two young people were lying unconsciously. However, one of them was locked by barriers tightly, unable to move at all. His skull had been opened, and his brains had obviously shrunk, as if everything inside, from the spiritual root to the soul, had been pumped away and transmitted to the brains of the other young person. The other young man, who looked rather elegant, was wide-eyed with spreading pupils. He had already died. It appeared that the procedure was disrupted by the sudden assault at the most critical moment. Something wrong happened to the young man who was being purged and reborn. He was killed abruptly, and there was even no time to bring away his body. Haha! The Dongfang family is truly screwed this time. Tu Jingdao's delighted laughter echoed from the communication channel. We have discovered a dozen experts of the Li, Yun, and Song families from the Secret Institute. All of them have been transformed into training materials and samples. Quite a few of them were reported to have gone missing mysteriously on the battlefields. Also, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Even more samples, materials, and files that they failed to destroy have fallen into our hands. It seems that there are thousands of victims in this place. Let's see how Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin are going to explain themselves to the four families. But Dongfang Renxin escaped. Yu Wushuang's frigid voice came from the communication channel. If he is not captured on the spot, even the most unquestionable proof will be flawed. Besides, Dongfang Renxin took the mainframe crystal processor of the Secret Institute away. Tremendous experiment data of the past are stored inside the crystal processor. A lot of leaders of the Dongfang family might be involved. That is the most important evidence. We have to completely control it in order to crucify Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin. Dongfang Renxin escaped through a teleportation array, but it was destined that he could not run far. Ever since the arrest operation began, the 8 space ripple generators that the reformists secretly delivered to the underground city had been functioning at the highest power, spreading out waves that could shatter the void. Those space ripples would not have any influence on the creatures living in the three-dimensional universe. They were absolutely harmless even if they were right next to the target. However, if somebody were to tear apart the three-dimensional space and jump to somewhere far away by way of the four-dimensional space, they would be involved in a man-made storm. A four-dimensional jump was a highly dangerous endeavor after all. Neither the super long-distance space jumps that crossed billions of stars nor the short-distance teleportation that pursued accuracy could tolerate any interference. 2 consequences might happen when an accident took place. Firstly, when a creature stepped into a teleportation array and their cells and gene strands were all dismembered, the components could not be assembled again because of the interferences of the four-dimensional storm, or jumbled in an extremely weird way. As a result, what appeared in the target teleportation array was likely to be a pile of meat, mud, and plasma where hot air was popping up, or a monster whose internal organs were exposed to the air and whose limbs had turned into tentacles. Secondly, the teleportation was successful, but the coordinates of the destination had a minor error. Instead of jumping to the teleportation array at the destination, one landed several meters away from it. Then, it was very possible that the victim would be embedded into rocks, metals, or even somebody else's body. When the living cells and the cold materials were integrated, the creatures would be equally dead. Therefore, when the 8 space ripple generators of the reformists released interferences, they were almost like setting up transparent walls at the edge of the 27 district. It was impossible for Dongfang Renxin to bypass the wall and jump to the ground dozens of kilometers away. The best he could do was to jump to a certain corner in the 27th district. The resistance in the anonymous hospital was still going on, but a dragnet had been paved in the entire 27th district. In the operation room, Liao worked on the control panel anxiously, his hands turning into clusters of mists. Whenever a teleportation array was activated, unusual space ripples would spread out from both the jump point and the destination. Although they were much weaker than the ripples of starships after a long-distance jump, Liao was still able to detect them keenly with the search magical equipment that he forged himself. Before Liao, the transparent map of the 27th district was displayed on the 3D light beam. Deep inside the anonymous hospital, a red spot was blinking vaguely. It was a teleportation array that had just been activated. Very soon, below the 27th district, somewhere close to the edge, a red spot of equal brightness popped up. It was also a teleportation array that had just been activated. That should be the place where Dongfang Renxin crawled out. Dongfang Renxin went the opposite way. Instead of going to the ground, he fled deeper into the underground city. Most of the warriors of the reformists were gathered on the upper floor of the 27th district. The search and blockage on the area down below were not flawless. Liao smiled and wiped his face before he took out a cosmos ring from his pocket. Ever since he encountered Long Yangjun the other day, he had been carefully refining a piece of magical equipment for today's arrest. Dongfang Renxin was supposedly a prestigious, well-respected elder of the Imperium and a great doctor, who valued his manners more than anything else. In his younger years, his handsomeness was well acknowledged. Although he was old now, his face stayed young. He did not look like an old man hundreds of years old, but a healthy and strong middle-aged man. However, fleeing in a panic right now and sweating hard, he had completely lost his demeanor of the past. His wrinkles were bursting out at a visible speed, while his muscles were shriveling quickly. He seemed to have grown older by 100 years within a moment. How could the elder of the Imperium and the deputy president of the Royal Society of Medical Science not feel anxious when his enterprise that had been built for 100 years was destroyed and his reputation could be gone forever because of that? Explosions came from his back. Furious flames were burning from the Secret Research Institute. The flames burning in the underground world were not orange but creepily green. Dongfang Renxin, however, did not have time to bother looking at it at all. He simply ran further to the abyss, because he had 3 secret evacuation points in the 63rd District, the 75th District, and the 88th District respectively. As long as he could retreat with the most important crystal processor that had all the data of the Dongfang family's dominion, nobody would ever be able to catch him again. The experts of 33 limits were sent out by him to block the pursuers, but they were unable to stall the enemy for long. Very soon, Dongfang Renxin had only the last 2 members of 33 limits left by his side when a deafening explosion echoed from his back. Then, the fire, gunshots, and roars all fell silent. Dongfang Renxin looked at his back in fear. Behind him, there was an expert who did not disguise his immense pressure at all. It was almost like a crystal warship had submerged into the ground and approached him in loud noises. Dongfang Renxin's pupils were constricted to the minimum, and the 2 experts of the 33 limits were all prepared to pour their fatal moves too. However, the person who blinked from the darkness overjoyed Dongfang Renxin. "It's you? How did you?" The plain face, the black hair that looked like a waterfall, and the tall and slender body figure. It was Dongfang Mingyue, the president of the Association of Demon Hunters. "Enough talking. We've been greatly tricked this time." Dongfang Mingyue was not wearing a helmet. Under the dim light, it could be seen that her furrowed eyebrows were like a pair of crossed sabers, and that the light crystal suit on her body was stained with blood with sparks popping up non-stop. It was obvious that she had just defeated a group of chasers in an exhausting battle. She said, "What the reformists did on the ground was just a distraction for them to concentrate all their forces to attack the Secret Research Institute. The Prime Minister asked me to escort you to retreat. I didn't bring a lot of soldiers with me, and they cannot sustain for long. Let's go now." While talking, Dongfang Mingyue strode to Dongfang Renxin and the 2 experts of the 33 limits. "How can it be true?" Dongfang Renxin moaned. "How can the reformists know our greatest secret? There must be a traitor among us." "Wait, Prime Minister. You just called Dongfang Wang Prime Minister?" Dongfang Renxin's pupils constricted to the limits again, and all his white hair was exploding. The 2 experts of the 33 limits felt that something was not right too, but there was no time for them to do anything. The Dongfang Mingyue, next to them, suddenly unleashed dazzling gold light that blinded Dongfang Renxin briefly. Before he realized what was going on, dozens of sharp, tiny flying swords had pierced through the major acupoints on his body. Releasing powerful electric arcs, they tied up his limbs and his internal organs. He felt that his bones and his nerves had all been plucked, and he couldn't have felt more painful. The 2 experts of the 33 limits, on the other hand, were in a pain 100 times more painful than him. The screams that they let were not uttered even when they received the transplantation of the organs of alien beasts before. Dongfang Renxin lost his eyesight for now, and his bones and nerves were locked by magical equipment, making it impossible to escape. He could only hear cracking sounds echoing next to him. The 2 experts of the 33 limits sounded like their bones had been crunched 1 inch after another and ground in a mill. In the first 3 seconds, it was still possible to hear their screams, but very soon, nothing could be heard again. When Dongfang Renxin gradually regained his eyesight, he saw the picture that had never occurred even in his nightmares. The two experts of the 33 limits were all broken and compressed into two giant balls with the special crystal suits on their bodies. They were as dead as anyone could be right now. The person standing in the darkness on his opposite side was naturally no Dongfang Mingyue, but another face that devastated the Dongfang family in the recent month. Vulture Li Yao. Dongfang Renxin screamed in desperation. They were both in the divinity transformation stage, but the combat ability between them was obvious. Besides, by pretending to be Dongfang Mingyue, Li Yao had won Dongfang Renxin's trust briefly, which allowed him to plant the confinement magical equipment that he carefully produced into the man's body. In the entire Imperium, no more than 10 people could crack Li Yao's own confinement magical equipment. Dongfang Renxin was obviously not one of them. President Dongfang. Rubbing his face slowly, Li Yao got rid of the last bit of his disguise and put on a hideous smile. You have committed atrocious crimes, and your karma has come today. Dongfang Renxin squirmed like an enormous worm, trying to move deeper into the darkness in vain. Deep inside the darkness, countless locals of the underground world were staring at them without a sound, their eyes glittering. You can't touch me. His face twisted. Dongfang Renxin roared intimidatingly. I am an elder of the Imperium. I am an elder of the Dongfang family. Do you know what you are doing? If you dare touch me, you will be an enemy to the Dongfang family, the Council of Elders, and the entire Imperium. Li Yao sniffed and pressed forward. Don't touch me. Just let me go. Rolling his eyes crazily, Dongfang Renxin trembled. I can give you whatever you want. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures or unparalleled techniques. I have incessant resources. They are all yours. Unmoved, Li Yao went further. You are in the divinity transformation stage right now, aren't you? But your body is so perfect. It is even rare even among the battle-type divinity transformation stage experts. Dongfang Renxin roared desperately. Do you not want to be the strongest battle-type divinity transformation stage expert in history? Do you not want to break into the divinity branching stage? I can help you. I have technologies. The most advanced technologies. I can plant the organs of 20 different kinds of alien beasts into your body, making you twice, 5 times, 10 times stronger than you are right now. Li Yao frowned, looking at Dongfang Renxin's panicked and shameless face. He couldn't help but ask, You are still trying to allure me in such a sleazy way when death is knocking the door? In order to make you stronger and more vigorous, you did not even let go of the heavily wounded heroes who fought valiantly on the battlefield. Do you not feel that your methods are inappropriate at all? Dongfang Renxin's eyes widened, and obscure laughter echoed from deep down his throat. Illuminated by the dim light, there was no telling whether he was a graceful expert in the divinity transformation stage or a ferocious animal. He shouted desperately, Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Only by making the strong stay strong can the barriers of evolution be broken. You and I are both in the divinity transformation stage. Men as excellent as us are the pillars of our families and our country and the hope of mankind. If we can keep ourselves in the peak stage, we will be able to do a lot of things and make a lot of contributions to our country and our civilization. How many enemies can you kill with your combat ability? How many lives can I save with my brilliant medical arts? However, the goddamn longevity limits us. The stronger we are, the faster our lives will burn, and the shorter our lives will be. The best state in the divinity transformation stage is like a shooting star. Can only last several decades at best. How is that enough for us to bring out light and heat, to make contributions to our country and civilization? Therefore, sacrificing the insignificant guys, transforming their blood, wisdom, and souls into nutrition that nurtures the epitomes of the civilization of mankind that are us so that we can make contributions to the civilization for hundreds of years longer. Isn't it only natural? Yes, it is true that I got the brains and even cores of a lot of heavily wounded soldiers from the front line, but so what? Those things helped me maintain my most exuberant energy and my keenest senses. They allowed me to perform surgeries one after another for 10 days and 10 nights in a row, so that the lives of more people were saved. Sacrificing one to save 100 is perfectly reasonable. After all, those people were prepared to be sacrificed since the day they walked into the battlefield. Their ending was no different from being blown up into pieces by the giant cannons on the starships. Is there any difference at all? Taking a deep breath, Liao said slowly, "What you've been doing is completely in violation of the meaning of the true path of immortality. No, what I have been walking on is the real and ultimate true path of immortality." Dongfang Renxin completely went mad. Veins protruded on his face, one cluster after another, looming around his facial organs like countless earthworms. His face more twisted than ever, he declared, "Survival of the fittest is the most original and pure true path of immortality. You and I are both in the divinity transformation stage. So we are more qualified to survive than those in the nascent soul stage, the core formation stage, the building foundation stage, and the refinement stage. We are the real dominators of this world. Those below the divinity transformation stage are just ants. Are you really going against a group of people in the divinity transformation stage just for some ants?" Liao's eyes cramped hard. He observed, "President Dongfang, you have lost your mind." "No, I haven't. It's you who never saw it through, or never dare to say it aloud even if you did. Hypocritical. You people are all too hypocritical." Dongfang Renxin shrieked. "We are both in the divinity transformation stage. We are the new human beings above all mortals. We have even exceeded the category of human beings. We are supermen that are more excellent than hominoids and true human beings. We are supermen, we are true gods. We do not need to abide by the rules and morals of the mortals. The hominoids butcher livestock, the true human beings slaughter the hominoids, and the supermen will swallow true human beings. Is there anything wrong with that? A world of immortal cultivators is exactly a place where men eat men. A person will be equally dead no matter if you kill them with blades, bullets, or teeth." Vulture Liao, "I don't believe that you never killed anyone that you shouldn't have killed, looted somebody else's training resources, or trapped other people with dirty tricks on your ascension to the divinity transformation stage. The killing is all the same. I just went one step further after they were killed and swallowed those people. In such a way, the spiritual root, the gold core, and the lifelong cultivation that they had gained through arduous training wouldn't be wasted. Do you have any idea what a great sin it is to waste resources when resources are on such high demand?" Liao sniffed and walked up close to Dongfang Renxin's face, not moved at all. Dongfang Renxin had already backed off to a corner and had nowhere to retreat at all. His face seemed to have been ignited by the flames that had jumped out of the deepest level of hell, making it more creepy than the experiment subjects in his secret research institute. With a hideous smile, he said, "Don't you see? The life of most immortal cultivators is as meaningless as that of hominoids. Even if they are granted some strength, they will only use it to brutalize each other, and it will be wasted for nothing. However, if the strength is all focused on the people in the divinity transformation stage who are the real elites and rulers, we will be able to use the strength to do things that are more meaningful, or even to break into the levels that have never been visited before. Wake up. We are both in the divinity transformation stage. We should not attack each other, but should find a way to rule over the ants together." Liao smiled. "You talked so persuasively that I was almost convinced. However, even if what you said just now is perfectly true and reasonable, how can you explain the surgery you performed today? You polished the spiritual root of a mediocre young man with the brains and bodies of dozens of training geniuses, just because the mediocre young man had a powerful father or grandfather. Was it in line with the original true path of immortality that you just described?" Dongfang Renxin was so eloquent a moment ago that he seemed determined to persist to the end of the debate. Liao's sentence, however, was like a punch of an iron fist right on his face. He stuttered for a long time only to come up with no rebuttal. Liao said, "Save it. You know that I won't let go of you today." I know. Dongfang Renxin immediately withered like a balloon whose air had just leaked. A moment later, with brutality beaming out of his eyes, he grimaced. Now that this is just another power struggle, just don't pretend that you are serving the cause of justice. It's disgusting. You and I are both well aware that I am not the only one studying the secret techniques of cannibal training. Are any of the four Kurfürst families and the forces at the edge of the Imperium not studying similar techniques and killing countless immortal cultivators in secret? However, those guys are too idiotic to come up with such incredible arts. Only I can develop the unprecedented, unparalleled secret techniques that can change the entire world thanks to the inspirations of the ancient classics. You have no idea what you are messing with, Vulture Liao. You think that a few leaders of the Dongfang family are the only ones who tasted the feeling of cannibal training? Ha 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 ha. You will be terribly wrong if you think so. The enormity of my clients far exceeds your imagination. You can't afford to piss them off. Even if you are backed by Li Linghai and all the reformists, you will have to concede in the end and even join the game. You think that you can annihilate me because you have captured me? That is the greatest joke in the world. You can't destroy me. It is possible for you to destroy Dongfang Wang, but you can never destroy me. The most precious thing in the world is technology. Does any of the leadership of the four Kurfürst families who are hundreds of years old not want to live another 500 years? Only I can help them with that. Therefore, even if you have destroyed my secret research institute, so what? Before long, under the protection of the four families and even your queen, I will change my name and establish a bigger, more advanced institute in an enjoyable, inconspicuous place under a different identity. By then, you might be crying and begging me to strengthen yourself. Therefore, you'd better mind what you are doing right now, because we will meet again sooner or later. Remember that. After a long hesitation, Liao said, the four families have really been indulging and even endorsing your cannibal training? The four families, the emperor and the queen. Is there any difference among them? Dongfang Renxin laughed crazily. In a man-eat-man world, if you don't eat other people will eat you. Is there a third approach? Liao was silent for a moment before he asked again. Are your medical arts really so brilliant? After a brief daze, Dongfang Renxin was overjoyed. He nodded his head quickly and said, Of course. I can give you 100 times more strength. Your offer was 10 times a moment ago, and it has grown to 100 times so quickly? With a casual smile, Liao said, All right, since your medical arts are brilliant, I'll give you an opportunity. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when he suddenly kicked Dongfang Renxin right in the chest brutally. The kick was both fast and heavy. Liao also activated the power rune array below the foot of the crystal suit when he kicked. The high-heated exhaust flames immediately blackened the flesh on Dongfang Renxin's chest. Ah! In excruciating pain, Dongfang Renxin cried miserably. Without changing his expression, Liao kicked Dongfang Renxin's limbs and joints as quickly as bolts of lightning without stopping. Very soon, all his bones had been blown into smithereens, but the nerves of pain were not affected at all. As a result, Dongfang Renxin was still able to taste the most intense agony. In only half a minute, Dongfang Renxin turned into a pile of mud on the ground. He couldn't do anything anymore except for breathing hard on the ground and glaring at Liao in hatred. I almost forgot. Your soul is so powerful that it may escape to an artificial body even if your current body is broken and shattered, and you may hurt even more people. Grinning, Liao extended a finger and stuck it to the center of Dongfang Renxin's forehead. Then he leaned to the man's ear and said in a low voice, Right now, I am about to damage your brain, cripple your spiritual root, and tear apart your soul. If your medical arts are so brilliant, why don't you try to cure yourself under such circumstances? I'll let you go if you can cure yourself. While talking, Liao's index finger was already as bright as an iron block that had been heated to the point of melting. Reacting with the air, it let out ear-splitting sounds. Rings of spiritual energy also drifted around his finger into waves the shape of sawtooth, and they revolved rapidly like the whirl on a drill. He stuck his finger into Dongfang Renxin's forehead brutally like a drill sticking to the steel. Squeaky noises echoed first with white smoke popping out. Then, Dazzling electric arcs burst out from the point of contact and covered Dongfang Renxin's entire head. All the muscles on Dongfang Renxin's head were exploding. He tried to shake his head, but his limbs and his spine had all been shattered by Liao, making him unable to move at all. Even his devastating screams sounded more like the whining of the pigs that were to be butchered. After a predicament of 3 seconds, Liao's finger stabbed brutally. His fingertip was like a gate that had just been opened, ushering the most furious spiritual energy into Dongfang Renxin's brain. The soul power of the divinity transformation stage was too massive. Like a scared beast, it launched an intuitional counterattack. But Liao was clearly more skilled. He simply gritted his teeth and compressed his disgust and hatred into torrents of fury, which raged inside Dongfang Renxin's head unstoppably and destroyed everything. From Dongfang Renxin's eyes and ears, red flames spurted out, with gold brilliant at the edge. They were exactly the aftermath of Liao's spiritual energy. His screams gradually died down. Liao moved his finger away. An invisible spring of spiritual energy erupted out of the center of Dongfang Renxin's forehead crazily, as if a colorful flower were blossoming slowly in the darkness. It did not wither until a long time later. As the spiritual energy leaked out, Dongfang Renxin's previously healthy and young face turned into a bag of bones. But he was still as alive as before. Staring at Liao with his sunken eyes that had almost been burned through, he appeared to be both desperate and shocked that Liao was really bold enough to do that. Liao smiled at him and retrieved a few dosages of medical drugs and high-energy nutrition drugs from his Cosmos ring. Injecting them into Dongfang Renxin's carotid artery, he helped the walking skeleton to keep alive. He then groped Dongfang Renxin's body, which was like a pile of mud on the ground. Soon he found 4 Cosmos rings. The 4 Cosmos rings had all been planted with barriers, but it was not a problem for Liao, who was a master of refining. Hearing the roars and collisions of crystal suits drawing closer and closer, Liao suddenly thought of something. He knocked the half-dead Dongfang Renxin into a coma and dragged him to a dark corner in the deeper abyss. He found a forsaken mining cave in the corner of the deeper abyss. After spending 10 minutes cracking the 4 Cosmos rings by brute force, he indeed discovered what seemed to be the storage chips of a mainframe crystal processor. All the raw data of Dongfang Renxin's experiments and surgeries in the past must have been stored inside. Due to the limited time, it was impossible for Liao to copy all the data inside the storage chips. Pondering for a moment, he stuck a mini chip that he produced deep inside the storage chips. The chip that was only 1/4 the size of a fingernail and completely melted with the rune arrays of the storage chips themselves was equal to a physical backdoor. It also boasted a very strong navigation ability, allowing Liao to locate it from dozens of kilometers away. Liao did not know why he played such a trick, perhaps because of what Dongfang Renxin just said, or because Long Yangjuan's reminder a few days ago was still lingering in his head. In any case, he felt that the so-called victory came too easily. Assuming that the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was a scheme carefully concocted by Dongfang Wang, and the reformists were simply counterattacking in a hurry under the leadership of Li Linghai, the scheme would seem too clumsy and inconsiderate, and the counterattack was too aggressive, seamless, and unstoppable. After assembling the 4 Cosmos rings into their original looks and sealing them with the original barriers, Liao dragged Dongfang Renxin back to the 27th district. In the darkness around, countless underground hominoids were staring at him without blinking. Some young men were exclaiming like panicked cubs, but more people were already used to the darkness below the ground. Their lifeless eyes were teeming with numbness, as if the fierce battle that happened just now was a drama that had nothing to do with them at all. It would truly be a long and difficult path to let the people who had never seen sunlight to believe in brightness. However, Liao would never give up, and he would fight with his best. I will definitely find out the truth. Li Linghai, what game are you playing exactly? And what is your secret weapon? Looking at the devil huntresses who rushed close, Liao mumbled to himself, deep in thought. Dongfang Renxin's secret research institute was destroyed after all the pieces of evidence were seized. Even Dongfang Renxin himself failed to escape but was sequestered in the secret base of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils. The news was as shocking as a destructive storm at the center of the cosmos. Before the reinforcement of the Dongfang family arrived, the Li family's fleet had already appeared at the sky right above the 27th district. All the cannons and spiritual shields were activated, suggesting that they could start a battle at any moment. The reinforcement of the Dongfang family did not have the courage to act rashly. Very soon, undeniable proofs were publicized on the spiritual nexus, revealing the crimes that Dongfang Renxin committed. Li Linghai's judgment was quite correct. What Dongfang Renxin did had crossed the lines of the immortal cultivators as well as the unspoken game rules. The Imperium of True Human Beings was a country of immortal cultivators where true human beings were the ruling class. No immortal cultivator could tolerate the fact that their companions were tied to an operation table, butchered, and even drained while they were alive. It was obviously a treatment for hominoids, not something suitable for the high and mighty true human beings. The victims of Dongfang Renxin's secret research institute, on the other hand, were not regular true human beings but mostly nobles of both large and small. Some of them were even the core members of the four Kurfürst families. Many immortal cultivators had gone missing after their starships or bases were blown up by the enemies in the fierce battles against the Covenant Alliance in the front line. In a universal war, the attacks could easily carry a temperature of thousands of degrees, which was more than enough to vaporize a body into nothingness. As a result, after a massive battle, 90% of the bodies would go missing, either vaporized or drifting in space aimlessly, and only 10% of the bodies could be found. It was perfectly normal. Therefore, many missing soldiers were announced to have sacrificed for the country. Their family also thought that they were killed by the sabers of the Covenant Alliance. But as it turned out, they were not killed by the Covenant Alliance but by Dongfang Renxin. Their cores and spiritual roots were even absorbed and used as the nutrition for other immortal cultivators. The whole country was mired in indignity immediately. The relatives of the victims, who were naturally also powerful immortal cultivators, were more than infuriated. The leaders of the Li, Yun, and Song families were absolutely incapable of suppressing the flames of fury. They could only grit their teeth to set up a joint investigation group with the reformists under the boost of the public indignity to investigate everyone that was involved in Dongfang Renxin's case. On June 17th, an elder from the Yun family filed an impeachment proposal in the Council of Elders, demanding Prime Minister Dongfang Wang to resign immediately and his cabinet be disbanded and replaced by a new, temporary cabinet. There was no direct proof that suggested Dongfang Wang was involved in Dongfang Renxin's evil researches yet. Therefore, although the impeachment proposal partly won the support of the elders from the Yun, Li, and Song families, it was not passed. However, everybody whose eyes were sharp enough could tell that the impeachment was a declaration of war. It meant that the Yun family and the Song family had taken the sides of the Li family and the reformists. The three Kurfürst families and the reformists had forged a temporary alliance, pointing their weapons at the Dongfang family at the same time. The Dongfang family, on the other hand, had a morale lower than ever. It was even falling apart. That was because the victims hit most by Dongfang Renxin studies were exactly the people within the Dongfang family. When some of the leaders benefited from Dongfang Renxin's researches, some other leaders who failed the competitions naturally hated him and craved to seize power again. The leaders were immediately divided into two parties, if not more, which accused and blamed each other. They even considered in secret who should be pushed out as a scapegoat to settle the matter. For the immortal cultivators of the branch family and at the bottom level, they were fully aware that they were but the cannon fodder of the family, and it was barely possible for them to distinguish themselves in the enormous system that was getting ossified. Most of them had already succumbed to their fate. However, the revelation of such a wicked and appalling case was still an astounding shock for them. As it turned out, as the branches and the bottom of the family, not only did they have zero chance to distinguish themselves and had to fight desperate battles as cannon fodder, but they might be captured by the leaders of the family and squeezed into high-energy nutrition drugs for the enjoyment of the leaders and their descendants, as long as they slightly showed some talents in training. Such a family was not a family at all but a cave of monsters. After all, they had never benefited from the family at all. Even if the Dongfang family was completely screwed, did they need to do anything about it? It was even so for the immortal cultivators of other surnames and the hominoid soldiers living on the Dongfang family's dominion or working inside the Dongfang family's fleet. The Dongfang family governed almost 20 prosperous sectors. The immortal cultivators under their governance were numerous. Naturally, not all of them had the Dongfang surname. In fact, in the Dongfang family's dominion and army, the immortal cultivators with the Dongfang surname only took up 10% of the population. The other 90% all carried miscellaneous names. Among the hominoid soldiers, the ratio of the miscellaneous names was even higher. It was above 95%. Before, the immortal cultivators of other surnames had been suppressed by the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family. They could not distinguish themselves however talented they were, and they had been grumpy and dissatisfied about the situation for a long time. It was just that the Dongfang family was too deeply rooted and powerful for them to vent their fury or change the reality. However, now that the Dongfang family was caught in peril from both inside and outside, the immortal cultivators of other surnames could not help but take action, or at least start making other plans. For even the strongest deep sky fleet, even if the important posts such as captains and chief of staff were occupied by the members of the Dongfang family, the remaining professional jobs had to be taken by the immortal cultivators of other surnames who were 10 times larger in number. It was needless to say the fundamental jobs at the bottom level. Hundreds of times more hominoid soldiers were required to play the glorious and sacred role that was cannon fodder. By the same logic, in the factories that produced those starships, the crystal suit legions that acted in company with the starships, the regiments which provided fire support for the crystal suit legions, and in the crucial and fundamental posts that supported the effective operation of the Dongfang family, countless immortal cultivators of miscellaneous surnames and hominoids had been working dutifully. If the Dongfang family could be compared to a pyramid, only a few bricks at the tip of the pyramid were carved with the surname Dongfang, whereas the enormous footing that supported the tip was exclusively made of immortal cultivators of other surnames and hominoids. They had clearly made the greatest contributions and even done most of the job themselves, but it was those people who had the surname of Dongfang that stole their credits and accomplishments. More importantly, as it had been so in the past hundreds of years, it would still be so in the next hundreds of years. Not a single immortal cultivator of other surnames could stand such a system. When their wrath that had been accumulated for hundreds of years finally found a vent, the energy that they released was astonishing. All the fortresses were conquered from within. The immortal cultivators of other surnames, who had been suppressed by the Dongfang family for generations and who had no hope of rising at all for their entire lives, were destined to be the gravediggers for the Dongfang family. Governing a dozen sectors with only one family while lacking legitimacy, not even having a disguise such as emperor, but only as an awkward Kurfürst, it was impossible for the Dongfang family to win the loyalty and trust of all the people under its governance. It was merely managing the reign with violence. Violence originated from fear, and fear came from no hope of success. But now that the weakness behind the Dongfang family's violence had been fully revealed, the hope of resistance vaguely popped up in the hearts of the immortal cultivators of other surnames. It was like the first dawn on the horizon when the dark night was about to be over. It was needless to say that the other three Kurfürst families were all supporting the immortal cultivators of other surnames who were under the governance of the Dongfang family, offering them unrealistic promises and visions of success. The reformists had long leaked to the many worlds under the governance of the Dongfang family and boasted high influences among the immortal cultivators of other surnames who took up 90% of the population. A storm was raised in the worlds under the control of the Dongfang family at the same time. When it came to July, the incident of cannibal training was gradually brewing. In the entire imperium of true human beings, and especially in the heavy industry worlds where the bottom-level immortal cultivators were concentrated, massive, astounding demonstrations were breaking out, demanding the case to be investigated thoroughly and all of Dongfang Renxin's clients be found out without leaving out any. Under the instigation of various forces, the demonstrations in the worlds of the Dongfang family were the largest and most heated of all. In the biggest demonstration, it was said that more than 500,000 immortal cultivators were gathered under the slogan of Million Immortal Cultivators Coalition against the highest leadership of the Dongfang family. They were even questioning if the Dongfang family's local governance was legal. The entire planet was set on fire. Faced with such public rebellions, the Dongfang family naturally chose to suppress them without any mercy. However, their opponents were not strengthless civilians but immortal cultivators who could control spiritual energy freely with their awakened spiritual roots. Many immortal cultivators of other surnames, during their hundreds of years of work as cannon fodder of the Dongfang family, also mastered rather magnificent combat ability. They were all adept at fighting. Besides, every battle-type immortal cultivator was a fast, intelligent slaughter machine that boasted high stealth and survival abilities. They would never be silly enough to confront the Dongfang family's fleet openly but would place themselves in the skyscrapers or the underground cities, where they were engaged in the unrestrained warfare unpredictably. To deal with an insane, battle-type immortal cultivator in the complicated city environment, it would require a dozen battle-type immortal cultivators of the same level. During the capture, it was very possible that the enemy would sabotage quite a few skyscrapers and completely jam the traffic. They could even destroy the tubes that transmitted spiritual energy, resulting in inestimable losses. It was just the case of one immortal cultivator. What if the rogues were 100, 1,000, 10,000, or 500,000? In the highly developed, important towns of economy and industry in their own dominion, they were going to fight a protracted street battle, which might result in a collateral damage of millions of people and reduce their hometowns into smithereens by the way. No fleet commanders of the Dongfang family with a normal intelligence would do such a thing. More trickily, on the fleets that were sent for suppression, more than 90% of the middle-level officers and bottom-level soldiers were immortal cultivators of other surnames and hominoids. Under the reign of the Dongfang family, the middle-level officers never had the chance to be promoted as long as their surname was not Dongfang. Even if they were blessed with luck, it would be their best to become a deputy captain or an advisor. In that case, would the middle-level officers have any reason to help the Dongfang family slaughter another group of immortal cultivators of other surnames who were fighting for their own interests? Even the captains, whose surname was Dongfang, might not be at the center of the family. They were also faced with the glass ceiling, unable to rise to the top at all, and their accomplishments were sometimes stolen by the central members of the family too. Although they did have loyalty to the family, they had been inevitably complaining about the different treatments of the main branch and the secondary branches. Why were the secondary branches like them only allowed to pilot the ragged, outdated starships whatever accomplishments they made, whereas even the rookies of the main branch had the opportunity to make use of the latest warships that were newly produced? Such suppression fleets did not have any morale or combat ability at all. They were already loyal enough to the ancestors of the Dongfang family since they did not rebel. As it turned out, the immortal cultivators of other surnames had zero loyalty and reverence for the ancestors of the Dongfang family at all. When the suppression operation proceeded to the third day, a mutiny did take place. 2 arsenal warships of the Dongfang family were hijacked by the mutinying soldiers and landed on the surface of the planet. The immortal cultivators who were demonstrating broke in and tied up all the advanced officers on board who had the surname Dongfang. All the captives were tied up as if they were pigs. The picture, as well as the overwhelming gatherings and demonstrations of the immortal cultivators of other surnames, was sent to the outside world through secret channels and played day and night by the propaganda machines of the reformists and the 3 Kurfürst families, slapping the Dongfang family in the face again and again. The Dongfang family's reign of violence fell into a vicious cycle. The mutiny suggested that all the immortal cultivators of other surnames were unreliable. To settle the issue neatly, the only solution was to gather all the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family and suppress the rebellions through blood with their own people. But if they were really doing that, they would be completely standing on the opposite side of the 90% of immortal cultivators of other surnames, who would be forced to rebel even if they did not intend to in the beginning. Besides, while the immortal cultivators of other surnames were unreliable, the secondary branches within the Dongfang family might not be reliable either. Or rather, they were even more unreliable. In the worlds under the control of the Dongfang family, 2 convincing rumors had already spread out. The first rumor was that the Dongfang family had reached a consensus to not trust immortal cultivators of other surnames anymore. They were about to initiate a purge within the Dongfang family and kill at least 1/3 of the immortal cultivators of other surnames. The remaining 2/3 did not need to be happy too soon either. To ensure their loyalty, their bodies would be planted with barriers by the Dongfang family, and they would be forced to wear necklaces that could be detonated at any point. In such a way, they and their posterity would have to stay loyal to the Dongfang family for all eternity. The second rumor claimed that the Dongfang family had serious disagreements within. Many secondary branches believed that the leaders of the main branch should take the blame for the matter because they were the ones who caused the trouble. In order to save the Dongfang family, the only way was to capture all the leaders of the main branch for a just trial. In other words, the secondary branches of the Dongfang family were planning a family coup against the main branch. The two rumors were in fact contradictory and could not stand scrutiny. However, rumors tended to become self-fulfilling prophecies in many cases. Even if something was entirely ungrounded, as long as many people were talking about it, it might become the accepted truth. The two rumors hit the weakness of humanity most accurately. Nobody could deny the possibilities of the two rumors. For a moment, the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family did not trust the immortal cultivators of other surnames, and the main branch of the Dongfang family did not trust the secondary branches. Everyone's war against everyone that Li Yao had described before was about to begin within the Dongfang family. How could the so-called suppression possibly go on? With the chaos inside the family, how could the fleets deployed in the capital and the noble lords in the court who were loyal to the Dongfang family defend themselves from the aggressive attacks of the other three Kurfürst families as well as the reformists? Gatherings and demonstrations burst out in the imperial terminus sector one after another too. The voices that demanded Prime Minister Dongfang Wang to resign never stopped. In several cases, the crowd even marched to 1 kilometer away from the Prime Minister's office under the connivance of the many forces. The roars that sounded like raging tides shocked the glass of the Prime Minister's office day and night. The blood-boiling pictures and the roars of the regular citizens of the Imperium were delivered to the entire universe through the modern spiritual nexus instantly, further prompting the bottom-level immortal cultivators who were filled with fury. The will of the people was just unpredictable air most of the time, but occasionally it could also turn into oil that was poured on the fire. After more than a month of instigation, Dongfang Wang was already cursed by everybody in the country. The lethal dagger could be unsheathed now. Therefore, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance that had been cold for a while was brought up again. The incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was planned by Prime Minister Dongfang Wang in person. He had Elder Dongfang Tuo assassinated through careful arrangements for two purposes. Firstly, it was meant to frame up the young officers of the front line and give him an excuse for a grand purge, which could strengthen his control over the expedition army and help him achieve his clandestine goals. Secondly, Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Tuo had not been the closest friends. The two of them had a lot of contradictions regarding the future development and the leadership of the family. Dongfang Wang killed him in order to eliminate a major rival of the family for himself too. The news spread out on the spiritual nexus quickly and soon reached every corner of the Imperium. The breakthrough was found on Elder Dongfang Tuo's dead body. The investigators from the other three Kurfürst families found one of Dongfang Tuo's secret offices. The tremendous files retrieved from a mini crystal processor in the office suggested that Dongfang Tuo had been dissatisfied with Dongfang Wang's policy of iron and blood. He thought that the consumption of the war far exceeded the pre-war estimation and that the Imperium's hundreds of years of accumulations had been drained in it. Because the Covenant Alliance burned everything to the ground during their retreat, it would take decades to cover the war cost from the newly recovered territory. A lot of things might happen in decades. If anything went wrong, the losses of the war would certainly outweigh the gains. Dongfang Tuo believed that Dongfang Wang was building the image of an invincible prime minister of iron and blood with the resources of the entire Dongfang family, and even the entire Imperium, and that his real intentions called for suspicion. Dongfang Tuo even suspected that Dongfang Wang was going to control the expedition army and take one step further with the expedition army to become the first lifelong prime minister in the history of the Imperium. In such a way, his personal prestige and influence would far exceed those of the four Kurfürst families. Therefore, the moment the war in the front line was more or less settled, Dongfang Tuo returned to the family and associated with more leaders of the family as an elder of the Imperium, and to get the family to object to Dongfang Wang together. It was even possible for them to drive Dongfang Wang away from the seat of the Prime Minister of the Imperium. The proof indirectly suggested that Dongfang Wang ordered the assassination of Dongfang Tuo in order to secure his place and to achieve his personal ambitions. The proof, whose veracity was questionable, was almost like a gunshot right next to Dongfang Wang's forehead. The four Kurfürst families could never tolerate any dictator to sit on top of them. Not the emperor, and certainly not a lifelong prime minister. The anxious Dongfang Wang had not been freed from the swamp of his brother's cannibal training. Yet, when he was faced with such a fatal accusation again, he could hardly defend himself. The entire Imperium was seething. Not only were gatherings and demonstrations that were even more intense breaking out in the heavy industry worlds, which were of paramount importance, but even the expedition army was also shocked and expressed their concerns on Dongfang Wang. The people not only demanded for his resignation but also asked for a new investigation group to be established to fully investigate the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, so that the name of the innocent, patriotic young officers on the front line could be cleared. In the meantime, more and more proofs were thrown out. More and more leaders of Dongfang Wang's group were proved that they had received cannibal training. Even Dongfang Wang himself had been using the special nutrition drug provided by Dongfang Renxin to maintain his vigor. The massive, undeniable proofs made Dongfang Wang's reputation hit rock bottom. Faced with such a huge external pressure, the situation inside the Dongfang family had subtle changes too. In only half a month, the main branch of the family was unable to get the situation under control anymore. The secondary branches, which had the advantage in number, all made their own voices. The main branch of the family headed by Dongfang Wang has already become the negative asset of the Dongfang family. If we want to save the family, we have to separate ourselves from Dongfang Wang's company as soon as possible and send the criminals to the court of justice. Only if the Dongfang family gives a fair and just punishment on the insane, heinous criminals can the honor and dignity of the Dongfang family be defended. The family cannot protect those criminals anymore, which will only make us an enemy for everyone else in the Imperium. People like Dongfang Wang are not the real members of the Dongfang family at all. According to the evidence of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, they had long been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and transformed into demonic cultivators. Therefore, this is not the Dongfang family's fault, but because the extraterrestrial devils are too sly and evil. In order to recover the reputation of the Dongfang family, we have to fight the devils to the end without showing any mercy. Similar voices spread out on every heavy industry planet and every super-enormous starship of the Dongfang family. Mixed with the angry roars of the hundreds of immortal cultivators of other surnames, they congregated into overwhelming tides that could drown anything. A losing army was as unstoppable as a falling mountain. When everybody hated Dongfang Wang's guts, even if he had a couple of divinity transformation stage experts under his command, what could he do? Getting to the bottom of it, as immortal cultivators, they were equally ferocious and fearless of death, and they would certainly not be intimidated only by Dongfang Wang's title and strength. When it came to the second half of July, multiple mutinies took place within the elite fleets of the Dongfang family. Different from the few mutinies earlier, the new mutinies did not happen inside a single starship under the organization of low-level immortal cultivators of other surnames, but were raised by the captains with the Dongfang surname in multiple starships at the same time. They controlled their starships in the blink of an eye and gathered dozens of them together, stating that they would eradicate the black sheep of the family. The mutiny troops and the suppression troops did not really fight. Nobody could stand the consequences of a great battle at the most vulnerable heartland of the family. Besides, the fleets of the other three Kurfürst families, as well Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet and Li Linghai's Deep Sea Fleet, were still eyeing them covetously. If a civil war were to break out within the Dongfang family, everybody would certainly burst into laughter and enjoy the great show. Therefore, the two parties merely confronted each other in silence. But that was enough. When the switch of the machine of violence went out of control and did not obey Dongfang Wang's command anymore, it equaled a death knell for Dongfang Wang and his company. After each day of confrontation, countless immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family would be reaching out to the opposition. As long as the conditions were acceptable, they would abandon Dongfang Wang without any mercy. As the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood, Dongfang Wang was betrayed by almost everyone in half a month. His power was little to none now. On the last day of July, the second impeachment proposal targeting Dongfang Wang was finally raised by a renowned elder of the Li family who had a lot of followers in the Council of Elders. It demanded for Dongfang Wang's resignation, the previous Special Investigation Committee to be disbanded, and a new, fairer special prosecution team to be established and investigate the relationship between the Prime Minister and the assassination. Except for the few elders of the Dongfang family who were too close to Dongfang Wang to get away from him, most of the elders were involved in the impeachment against Dongfang Wang. Many of them were actually the elders from the Dongfang family. Very ironically, it was actually the elders of the Dongfang family who stood on the side of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils firmly, and even offered abundant evidence to prove that Dongfang Wang, Dongfang Renxin, and the rest of them had long been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils into demonic cultivators. After the final attack, Dongfang Wang's fall was almost inevitable. There was no chance of a comeback now. On August 4th, deep inside the Silver Moon Ocean to the east coast of the main continent of the capital, 100 warships were flying at a low altitude, almost sticking to the surface of the ocean. The tides that they raised were like 100 iron sharks that had grown wings. The warships were in different shapes. It could be easily seen that they had been produced for different purposes. However, they were equally brutal and aggressive. All the turrets had been activated. The spluttering electric arcs and mystic arcs were dancing around themselves, vaporizing the tides into colorful mists that were both splendid and fatal. On the dozens of warships that were marching forward in parallel, the emblems of the Li family, the Song family, and the Yun family could be found. Some of the warships also carried the sign of the astounding Thunder Fleet. On the few warships at the edge, there was even the sigil of the Dongfang family. It turned out to be a coalition fleet that included the major forces of the Imperium right now. In his crystal suit, Liao sat cross-legged at the front of a warship of the astounding Thunder Fleet, faced with the raging sea wind while the warship rushed forward. Li Jialing stood behind him, swallowing nervously. He was not nervous about the upcoming battle, but the fact that he was about to meet the theoretically supreme, His Majesty of the Imperium of true human beings. Beep, 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 beep. Liao tapped the helmet of his crystal suit softly and searched the brief of the mission again. Yesterday, the impeachment on Prime Minister Dongfang Wang had been passed. Dongfang Wang was displaced from the office immediately. The 10 or so elders of the Imperium who were involved in the cannibal training and the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance were restrained too. A new special prosecution team had been set up too, which was mostly made of the reformists and the members of the other 3 Kurfürst families. There was also a group of members from the secondary branches of the Dongfang family. It would be easier to locate all the evidence with the help of the insiders. So far, the reformists' goals before the operation had been half accomplished. However, Dongfang Wang fled one step in advance before the new special prosecution team arrived. He had a rather huge secret base deep inside the Silver Moon Ocean to the west of the Black Star continent. There were even enormous space jump facilities similar to Cosmic Slingshot that could allow his starship to be launched to space from the bottom of the ocean immediately. He had kidnapped the Emperor and intended to jump to space from the undersea base before he jumped to his hometown, which he thought was the only place that still supported him. Then, he could use Emperor Xinwu as his last resistance. It was a shame that Dongfang Wang overestimated his prestige as the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood and underestimated the ambitions of the people of his hometown and the speed of their betrayal. So, before he put his escape plan into practice, the intelligence already came from the Dongfang family. Massive troops immediately flew to the Silver Moon Ocean, blocking all the ways of escape. The mission of the battle was to capture former Prime Minister Dongfang Wang alive and rescue Emperor Xinwu. The ocean up ahead seemed peaceful and tranquil, but it was in the color of devastating redness under the illumination of sunlight. The redness soared up into a crimson pillar of smoke that could be seen clearly from hundreds of kilometers away. It was exactly the location of the undersea base that had been accurately marked by the reconnaissance troops who had come in advance. The base was right below the pillar of smoke. At this moment, the fastest warships had already reached the smoke. Abundant bombs were released from the warships and sank into the ocean, not exploding until they submerged for almost 500 meters. The bombs were so powerful that the blasts raised splendid tides on the surface, passing through the seawater hundreds of meters deep. The entire ocean seemed to be boiling. According to the intelligence, Dongfang Wang's undersea base was constructed in the undersea mountains more than 2,000 meters below sea level. Naturally, those bombs could not damage the base at all. However, they could trigger overwhelming undercurrents below the ocean, which could disrupt the teleportation arrays and stop the starships from being directly launched to space. Dongfang Wang's last retreat had been completely blocked. 100 warships, with almost 100,000 elite soldiers on board, flew to the top of the bloody pillar of smoke. A gory hunting was about to begin. Dongfang Wang in the undersea base seemed to have realized that he had nowhere to go anymore. Even if he was lucky enough to run to space, there would still be no place for him in the enormous Imperium. But it was absolutely impossible for him to give up and surrender as the former Prime Minister of the Imperium and the leader of the Dongfang family, to be tied up, tried, and butchered like a pig later. Resisting in hopelessness and fighting to the last moment was his only outcome. Boom! 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 100 serial explosions suddenly echoed from the bottom of the ocean. Then, water pillars as thick as dragons rose abruptly to an altitude of 100 meters. From the water pillars, thousands of flying swords and 10 times more grenades were shot at the warships overwhelmingly. Ripples in various colors were spreading out on the spiritual shields of the warships under the barrage. Many of the spiritual shields were shot through, and the power units and the anti-gravity units were badly damaged. Hideous smoke popped up on the starships one after another. However, more warships had already locked on to where the assault came and counterattacked with the cannons on board. The vast ocean was immediately riddled with holes. The seawater weighing billions of tons was vaporized immediately into a stinky storm of blood. After a prolonged mutual shooting, the two parties gradually slowed down. Then, tremendous crystal suits and colossi leaped off from the warships into the ocean. Both the crystal suits and the colossi were the best anti-pressure models. They had also been installed with the fin kits for the undersea battle. Even under the pressure of the water thousands of meters deep, they could still carry out at least 60% of their combat ability. In a moment, the previously dirty water turned translucent under the illumination of the light of the crystal suits and the colossi. It was almost like a colorful crystal that was emitting gloomy coldness with a weird sense of beauty. Let's go now. If we can successfully rescue His Majesty, it will be a major accomplishment. Liao grinned and said to Li Jialing half-jokingly. Then, he rose and warmed up his limbs, before he sprinted and leaped from the front of the warship. While he was still in midair, his crystal suit was already glowing, outlining a cluster of glamorous wings, as if an enormous golden-winged bird was flying out of his body and enshrouding him. His colossus gold vulture showed up again. Boom! The gold vulture dived deep into the ocean and swooped to the dark, deep bottom of the ocean. The battle in the deep ocean was entirely different from those on the ground or in space. The ocean water was a natural barrier that would significantly disrupt and slow down the transmission of spiritual waves. Even the weapons such as flying swords and bullets would be terribly decelerated in the water. It was needless to say that the senses of human beings would be mostly blocked once they entered the deep ocean. The most terrifying of all was the pressure in the ocean. At the bottom of the ocean thousands of meters deep, the pressure of the seawater was enough to press a crystal tank weighing dozens of tons into a flawless iron ball by brute force. There would not even be a hole that a needle could stab in on the ball. The battle in such an environment was extremely treacherous even for the experts in the divinity transformation stage who were protected by the super anti-pressure crystal suits and colossi. The reason was simple. The experts in the divinity transformation stage could not stay in the divinity transformation stage every second and every minute. It would be quite impressive if they could unleash the intensity of the divinity transformation stage a couple of times in a fierce battle. Most of the time, they would only keep themselves in the nascent soul stage or the core formation stage to lower the consumption on the life and the soul. The turrets of the latest warship cannons of the Imperium of True Human Beings had a longevity of about 3 minutes, which meant the addition of all the moments when the cannons were fired. The same logic applied to the experts in the divinity transformation stage. No turrets could stand opening fire for dozens of minutes continually, and no experts in the divinity transformation stage could stay in the divinity transformation stage for dozens of minutes by burning their lives incessantly. The heavy pressure of the seawater, on the other hand, was endless without any gap. Unless one had escaped into an undersea base, it would be impossible for them to relax for a single moment. From that point of view, Dongfang Wang, who had an undersea base as a shield, was in a much more advantageous position than the attackers. When Liao dived to 500 meters deep, the entire undersea world was already a mess. Chaotic currents, turbulences, and dazzling electric arcs triggered by invisible barriers were everywhere. Flames were squeezed into all kinds of bizarre shapes by the water, before their gloomy fluorescence swallowed the lives of countless people. Beep, 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 beep. The mainframe crystal processor of the Gold Vulture let out alarms nonstop. The entire undersea mountain had almost been built into a forest of flying swords, and 1,000 of them darted at Liao's face without a sound along with the undercurrents. While dodging the attacks unhurriedly, Liao boosted his telepathic thoughts to the maximum and observed the layout of the undersea base. At this moment, the elite warriors of the two parties had already clashed. Dozens of colossi and tens of thousands of crystal suits raised the craziest tides at the bottom of the ocean. One side was determined to capture Dongfang Wang, and the other side was resisting hard because they had no retreat. The battle had entered the most heated phase the moment it started. Li Jialing, locking onto a position, Liao called the golden-haired lion in the point-to-point private channel. "This way, follow me." Evading the last flying sword as agilely as a shark, the gold vulture moved to the dark bottom of the ocean. Ha! Following Liao, Li Jialing found it strange. This does not seem to be the direction to the main battlefield. The undersea base is that way. Of course I know this isn't the direction to the main battlefield. That's why we are heading this way. Liao replied matter-of-factly. Hurry and switch your crystal suit to stealth mode. Turn off all the units except for the anti-pressure ones in case other people discover us. While talking, Liao turned off the light around the gold vulture first. The colossus now looked like a piece of rusted bronze. "What are you doing?" Li Jialing was astonished. "Aren't we supposed to rescue His Majesty? That was just a joke. There are countless loyal and devoted patriots in the Imperium of true human beings. It's inappropriate for us to do everything in person, right?" Liao said matter-of-factly again. "Young man, you must keep a low profile and never show off easily." Li Jialing, but you've been showing off in your every battle in the past. Brother Yao. Here. Allow Brother Yao to teach you a life lesson about when you can show off and when you can't. Liao said solemnly. Before, when I showed off in the battles, I had run careful evaluations in advance and foreseen that the difficulty of the battles was not high and the enemies were not determined to resist but likely to collapse at the first sign of failure. If you are engaged in such battles, of course you need to show off, or you won't deserve your hard training, right? There is another scenario. The battles are terribly difficult, if not life-blighting, but you have no retreat at all because all the responsibilities are on your shoulders. Then, there is no other way except to try your best. In that case, you might as well die a cool death if you have to be killed. But today's battle is different. Dongfang Wang used to be the Prime Minister of the Imperium after all, and he certainly has tremendous extraordinary talents under his command. This place is also the last nest that he has carefully operated on for years with all kinds of traps, barriers, and arrays. This is definitely one of the most dangerous places in the world. The experts deployed here are all Dongfang Wang's last trusted subordinates whose lives have been completely tied to Dongfang Wang. There is no way for them to surrender at all. They are just the most ferocious rabid dogs that have no plans of escaping alive. They will feel worth it if they can kill one enemy. Also, the water pressure here is so high. Even an expert like myself might have an accident after one moment of carelessness. Is there any reason why we should fight hard with the rabid dogs? Furthermore, the 4 Kurfürst families have all sent experts in the divinity transformation stage for the operation to arrest Dongfang Wang. This place has been beleaguered by so many crystal suits and warships too. It is impossible for Dongfang Wang to get away at all. So, it won't matter whether the two of us join the battle or not. Therefore, we will just keep a low profile, hide at the periphery, and clear the small fries who intend to break out of the siege, while we cheer for the experts who fight in the front. Li Jialing was dazed for a long time, before he said, "But the queen said, please, don't be so rigid. Just forget what the queen said." Li Yao said, "Just sense the experts of the divinity transformation stage on the main battlefield carefully. Can't you tell that our divinity transformation stage experts are all sluggish as if they haven't woken up yet? They are all planning the same, and none of them is willing to lead the vanguard to fight the enemy. Even the main forces of the four families and the reformists are thinking that way. Why do the two of us need to work so hard when we only joined the cause halfway?" Rendered speechless, Li Jialing followed Li Yao to dive further into the ocean. Li Yao nodded his head in satisfaction. He was about to teach the boy more life lessons when the gold vulture suddenly received a familiar signal from the depths of the dark, boundless ocean. Bo, 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 bo. The feeble pulse signals were only the meaningless waves of the undersea turbulences or animals for other people. But Li Yao could vaguely distinguish the familiar pace in them. The pace was the signal of communication that he and the cultivators of the ancient sages sector agreed upon when he returned to the Heaven's Origin sector ready to resist the Black Wind Fleet. Considering that all methods of communication could be interrupted, they had set up almost 20 different ways of communication. Such signals were exactly one of them. In the Imperium of true human beings, only two people would have known the signals. Besides him, it was Long Yangjun. "So you are hiding here?" Li Yao's eyes glowed. As the saying went, when a tree falls, all the monkeys on it will run away. When Dongfang Wang's cabinet was about to collapse, the Association of Demon Hunters naturally would not cling to their reliance, which was already shaking, anymore. After all, their loyalty was never to Dongfang Wang himself but to the four Kurfürst families. When the cannibal training and the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance were exposed and fermented, a series of power struggles burst out within the Association of Demon Hunters. The faction loyal to Dongfang Wang was purged. The whole organization was in a panic and on the brink of collapse. What was weird was that Dongfang Mingyue, president of the Association of Demon Hunters, disappeared in advance as mysteriously and unpredictably as she landed on the organization. Li Yao had been searching for Dongfang Mingyue, or Long Yangjun, to no avail. He thought that the erratic, androgynous guy had long escaped. It never occurred to Li Yao that she was so loyal to Dongfang Wang that she was staying by his side to this moment. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao decided to go to Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun was definitely not a good guy. She was even possibly a malicious alien species. But for some reason, Li Yao still felt that she was more trustworthy than the four Kurfürst families and Li Linghai. Although the deep ocean where the pulse signals came from entailed a great threat, the risks would be worth it. "Li Jialing, it suddenly occurred to me that there's something I need to do. Just play with yourself here for a while." Li Yao boosted the gold vulture to swim deeper into the ocean. "I'll be back soon." "Huh?" Li Jialing was dumbfounded. "Brother Yao, what are you going to do? And what am I supposed to do here?" "I'm going to enjoy the coolness in the deep ocean," Li Yao said. "As for you, just observe the battle and find a place where the enemies are fewer and weaker to fight. Then, just pretend that your crystal suit is too seriously damaged to fight anymore and go back to the surface of the ocean. Remember, don't run to the center of the battlefield where it is most heated. Dongfang Wang's subordinates are all desperate mad dogs. They can be dreadful." Li Yao's voice was still echoing when the wings of the gold vulture already retreated into the shape of fish fins, allowing the colossus to dash into the ocean. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. It was already the deep ocean where there was absolutely no sunlight. The water pressed the gold vulture from all directions like half-consolidated iron, squeezing the shell of the colossus that emitted squeaky noises and giving a strong sense of suffocation. The sense of suffocation of this place was even stronger than the earthly dragons below the ground of the land of sins. After all, the rocks there were solid and would not really fall, although they looked intimidating. However, in this place, after every meter he descended, the pressure of the water would grow by a little bit. Although the gold vulture had adopted the shells and the anti-pressure kits made of superalloys, it seemed to be kneaded into the size of a fist any minute. Is this Long Yangjuan's real strength? Liao was greatly alarmed. He did not expect Long Yangjun to be capable enough of sending her telepathic thoughts to his colossus accurately through such thick water. He was even more curious about what the guy was up to. Maximizing his senses, he looked down and could vaguely sense the bottom of the ocean. However, at the center of the rugged bottom of the ocean lay a narrow, long trench, which boasted a feeble attraction force and absorbed seawater non-stop, as if it were a bottomless hole leading to the core of the planet. Bo, 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 bo. The pulse signals came from the trench and were as enticing as the songs of a siren. Frowning, Liao dived into the trench in the gold vulture. The faults on the two sides of the trench were like vertical precipices. Maximizing the searchlight on the gold vulture, Liao could vaguely see countless bones of primeval beasts, as well as enormous artificial buildings and utensils, embedded in the faults. Several of the huge objects looked like twisted, broken starships. There were also the bones of giants, which reflected creepy brilliance under the searchlight. Liao was rather shocked at first, but then realized that they were all the debris of the colossi from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It appeared to be a primeval battlefield that hadn't been discovered yet. Since the Imperial Terminus sector was an intersection of the 3,000 worlds, it was not strange that the place used to be a main battlefield in the primeval war hundreds of thousands of years ago. It appeared that Long Yangjun had recovered a lot of primeval memories to find this unvisited primeval battlefield. But what treasures had she found from this battlefield? Liao glanced at the control menu. It was already 9,900 meters below sea level. The ocean below his feet suddenly glowed. At first, it was just a tiny spot of light, but it soon turned into the most glamorous crystal and dashed at the gold vulture as quickly as a bolt of lightning, completely ignoring the blockage and pressure of the seawater. Shwa! In the exact moment, the glamorous crystal passed by the gold vulture, leaving a devastating damage on the breastplate of the colossus with brute force. Although it was probably a minor damage on the ground, it might have led to catastrophic consequences at the deep ocean almost 10,000 meters below sea level. Long Yangjun. Liao was both shocked and exasperated. His telepathic thoughts soared to the glamorous crystal like overwhelming undercurrents. You have tricked me to this place because you want to die together with me? Hee. I said last time that I would like to try your gold bird. How can I not honor my words? Long Yangjuan's giggling voice was shot into the gold vulture, through the iron-like water in the waves of telepathic thoughts. We've been fighting since the first second we met. Later, deep inside the Nuwa warship, we only reached cooperation after we revealed all our trump cards only to discover that neither of us could defeat the other person. Didn't we? Now, we have come to a greater stage and gotten brand new techniques. How can we talk about cooperation if we do not fight and get to know each other better? I do not want to hamstring you or to be hamstrung by you. That is why I have prepared the battlefield that absolutely nobody will disrupt. I am not playing any trick this time. It is just a competition of pure strength. Watch closely. I'm coming. Hardly had she concluded her sentence when Long Yangjun charged at him again. While she was talking, Liao had already seen clearly that the colossus she was using was not the high-speed scout model Yin that he discovered from the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector, but a new, more elegant and more classical model. The colossus was about 25 meters high, slightly shorter than the gold vulture. It did not adopt any regular superalloy material at all, but seemed to be entirely made of transparent crystals that were changing their colors all the time. Once somebody was attracted by the dazzling light, their soul would be entirely under the mercy of Long Yangjun. Liao shuddered hard, only to discover that Long Yangjun had already reached right in front of him with the weird colossus. It was really fast. He turned his wings into two shields and protected the body in time. But still, he was knocked dozens of meters into the rocks on one side of the cliffs because of the clash. The rocks fell apart, the seawater was rolling, and the mud blocked everything around. His senses were reduced to almost zero. Liao roared crazily, and his wings immediately split apart into hundreds of streaks of light. The metal feathers that looked like willow leaves were darted out and protected his body within a web. He jumped out of the fault and immediately locked onto the diamond-like colossus. The breastplate of the gold vulture opened, and the gold cannon inside hit the target precisely. Boom! The previously colorful colossus was blown into gold under the attack. But after a moment, the gold color dimmed, and the colossus was utterly undamaged. Not only was it undamaged, the colossus even had weird changes after absorbing the energy of the attack. The shell of the colossus flowed like water and assembled into a new fin and a tail, exactly like a siren in the deep ocean. This is a colossus that I found after I came to the center of the cosmos. Its name is Heavenly Crystal. Long Yangjun chuckled. How about it? It is as good as your gold vulture, isn't it? In the next second, the colossus turned into a streak of brilliance and charged at Liao again. One blue and the other gold. The two streaks of brilliance were engaged in the fierce battle 10,000 meters below the ocean and collided 100 times in only 3 seconds. It had been a long time since Liao last gritted his teeth so hard. He finally understood why Li Linghai had such a high remark on Long Yangjun and believed that she was a great threat. Long Yangjun, with her primeval memories awakened and her dual bloodlines of Nuwa and Pangu activated, was certainly no longer the lead eunuch Wang Shi, that was second to sword manic Yen Liren in the ancient sage's sector. Her every movement carried the most ancient and dominating air, as if a real god were standing before Liao. Her goddamn colossus was also erratic and boasted the weird technique to absorb the enemy's attacks. It was truly horrifying. Boom, 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 boom. After the 1001st collision, Liao was blown into the fault and punched by a storm of fists again. Cracks appeared all over the gold vulture, and the squeaky noises caused by the heavy pressure of the seawater were particularly ear-splitting. It appears that your gold bird is not good enough. Long Yangjun appeared right next to Liao like a ghost. She was even bold enough to crane the head of her colossus to the head of the gold colossus and said in a low voice, "If this is your best, how are you qualified to cooperate with me and explore the greatest secret of the universe?" At the moment, the killing intent behind Long Yangjun's light-hearted words seemed to have really been raised to the maximum. In the meantime, the sharpest voice also burst out in Liao's head. "Go to hell. He is mine." It all happened too fast. The gold vulture, which seemed to have been hit brutally all the time, suddenly opened its mouth, spitting out a cluster of bloody mist that pierced at the face of the heavenly crystal like a blade that could tear everything apart. The two parties were very close to each other, and the gold vulture's movement was very fast. Caught unprepared, the heavenly crystal was hit in the forehead precisely. The materials that the heavenly crystal was made of were not any regular metals but the cores and skeletons of dozens of kinds of primeval beasts after they were squeezed together deep inside the crust and refined by the high temperature and pressure for millions of years. They were extremely rare even in the primeval battlefield where the debris of the colossus could be found anywhere. The Bloody Mist's physical form was merely just Neltharion, a training model of the Star Ocean Imperium. Naturally, it was impossible to break in. However, just because Neltharion could not penetrate into it did not mean that the mental devil could not invade it. With the creepy laughter that was getting louder and louder, the mental devil turned into a raging phantom, trying to crawl into the heavenly crystal through the gaps on it. However seemingly flawless the colossus was, there were bound to be joints and gaps on it as long as it could move agilely. The mental devil's body suddenly exploded into thousands of bloody threads, exploring the weakness of the heavenly crystal inch by inch. Long Yangjun finally exclaimed in shock. Even though she had foreseen that Liao had more trump cards, she did not expect the trump cards to be as effective. Liao bellowed and cooperated with the mental devil. While Long Yangjun's mind was greatly disrupted by the mental devil, tidal exhaust flames surged out of the back of the gold vulture, blowing apart the fault behind him completely. Despite the heavy pressure of the ocean, he unleashed the terrible momentum above the speed of sound and crashed into the heavenly crystal brutally. Boom! This time, It was the heavenly crystal that was blown to the other side of the fault by the gold vulture and swallowed by the furious flames. Li Yao's attacks did not stop when the entire fault collapsed as a whole and buried the heavenly crystal into it. Soon, the mental devil and the heavenly crystal dashed out from the two sides of the fault. The heavenly crystal was no longer as brilliant and colorful as it was a moment ago. It was now mottled with narrow, long red lines vaguely slithering below the crystal shell like tapeworms. The mental devil, on the other hand, stood on Neltharion and glared at Long Yongjun. "Do you still want to fight?" said Li Yao coldly. Who? This is more like it. This is what Vulture Li Yao should do." Long Yongjun panted hard but chuckled in a low voice. "So this is your secret weapon. I think I've seen it from somewhere? Right, this little guy was there when we dealt with extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian in the Star Glory Federation. How cute. Is it your second soul? I did not expect that you had trained your second soul to such a terrifying level. Except for the lack of a real entity, its combat ability is as good as any regular expert in the divinity transformation stage, and its weirdness is significantly greater than them. What is it exactly? Some sort of underdeveloped version of the divinity branching stage? No wonder you'd been playing weak all the time. You intended to trick me with your second soul. That was indeed in line with your style. Thankfully, I knew that you were sordid and shameless since the very beginning, or I might have really been hit. Allow me to introduce you," Li Yao said emotionlessly. "This is indeed my second soul named Mental Devil. Mental Devil, this is Long Yongjun. You should get to know each other." "I won't. I hate this sexless, creepy monster." The Mental Devil sniffed at Long Yongjun. "Hey, I do not object to you at all if you want to kill this stupid idiot. But this body is mine. If you dare to break one hair on it, I will certainly fight you until I die." "How interesting. It seems that your second soul has developed an independent character." Long Yongjun chuckled. "No, it is much more than a second soul. I've smelled something more ancient and distant from it. It seems to have come from somewhere far, far away beyond the 3,000 sectors a long, long time ago. At the very least, I cannot feel too much of the air of Pangu and Nuwa in it." Li Yao was somewhat surprised. The bloodstripe virus, the mental devil's antecedent, was indeed from an extremely distant space zone beyond the 3,000 sectors. Li Yao did not even know if the bloodstripe virus hometown and the world that the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and mankind lived in were in the same universe. "That explains why you look so familiar. So, we share similar identities and experiences." Long Yongjun continued with a smile. "I am a member of the Nuwa clan, but I was corrupted by the forces of the Pangu clan. You are a human being, but you have been corrupted by the mental devil. We are both carrying double destinies and bloodlines. No wonder you and I feel like old friends at the first meeting." "We do." The mental devil stared at Long Yongjun in wariness. "What is your scheme? What do you want exactly?" With a smile, Long Yongjun retreated the heavenly crystal on her body. She was simply wearing a regular anti-pressure crystal suit. Opening her arms, she showed that she did not have any hostility. Li Yao sneered. "You've had enough fighting? Since you boast such a weird and powerful second soul, it is impossible for me to take down the both of you at the same time. It is possible that your second soul will invade my brain and cause serious damage when I kill you. Even my body might be heist." Long Yongjun admitted straightforwardly. "In that case, why do I need to waste my time and energy? Like I said earlier, this is not a life-and-death battle, but just a way for us to bond since we haven't seen each other for a long time." Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, "Fine. Now that my trump cards have all been put on the table and seen clearly, you can finally tell me what you want now, can't you?" "I don't want anything in particular. I'm just traveling at the center of the cosmos to get a closer look at this world as well as myself." Long Yongjun said, "However, during my journey, I have indeed discovered some interesting things. Do you remember that I told you to be wary of Queen Li Linghai last time?" Li Yao narrowed his eyes. "Why? Have you discovered any important evidence?" "I wouldn't say evidence, but it is nonetheless very interesting." Long Yangjun suddenly changed the topic. Do you want to meet Dongfang Wang? He is about to die. Also, his soul is withering together with his body, and there is even no chance for him to turn into a spectral cultivator. As the saying goes, when a man is dying, his words will be wise. What he says at the end of his life will perhaps be very reasonable and interesting. What? Liao was slightly shocked. Dongfang Wang is with you? And he is dying? Why? Because his brother's secret research institute was destroyed and the supply of his soul nutrition liquid was cut off. Long Yangjun said, "Don't look at me like that. That was the biggest secret between the two brothers. I did not know it at all until you exposed the whole issue. After Dongfang Wang's unavoidable failure, he told me everything. If he had told me sooner, everything perhaps would have been different." Thinking for a long time, Liao still found it hard to believe. A prime minister of iron and blood is about to die just like that? He seems too weak from the beginning to the end. It is exactly because he is the prime minister of iron and blood that he is so weak and he dies so fast. Long Yangjun made a statement that sounded utterly unreasonable. Then she asked back, "You should know how many worlds, planets, starships, immortal cultivators, and civilians are under the effective control of the Imperium of true human beings, right?" Liao nodded his head. He knew the series of boring astronomical numbers, but he knew nothing more. If you were the Prime Minister of the Imperium, are you confident to manage the hundreds of sectors, thousands of resource planets, millions of starships, and billions of people and immortal cultivators, not carrying out their greatest potentials but only ensuring the normal functioning of the enormous system? Long Yangjun asked. Or maybe another question. If a prime minister of the Imperium is really capable of doing that, how much computational ability will it consume? And how much soul power and vitality will he have to burn? Liao had never considered the question before. He was never good at management and administration but preferred gratifying battles and erratic refining work. But as Ding Lingdong's husband, he knew very clearly the complicated questions and the tough dilemmas that Ding Lingdang was faced with every day when she was only managing the 10 or so worlds at the edge of the cosmos. The questions and challenges that the Prime Minister of the Imperium was faced with were certainly 100 times more than those of the Speaker of the Federation. Every human being had their limits, not just an admin-type immortal cultivator in the divinity transformation stage. Even if they were in the divinity branching stage or even higher levels and had the help of countless supercrystal processors, they would still feel overwhelmed when they were faced with the vast universe. Do you understand it now? The Imperium is simply too huge. Anybody who intends to govern the entire universe on their own will inevitably burn up their head completely, just like all the chips inside a crystal processor will be burnt up when it performs a mission that is too complicated and enormous. Long Yangjun said, "Besides, Dongfang Wang is not a common prime minister but a wartime prime minister, and a prime minister of iron and blood. Under his leadership, the Imperium started a supermassive war that was unprecedented in the past 500 years. Although he was not a commander in the front line, as the helmsman of the entire Imperium, he had devoted inestimable efforts, energy, and even vitality into the war. I didn't know it until a long time later after I got in touch with Dongfang Wang, but the seemingly majestic Prime Minister of Iron and Blood had long been exhausted by the Imperium's counterattack. By logic, his soul should have been drained, and his body should have been crippled. He only managed to sustain himself with the soul nutrition liquid provided by his brother. But the soul nutrition liquid had side effects too. The most important one of all was that the dosage requirement would be higher and higher. At first, 1 dosage a day was enough. But later, even 10 dosages a day were insufficient to moisten the dried brain cells. It was also an important reason why Dongfang Renxin's secret research institute did not close even when the situation in the capital was so intense. Couldn't be helped. Dongfang Wang could not live without the medication. Once the medication was cut off, his body conditions immediately deteriorated. He had collapsed on his own even before your attacks, collapsed by the entire universe and by his own ambitions. After hearing that, Liao couldn't help but recall that the speakers of the Star Glory Federation had all been exhausted both physically and mentally in their 10 years of work. Many of them plummeted after they were out of the office and never made any advancement for the rest of their lives. The Imperium of true human beings was at least 10 times larger than the Star Glory Federation. The pressure on the Prime Minister of the Imperium was truly unbelievably huge. Thinking of that, Liao somehow remembered his wife. Thankfully, it would be enough for Ding Lingdang to work as the speaker for only 5 years. She would never pursue a second term. Therefore, the burden on the body and the mind couldn't have been too heavy. Now that he was at the center of the cosmos, it was convenient for him to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He should spend some thoughts on searching for the warming and nurturing tonics for Ding Lingdang after he returned to the Federation. Now that I think of it, Dongfang Wang's fall was inevitable. His ambitions couldn't have been realized since the very beginning. The 4 Kurfürst families, including the majority of the Dongfang family, have been dissatisfied with him for a long time. With or without the reformists, he couldn't have worked as a prime minister for long, and it was unavoidable that he was driven out of the office in a shameful way. Naturally, Long Yongjun did not know what was on Liao's mind. She simply went on, "The reason is simple. Both the 4 Kurfürst families and the warlords, as well as the sector masters from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, only want to be dominators of the local area. They absolutely do not want to be superseded by anybody, be it the Emperor, the Queen, or the Prime Minister. The previous Prime Ministers of the Imperium were not as powerful and prestigious as Dongfang Wang. They were just a mediator and a host that the 4 Kurfürst families elected. If the Prime Minister's words sounded nice, they would listen to him. If the words were unpleasant, they would just ignore him. How easy was that? However, in the recent 100 years, the unstoppable rise of Dongfang Wang, leading the Dongfang family, has seriously jeopardized the interests of the other 3 families. Also, thanks to the glorious triumph of the Imperium's counterattack, he has also garnered a high reputation among the civilians and even won the title of Prime Minister of Iron and Blood. He is now even extending his hands into the army. Then what does he want exactly? To be a second Black Star the Great? The tallest tree in a forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. Dongfang Wang is simply too powerful and galvanizing. The Imperium will absolutely not tolerate such a grand prime minister. Everybody will attack and annihilate him together, or at least hamstring him so that they can keep the original balance of interests. The attack of the reformists came right in time. The other 3 Kurfürst families and the oppositions within the Dongfang family naturally frowned and took your sides. But in fact, you don't know how happy they were in secret. Why else do you think Li Linghai could have convinced the old and cunning leaders of the 3 families just with her silver tongue? Thinking carefully for a moment, Liao realized that it did make sense. He also felt that the Li, Song, and Yun families changed their attitudes so fast that they almost disgraced themselves as families that dated back to 1,000 years ago. Now that Long Yongjun analyzed it in such a way, it did sound perfectly reasonable. You might find it hard to believe, but Dongfang Wang is an out-and-out patriot, Long Yongjun said with a smile. Or rather, all his ambitions are to become the greatest prime minister in history, who revives the Imperium of true human beings, destroys the alliance of the Holy Covenant completely, and leaves his name as the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood on the history books of the future generations of mankind. It is a pity that the man was too simple-minded. Or rather, the high-speed calculations every second, every minute, every hour, and every day over the past 20 years, especially when he was planning the super-enormous mission that involved many aspects such as Imperium's counterattack, had drained all his wisdom, keenness, and computational ability. Also, bolstered by the glorious triumph, his ever-expanding ambitions blocked his last wariness, making them both inert and stubborn, if not wishful, in all the fields except for the Covenant alliance. He thought that he could continue to control the entire Imperium with the victory of the war and the power to allocate trophies. Little did he know that his very existence had hindered too many people in their way. Did he not have himself to blame for his final catastrophe? Liao was silent. Now that Long Yongjun analyzed it logically, it was really not a surprise that Dongfang Wang failed so quickly. Long Yongjun sighed and said, After Dongfang Renxin's secret research institute was conquered, Dongfang Wang already knew that he was losing. He also knew that the secret research institute wouldn't have been discovered if nobody in the family had betrayed him. He finally realized that the enemy he was faced with was not the Queen or the reformists, but the entire universe. If the reformists were his only enemy, he could summon his courage to fight the last battle. But faced with the entire universe, did he stand any chance in a counterattack at all? Dongfang Wang did not expect that he would end up like this after winning such a great victory for the Imperium. He almost abandoned himself in devastation later and did not want to organize an effective counterattack at all. Otherwise, the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood could have had some dying struggles and your progress wouldn't have been so smooth at all. Forget it. It is not going to help however much I talk. Why don't you go to him and hear him in person? Thinking quickly, Liao asked, Does Dongfang Wang know who I am? What will he talk to me about? Long Yongjun smiled and said, I told Dongfang Wang that you were not on the same boat as Queen Li Linghai but were more inclined to the military, because you were too close to Lei Qinghu. Li Linghai was already suspicious and wary of you. So, what do you think Dongfang Wang will talk to you about? Frowning, Liao asked, Dongfang Wang simply believed everything you said? He might not trust me, but whose words could he have believed if not mine? Her hands behind her back, Long Yongjun said casually, Don't forget that I'd been by his side, loyally the whole time. Speaking of which, I am very interested in something else. How did you win Dongfang Wang's trust in the beginning, and how did you explain your backgrounds, your identity, and your strength? Dongfang Wang is no fool. You couldn't have become his trusted subordinate with a random identity that you fabricated. Thinking for a moment, Liao offered to confess. I told Li Linghai that I was a cultivator from Firefly, and she was more or less convinced. You couldn't have used the same excuse, could you? Firefly? The Star Ocean Republic. Long Yongjun was amused. I do love your prowess of telling lies. Why was I unable to come up with such a neat excuse? Silly me. I simply told Dongfang Wang that I was a demonic cultivator that had wandered to the Imperium. Ha! Liao was greatly surprised. A demonic cultivator? Dongfang Wang did not catch you immediately, and he even treated you as a trusted subordinate. If Li Linghai did not catch and execute you who was a cultivator, why would Dongfang Wang catch me who was pretending to be a demonic cultivator? Vague mockery was mixed in Long Yongjun's voice. Dongfang Wang and Li Linghai are the same kind of people. They do not see morals, ideas, or friendship, but only interests and schemes. What is the greatest enemy of the Imperium today? The people of the Covenant Alliance who are unemotional and mechanical. The demonic cultivators, on the other hand, are all guys whose feelings are copious and even overflowing. They are the sworn enemies of the Covenant Alliance. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. One or two demonic cultivators could not hurt the big picture, just like one or two cultivators were nothing to be scared of at all. Instead, they could prove to be very useful. After all, for the upper class like Li Linghai and Dongfang Wang, strong foreigners like us have two advantages. Firstly, we are absolutely helpless in the Imperium. It is impossible for us to conspire with anybody else, and we seem only able to work hard for them dutifully. Secondly, our identity is our greatest weakness. If our values are fully exploited and they decide that they do not want us anymore, all they need to do is to expose our real identities. Then we will be the rats on the street that everybody stomps on. They will not even need to move their little finger. We are more convenient than disposable garbage bags. Therefore, is there any reason why they should not trust and appreciate us? Thinking for a long time, Liao found no flaws in it. But he was still suspicious. Wait, the demonic cultivators are expected to be familiar with the Tenebrum energy, right? You mean this? Long Yongjun extended her index finger, where a cluster of violet ball lightning soon appeared and spread to all directions as if it had life and emotions. This is Tenebrum energy. Bulging his eyes, Liao clearly sensed the more agitated and vehement air that was entirely different from regular spiritual energy. Wait, you can't be a real demonic cultivator, can you? For an expert in the divinity transformation stage, your shallowness is truly regrettable. Long Yongjun raised her finger, making the purple, vigorous ball lightning revolve rapidly. As it moved faster and faster, the electric arcs became glamorous and danced on her fingertip like a spirit of lightning. I thought that after all the adventures and shocking changes, you should have long known that both cultivators and demonic cultivators are defined by human beings, and that they are nothing more than names that have been agreed upon. In fact, is there a clear boundary that divides the cultivators from the immortal cultivators? Doesn't the same apply for demonic cultivators? Is there really such a thing in the universe? That is different. Liao said warily. The cultivators and the immortal cultivators only differ in their beliefs, but they all train with the spiritual energy. Naturally, it is difficult to distinguish them. However, what the demonic cultivators practice is the foul tenebrum energy that can corrupt the heart. I've been through multiple tragedies where I witnessed thousands of victims corrupted and possessed by the tenebrum energy. How hilarious. I thought that you should have at least grown into college level after everything you'd been through. But as it turns out, you are still staying at the high school level. Long Yongjun said slowly, do you really believe that some energy in the universe is more righteous than the rest? It is true that both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators train with the spiritual energy. But so what? How many wars are fought with the spiritual energy as the main weapon? How many innocents are blown into smithereens by the spiritual energy? How many planets have been destroyed by the bombardment of the spiritual energy? Let's just talk about the imperium of true human beings in the past 1,000 years. Did the immortal cultivators commit few slaughters and destructions with the spiritual energy? Is that the so-called righteous energy? No, the spiritual energy and the tenebrum energy cannot be divided according to a moral criterion. They are not even two opposite kinds of energy. Let me tell you the truth of the tenebrum energy. Looking at the light ball of tenebrum energy on Long Yongjun's fingertip, Liao was deep in thought. Energy was neither righteous nor evil but only differed in frequency and characteristics. Many people had told Liao this simple logic on his path of training so far. He had considered the nature of energy a lot of times himself, too, and he was not certain that there was such a thing as evil energy. However, the horror of the arrival of extraterrestrial devils, as well as the rapid changes of one's mind after they were corrupted by the tenebrum energy, was also a fact that he had witnessed and experienced multiple times too. The examples of the former included the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils at the 10th space ring of the Flying Star sector and the horrible event where the Black Wind Fleet was almost entirely possessed when it attacked the Federation. As for the latter, extraterrestrial devil Xianxia was the best example. It was exactly because of the invasion of extraterrestrial devils and tenebrum energy that the previously upright Professor Xianxia was twisted and changed into an extraterrestrial devil that almost destroyed the Federation. The bloodstripe virus could also be counted as an extraterrestrial devil from a distant land. Liao knew how tough and tricky it was very clearly. When he was corrupted, his negative emotions were all enlarged, and he almost turned into a fiend that knew nothing except for slaughtering freely. The tenebrum energy and the spiritual energy were entirely different. To be more exact, the tenebrum energy had a greater influence on human beings' souls, and the interaction was deeper. Pondering for a moment, Liao asked slowly, what is tenebrum energy exactly? With a smile, Long Yongjun asked back instead of answering, have you ever considered the essential differences among the prosperous worlds, the infertile worlds, and the desolate worlds? There are infinite space zones and galaxies in the vast universe, and all the galaxies have stars. Among them, a lot are stellar systems where the stars are in the prime years and can radiate light and heat incessantly. They also boast planets of reasonable distance from the stars. However, of all the cosmos that mankind has explored, only 3,000 sectors boast spiritual energy and are suitable for the living of intelligent lives. It is almost a drop in the ocean. Why? After a slight daze, Liao frowned and replied, even the most advanced forums on cosmology in the imperium of true human beings do not have a well-acknowledged theory. There are only countless hypotheses. For example, the Big Bang hypothesis, which believes that the entire universe comes from an unimaginably massive explosion in the primeval times, and the 3,000 sectors were exactly 3,000 most heated pieces that had the most intense waves. Therefore, they carry the features that regular galaxies do not have. There is also the hypothesis of high-dimensional hole, which believes that there are higher dimensions beyond the three-dimensional universe, and certain gaps or holes exist between those higher dimensions and the three-dimensional universe. The regular energy in the higher dimensions is leaked to the three-dimensional universe through the gaps, turning into spiritual energy that nurtures everything. The regular stellar systems do not boast such high-dimensional holes. So, it is impossible for them to generate spiritual energy and intelligent lives no matter how excellent the natural conditions are. Long Yang-jun nodded her head and said, "Exactly. They are two of the most mainstream hypotheses about the origins of spiritual energy. So, you must be aware of the third theory, which believes that it came from prehistoric intelligent lives, right?" Without any hesitation, Li Yao replied quickly, "On the planets that had creatures after billions of years under the tectonic movements and the high temperature and pressure, the dead bodies of the prehistoric creatures could be transformed into energy sources such as coal or oil. Although their utilization efficiency was not very high, they were enough to support a relatively primitive civilization. It's just that those energy sources alone were hardly enough to let the civilization break out of the stellar system it was at. Then, if the dead bodies of the prehistoric creatures can be transformed into energy under certain circumstances, is it possible that the soul and will of the prehistoric intelligent lives can be turned into another kind of energy? The vast universe has witnessed the passage of time of at least 100 billion years. Before the civilization of mankind, there were the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations. Then, how many civilizations were there before the Pangu and the Nuwa civilizations? Theoretically speaking, there could have been 10,000 civilizations before us. If the individuals in the super-civilizations billions of years ago already reached the magnificent levels 100 times stronger than the human beings in the divinity transformation stage, how overwhelming must their souls and will have been? Would their souls and will be gone forever after those unparalleled experts passed away? Is it possible that their souls and will were transformed into a new, pure energy form because of the reactions with the cosmic radiations and space waves? Therefore, the hypothesis of prehistoric intelligent life holds that the spiritual energy we are using today is exactly the souls and will of countless unparalleled experts from the advanced civilizations billions of years ago, except that it has been too highly compressed and condensed for us to know what it used to be. Just like when you see a bucket of oil, it will be impossible for you to imagine that it was a dinosaur at the beginning. However, I do not support such a hypothesis personally, because there are two obvious questions. Firstly, if the so-called spiritual energy is the souls and will left by the super-experts from the advanced civilizations in the past, there is bound to be an initial civilization at the beginning of everything. Where exactly did the experts of the first-generation civilization absorb spiritual energy for their training? Without spiritual energy, how were they capable of breaking out of the mother planet and the stellar system, creating the first glory? Secondly, an important method of training is to absorb the natural essence. The radiations of stars are one of the biggest sources of spiritual energy too. How can such a hypothesis explain that? It's very simple. Long Yang-jun said with a smile, "The three hypotheses on the origins of spiritual energy are not necessarily independent and separated. They can totally support and enhance each other. First of all, the entire universe came from the Big Bang billions of years ago. During the Big Bang, countless pieces that were extremely hot and sharp were blown out and ripped out thousands of cracks in the three-dimensional universe. Those gaps led to the four-dimensional universe or even higher dimensions, introducing the energy that was not supposed to belong to the three-dimensional universe from the higher dimensions. The energy then irrigated the prosperous worlds. With the nutrition of the energy of the higher dimensions, the first civilizations gradually appeared in those worlds. The experts of the first civilizations studied the energy from the higher dimensions and slowly melted their feelings, will, and souls into the high-dimensional energy, which was the prototype of spiritual energy. There used to be countless advanced intelligent lives in the billions of years in the history of the universe. After the best experts of the super civilizations perished, They were all melted into the ocean of energy that flowed all over the universe in a certain form as the spiritual energy that mankind uses today. Therefore, you can consider the spiritual energy as a gift from the ancestral civilizations for their offspring. As for the spiritual energy that radiates from stars, it is even simpler. You should know that not the radiations from all stars are beneficial for training. The radiations of most stars are just the most fundamental light and heat. So, is it possible that certain superintelligent lives used to live inside the stars, or that the stars were themselves some kind of superintelligent life forms but are already dead? Liao was astounded. Wait, 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 what are you trying to say? How is it related to the tenebrum energy? It is related in every way. Long Yangjun said solemnly. If the spiritual energy originated from the feelings, will, and souls of countless intelligent lives billions of years ago, do you not think that it is too much of a waste to just use it as an energy source? It's just like after you have excavated oil of the best quality from below the ground, you simply light it with fire. That is not the way to completely unleash its real power. What I'm saying is that the so-called spiritual energy is the feelings, will, and souls of the prehistoric intelligent lives, except that they gradually entered the hibernation state in the billions of years of changes of the universe. 99% of their power has been sealed. The way that human beings make use of spiritual energy is too primitive to activate its real power. You are sitting on a mountain of treasures, and yet you regard the gold and the diamonds as rocks. This is exactly how it feels. In short, the tenebrum energy is not the opposite of the spiritual energy but the advanced form of the spiritual energy. The tenebrum energy is exactly the spiritual energy that has been fully activated, while the spiritual energy is the tenebrum energy in the hibernation state. Liao found it hard to believe. It does sound more or less reasonable, but do you have any evidence? I don't have any direct evidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a hypothesis at all. Long Yangjun said with a smile. However, isn't it the best evidence that I can make use of the tenebrum energy freely at will? Not just me, you can do the same too. Just free your mind. Make your soul travel to billions of years ago, so that you can feel the power deep inside the spiritual energy, and hear the roars of the prehistoric civilizations during their conquests of the universe and the moans when they passed away. You can inherit the spirits and will of the prehistoric civilizations and unlock the seals that cover the spiritual energy, transforming it into the tenebrum energy that is 100 times more powerful. Blinking his eyes for a long time, Liao asked, if the tenebrum energy is really an advanced form of the spiritual energy, why are the extraterrestrial devils such a hazard? Tremendous ordinary people, and even trainers who were corrupted by the tenebrum energy were possessed and deranged. That was because the tenebrum was too powerful for regular people to handle. If you ask a 3-year-old to rein a disobedient stallion or wave a saber weighing 100 kilograms, how can they not fall over and hurt themselves? If an indigent man who has not a single coin in his pocket suddenly inherits tremendous wealth, how can they not be lost in the extravagance? Long Yangjun replied casually, think about it. The feelings, will, and souls of the best experts of countless super-civilizations in the past billions of years all flooded into the brain of an ordinary person. How could the ordinary person contain themselves and not be lost? Also, the living form of the prehistoric super-civilizations was clearly different from mankind today. They must have had some moral codes that human beings cannot accept or understand. When the prehistoric morals all flooded into the head of an ordinary person, is it strange that they are turned into a mentally deranged person and something entirely different? Liao thought quickly and realized that although Long Yangjun's words were rather unconventional and whimsical, they did seem self-consistent and explained the situation logically. Considering for a long time, Liao said again, even if your speculation is correct and the tenebrum energy is not evil, it is nonetheless very dangerous. Exactly. Tenebrum energy is a kind of energy that is almost too powerful to be controlled. It is indeed very dangerous and not to be touched by ordinary people and low-level trainers. Long Yangjun said, however, for the experts in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage, exploring the mysteries of the tenebrum energy is the only way to make them stronger. It is already the limit to advance into the divinity transformation stage or the divinity branching stage with spiritual energy alone. Only the tenebrum energy can help the insignificant human beings to touch the ultimate mysteries of the universe and inherit the precious legacies left by countless intelligent lives in history. Of course, that being said, it is perfectly normal that you have concerns. Not just you, even the Pangu clan in the past did not agree with training using the tenebrum energy. Attracted, Liao couldn't help but ask, "Have you remembered more things about the primeval war now?" "More or less. The modeled memory pieces are getting clearer and clearer inside my soul." Long Yongjun sighed and said, "The ultimate war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, in terms of ideology, was a war of order against freedom. But apart from the metaphysical theories, the real trigger of the war was whether or not to develop the tenebrum energy on a large scale. In the last years of the Pangu civilization, the technologies and the training techniques were all highly advanced. They also found the relics of countless ancestral civilizations from billions of years ago. All the requirements to develop and apply the tenebrum energy on a large scale were met. However, the energy form that was 100 times more powerful and dangerous than the spiritual energy naturally raised everybody's wariness. The 13 main civilizations of the Pangu Civilizations Alliance only joined each other because they were exhausted and almost mutually destroyed in the countless universal wars against one another. The wars in the past taught them a good lesson about the dread of desires, ambitions, hatred, and chaos. Therefore, the Pangu Civilizations Alliance worshipped absolute order and believed that everybody must conceal or even erase their feelings to maintain the peace and harmony of the universe. While the tenebrum energy was an energy form that was 100 times more advanced and powerful, it entailed the residues of the feelings, will, and desires of countless prehistoric civilizations. If they were taken in recklessly, it was possible that the ambitions and hatred that the Pangu civilizations had just suppressed would be stirred up again. Therefore, the leaders of the Pangu civilizations reached a consensus to seal the tenebrum energy together and abolish all the technologies that can develop the tenebrum energy. Also, the tenebrum energy was defined as chaos, extraterrestrial devils, and things like that, to inform every individual in the alliance of civilizations how evil and dreadful the energy was, and how it could destroy the entire alliance of civilizations when it was released and activated. Regardless of the credibility of Long Yongjun's words, Liao felt greatly enlightened. Long Yongjun went on, "The first 12 civilizations that joined the alliance had all been through the destructive wars against one another. They were fully aware of the importance of order, and they carried out the ban dutifully in the next thousands of years. However, the Nuwa civilization, which was youngest and joined the alliance last, was not a participant of the goriest wars in the past. They loved freedom by their nature, not knowing that freedom would lead to chaos and chaos would result in destruction. The Nuwa civilization believed that the spiritual energy in the suppressed state was not enough to help the alliance of civilizations to break out of the known universe, just like coal and oil alone are not enough for a planetary civilization to march out of the stellar system. In order to explore the vast universe and even conquer the entire sea of stars, so that the civilization can climb higher peaks, the tenebrum energy must be activated and made use of. Otherwise, the seemingly glorious and brilliant alliance of civilizations was nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. It would be forever stranded in the known universe and perish without a sound in the end." Disregarding the ban of the Pangu Civilizations Alliance, the Nuwa clan researched on the tenebrum energy in secret. Naturally, the studies couldn't have been flawless at the beginning. When the magnificent power was released, some tragedies happened too, and the Pangu Civilizations Alliance learned of the matter. To maintain the peace and order of the universe, the other 12 civilizations of the Alliance, including the Pangu clan, the Kwafu clan, the Gonggong clan, the Zhurong clan, etc., decided to wipe out the Nuwa civilization that was already polluted by the tenebrum energy, so that the chaos and destruction could be terminated while they were still in the cradle. That was the trigger of the primeval war. You know most of what happened next. Fighting against 12 powerful civilizations that were far stronger than themselves at the same time, the Nuwa civilization was naturally on a losing streak at the beginning and almost entirely obliterated. But at the last moment, the Nuwa civilization freed the power contained in the spiritual energy, upgrading the spiritual energy into the tenebrum energy. With such a power, they transformed the full-terrain generic miniature biochemical tools or human beings, which were most widely used in the Pangu Civilization's alliance, into ultimate weapons that had their own will and emotions with a high independence and inestimable potentials. Eventually, the Nuwa clan and their opponents suffered equally heavy losses, and human beings finally became the owners of the 3,000 sectors after Pangu and Nuwa passed away. Therefore, human beings are in fact very strong, and they have the natural-born gifts to make use of the tenebrum energy. As long as I tell you a few tricks, you will soon be able to play with it skillfully. Long Yongjun told the whole story without any stop and grimaced at Liao, as if she had said nothing but an unimportant rumor instead of a shocking legend. Liao felt the urge to scratch his head. Pondering for a long time, he asked, "You are willing to teach me how to use the tenebrum energy?" "Why?" Long Yongjun said, "If I say that it's because I was moved by your statement that you regarded me as a friend in the metro tunnel of Whitestone Municipality the other day, and that I would like to treat you as a real friend, would you believe me?" Liao replied, "Not that I don't believe you, but it does sound a little bit nauseating." "Ha, I feel that it is a little bit nauseating too. Then, let me put it in a different way." Long Yongjun swam inside the deep ocean as agilely as a mermaid while she said with a smile, "Dongfang Wang is dying, but I am still in need of abundant training resources, and I need somebody to help me maintain my colossus. So, I have to find another thick thigh to cling to, don't I? Li Linghai is too dangerous, and I don't really want to deal with her. After weighing all the candidates, I think that Monster Li is relatively dependable. That's why I've decided to offer you a gift. Does that make sense? If you think that it is not good enough, I have one more reason. Most of the details of the primeval war, as well as the interpretation of the tenebrum energy that I described just now, are merely my speculations that are not supported by any evidence. I think that I will have to explore deeper fields to find the whole truth of the primeval war or even the mysteries of the primordial age before the appearance of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan after I gather enough intelligence and files in the Imperium of true human beings. The journey will be too long and lonely if I were to finish it on my own, and I can totally use some company. Monster Li, are you willing to come with me? Mysteries of the primordial age? That's rather distant. After a long days, Liao said, "I'll have to check with my wife first." Long Yongjun, Liao. Or maybe we can explore the mysteries of the primordial age together after my wife retires from the office. You know that she is very good at fighting. If she picks up the tenebrum energy, her speed of training will certainly be 10 times higher than mine. Long Yongjun, Liao. If you think that it's going to be awkward if there are two of us and only one of you, we can bring more people like Jin Xinue, Yen Liren, Wu Mayan, and Fiend Blade Peng Hai. The more, the merrier. Long Yongjun stared at Liao for a long time. Even in the dark and profound bottom of the ocean, her eyes still appeared extremely sharp through the crystal suit and the seawater. Long Yongjun sniffed and swam to the depths of the undersea chasm, waving the metal fins next to her legs. Enough of the nonsense. If you want to meet Dongfang Wang while he is still alive, just come with me. Liao scratched his chin for a long time and still decided to go down with Long Yongjun. Couldn't be helped. He and Long Yongjun were caught in the dilemma where neither of them could defeat the other person and both of them were capable of dying together with each other. It seemed that they had to work together now. Retreating the gold vulture and absorbing the mental devil back into the body again, Liao followed Long Yongjun and descended quickly. Looking at Long Yongjun's agile body that looked like a mermaid, Liao couldn't help but send a telepathic thought over. "Well, there is a personal question that I've been meaning to ask you. It's not a big deal, but I'm very curious about one thing. Are you a man or a woman?" Long Yongjun swam silently ahead of him. Half a minute later, when Liao thought that she had turned a deaf ear to his question, she replied casually, "It has occurred to me that you are not only narrow-minded but also childish. Is it important whether I am a man or a woman?" "Not really." Liao was more or less embarrassed. "Forget it. Just forget it if you don't want to answer it. It's just that since we are such close friends and comrades, we are likely to be faced with certain extremely dangerous battles in the future. If your body is blown into a mess and you are unconscious, I will need to know how to treat you. Long Yongjun was silent for a while longer. Then she sniffed and said, the so-called man and woman is just a classification of human beings in terms of reproduction. Not every one of the 13 civilizations of the Pangus Alliance had genders, and those which did have genders were not necessarily divided as males and females. They could have 3 or even more sexes. As for the Nuwa clan, their naturally endowed gift is creation. Frankly speaking, the genes of the Nuwa clan boasted very powerful integration abilities, which allowed them to breed with most of the intelligent lives with barely any reproductive isolation. That was why the Pangu Civilization's alliance entrusted the mission of creating human beings to the Nuwa clan. While my soul was corrupted by the Pangu clan, my body came from the Nuwa clan. Therefore, I do not have a specific gender. Or rather, I can turn into any gender I want. How does it sound? Is your curiosity satisfied? It certainly is satisfying. Liao hurried to say, in that case, your situation is indeed rather unique. You might not be able to find your own kind in the entire universe. Right? My own kind. Long Yongjun smiled. Splitting the water before her, she said casually, if you are talking about the members of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan who are in the super long hibernation, maybe there are. But cases like mine are indeed rare. I do not expect to run into my real own kind. But it doesn't matter. Loneliness has always been the main theme of the vast universe. You have billions of people of your own kind around you, but aren't you plotting and fighting against each other all the time? How many people can you trust without any reserve? Life is perhaps more comfortable without one's own kind. Liao could tell the solitude in Long Yongjun's words. When he thought of his unique identity as an earthling, he couldn't help but feel sympathetic to Long Yongjun. It was true that one could only bear and pursue a lot of things on their own without sharing them with anybody else. Long Yongjun could barely find her own kind. But was it possible for him to encounter a second earthling while he was still alive? Each thinking of their own things, the two of them swam down for a moment. Then Long Yongjun suddenly volunteered to ask, since I have answered such a personal question truthfully, shouldn't you be honest and tell me if this mental devil is your last trump card? Of course. Liao blurted out, I am not a god of gamblers. How can I keep a dozen trump cards in secret? The mental devil is my only and last trump card. Long Yongjun was rather suspicious. Is it? It is. Liao announced resolutely. I swear on my honor and integrity. Then I'm screwed. Long Yongjun sighed and said, it seems that you do have more secrets. I finally understand why you threw out the mental devil so straightforwardly. You foresaw that I wouldn't give up until I found your trump card. So you intentionally played the card that was your mental devil, just in order to satisfy my curiosity and win my trust. But in fact, it is just a smoke grenade. And you must have deeper secrets and more trump cards. You are exaggerating the matter. Liao struggled to reply, why do I sound so vicious in your description? You are vicious from head to toe. Long Yongjun said without looking back. You have always played dumb and looked gullible, leaving everybody the impression that you can be easily tricked and manipulated. But after 100 years, all the people who were convinced that you were silly and naive, be they commanders or schemers, and no matter how wise, meticulous, and calculative they were, had been killed by you. If that is not vicious, I don't know what is. Liao chuckled somewhat in embarrassment, and did not say anything anymore no matter how Long Yongjun mocked him. Soon, the two of them had descended to the depths of the trench more than 13,000 meters below the sea level. The environment was as dark and thick as a swamp. On the fault on the east side, the traces of artificial work were obvious. Naturally, the artificial work was not done by human beings but by the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan. This way, Long Yongjun led Liao to pass a narrow, long gap. Swimming forward for 1 minute, where even the uneven rocks around became metals that were as smooth as mirrors, they entered the tube of a certain artificial object. Shwa! Behind them, a circular door slowly spun and closed, and the holes around pumped away from the seawater. A hot wind was also blowing. The tube that was filled with water a moment ago immediately became dry and warm. Whew! Liao was finally able to take off his helmet and breathe deeply. The air here was soggy, dirty, and reeked of metals, but thankfully, it did not carry too many impurities and toxins. For an expert in the divinity transformation stage, breathing was naturally not a problem. However, the air was also mixed with the stink of blood, which smelled rather fresh. A gory massacre seemed to have just taken place here. Raising his eyebrows, Liao looked at Long Yongjun in wariness. Relax. Long Yongjun made a gesture, and the airtight gate before them slowly opened. Several dead bodies that were riddled with holes and melted with the crystal suits on them immediately dropped out. Frowning, Liao looked at the inside of the airtight gate, only to discover that it was almost a steaming slaughterhouse. At least dozens of dead bodies, together with their crystal suits that were nothing more than garbage, lay on the ground awry or had been blown into the cabin wall. Their eyes were all wide open, implying that they did not die a peaceful death. This ship is the last resort of escape that Dongfang Wang has prepared for himself. Long Yongjun explained, the guy in the undersea base supervising and commanding the battle is just a stand-in. The real Dongfang Wang intended to distract your main force with the undersea base as the bait, while he slipped away through the undersea trench on this ship. The shell of this ship has been specially refined, allowing it to rush at a high speed even in the deep ocean tens of thousands of meters deep. Also, the power units of the ship have been quieted and will absolutely not release any spiritual waves. It is hard to detect or capture the ship. More than 75% of the surface of the capital planet is covered by the ocean. Given the large coverage, if he hides in the deep ocean, it is very possible that he can escape your search with any luck. It is a shame that his trusted subordinates did not seem willing to be trapped in the deep ocean together with him and die for the former prime minister. They planned to tie Dongfang Wang up and deliver him to your queen in exchange for their own lives and their future. But I did not want to deal with Li Linghai, so this is how it turned out in the end. It was not really a big problem to take care of those guys, but this ship was seriously damaged in the meantime and stranded here. It was impossible for me to repair and activate it on my own. Dongfang Wang, on the other hand, burst into such fury when all his trusted subordinates betrayed him that he vomited blood crazily and is about to die. Liao couldn't help but feel that the human mind was truly the most treacherous thing in the entire universe. Even if Dongfang Wang had calculated everything and carefully prepared the last way of escape for himself, he was still not able to guarantee that his subordinates would not betray him. After all, humans were not as reliable as machines. Passing through the bloody corridor and opening two doors, Liao found Dongfang Wang, the former prime minister of the Imperium, in a corner of the cockpit. Although Long Yongjun had prepared him in advance, Liao was still deeply shocked by the appearance of the prime minister of Iron and Blood right now. He had seen Dongfang Wang on all kinds of videos and 3D pictures more than once. His body was muscular, if not slightly fat, and he looked as unshakable as a bell, filled with exuberance and intimidation. But Dongfang Wang at this moment couldn't have looked more slim and haggard. All the fat and muscles on his body seemed to have been gobbled by some weird bugs, leaving the Saga skin dangling down in multiple layers on his face and his body. His skin was also brimming with black spots, from which black air was popping up and dispersing into the air that was filled with the stench of putrid bodies. Any visitor couldn't help but cover their mouth and nose. The only organ on his entire body that kept the vigor of a living person and the expert in the divinity transformation stage was his eyes. Dongfang Wei's entire face was drooping like a melted mask, but his eyeballs were rising and protruding forward, almost occupying half of his face. He did not look like a human being at all. With his hands that were more like claws, he clung to a giant package in the shape of a stick, with the excitement in his frenzied eyes that were focused on the map of the Imperium of true human beings. The map of the Imperium rotated slowly. The sectors and the resource planets all radiated the most colorful and splendid brilliance, which made Dongfang Wang's eyes look like burning glass balls when they were reflected there. Hee. Dongfang Wang did not notice that Liao and Long Yongjun arrived at all but simply kept watching in fascination while making low chuckles. Now and then, he was extending his hand that was shivering like a reed to touch the newly recovered territory on the map of the Imperium, as if he were covering the entire universe with his palm. Long Yangjun coughed lightly. Dongfang Wang suddenly shrank. His bag of bones was puffed up by his last breath, and he held the map of the Imperium with his arms like a giant and thin balloon. Roaring angrily, he demanded, "Who is it? Who is it? Nobody is taking away the universe from me. It's mine. It's all mine. It was I who led the Imperium to win the unprecedented counterattack. It was I who planned and commanded everything, defending the dignity of the civilization of mankind. It was I who have revived the Imperium and controlled all the stars in the universe in its hands. I am the well-deserved best Prime Minister of the Imperium of true human beings. I am the greatest contributor to the renaissance of the Imperium. Nobody can oust me. You shameless, ungrateful swine. Don't even think about it. I only swallowed a few living persons for my training. What's the big deal? It is nothing compared to the great contributions that I have made. If I had not swallowed those guys to maintain my computational ability at the peak state, how could I have coordinated the resources and troops of hundreds of sectors in a boundless battlefield that spans thousands of light years for a total war? Nobody can do that. Sacrifice one to save 100. When we win the Imperium's counterattack, countless human beings will be saved. For the victory, everybody has been devoting and sacrificing themselves. Even I have drained my body and soul. Is it really important that a few more people are sacrificed? Is it really important? I have done nothing wrong. I do not regret anything I have done. This is a setup, this is a shameless betrayal, this is just an excuse that you come up with to overthrow me. Nobody is qualified to give me a trial, particularly not the hypocritical, cowardly traitors such as yourselves. The Imperium will forever remember me and give me the justice that I deserve. The Imperium will. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. His brain has been seriously burnt up. Long Yangjun spoke to Liao in a low voice. It seems that you don't have much time left now. Two feeble golden wings flashed past Liao's eyes. By focusing his spiritual energy on the pupils and projecting it to Dongfang Wang's body, he was able to perceive Dongfang Wang's vitality field clearly. Peeping at one's vitality field was very rude and provocative. If Dongfang Wang's head were clear and his soul were solid, he would certainly have launched counterattacks automatically. However, the former Prime Minister of the Imperium was now mad and insane, completely dwelling in the glories of the past and the crazy illusions. He did not notice the peeping from the outside world at all. Under Li Yao's eyes of spiritual energy, Dongfang Wang was entirely gone, replaced by the twisted and undulating fields that looked like the entanglements of countless glittering double helixes. However, the double helixes that were supposed to be glamorous and vigorous were consumed by darkness all the time and rotting at a visible speed, only to disperse into a black mist in the end, reduced to nothingness in the air. Long Yangjun did not lie to him. Dongfang Wang was indeed dying. His vitality field was about to completely collapse. His physical body, his soul, and his will were all perishing soon. Seeing that the prestigious former Prime Minister of the Imperium of true human beings ending up like this, Liao was caught in mixed feelings. For a cultivator, Dongfang Wang, as a leader of immortal cultivators, was supposed to be one of the ultimate supervillains, who should have been killed by him after arduous battles through tremendous prices at the cost of gory prices. But as it turned out, Liao had not done anything yet, and the man was already dying? Liao and the entire Star Glory Federation's illusions and fears about the Imperium 100 years ago seemed entirely ungrounded. Was that why they said, "Every family has troubles of its own"? The Federation had the Federation's fatal threats, and the Imperium had the Imperium's fundamental problems. Faced with the vastness of the universe, both the Federation and the Imperium were as insignificant as ants. Pondering a moment, Liao opened his hands and released two streams of mild spiritual energy into Dongfang Wang's body, trying to slow down the total collapse of his vitality field and stimulate his brain that was about to dry so that he could be conscious for a moment. As the bright gold spiritual energy enshrouded his body, Dongfang Wang moaned in a low voice. The craziness and compunctions in his eyes slowly ebbed, but they were soon covered by the mist of agony and desperation. "It's you. You're finally here. My time has come." The Dongfang Wang at this moment was like an old man who was finally facing the reality. Leaning his head to the human-shaped package in his arms, he mumbled, "I've lost," as crushed as anyone can be. Although he was looking at Liao, his attention was obviously not focused on Liao. Instead, he seemed to be mired in the memories of a long time ago while he summarized his life. "I am defeated, not by the Covenant Alliance, the Reformists, or the churlish guys of the four Kurfürst families." Dongfang Wang was now gnashing his teeth in fury, now caught in self-pity, and now saying in utmost tranquility without any emotion on his face, "I've lost to the 3,000 sectors. I've been defeated by the entire cosmos. I've been overwhelmed by everyone's desires and ambitions. Hee. I thought that I could continue what Black Star the Great failed to accomplish 1,000 years ago by uniting the Imperium of true human beings and the universe. How childish I was to have considered the cosmos and mankind in such a simple way. The Imperium of true human beings has hundreds of sectors and tens of thousands of resource planets. The worlds are thousands of light years away from each other, with utterly different living environments, customs, and traditions. They have their own appeals and interests. To make things worse, there are even countless sects inside each world, countless immortal cultivators inside every sect, and all the immortal cultivators are minding only their own business and plotting against each other. How could I have united all of them and let them obey my command? The Imperium is not a country at all but a tray of loose sand that pretends to be a country. It is a wobbly alliance that is somehow jumbled together, and the greatest enemy for everybody in the alliance is exactly the allies next to them. Why was I such an idiot that I could not see through such a simple fact? All in vain. My years of hard work and even my life have been wasted for nothing. I burned all my will and my soul and completely devoted myself to the Imperium, and what have I got? The four Kurfürst families, including the Dongfang family, hamstrung me in secret. The local leaders and warlords at the periphery of the Imperium simply ignored my orders and worked their ways around them. When I added the war tax by 5%, they were bold enough to levy 50% more on the taxpayers. When I wanted to build an honorable, clean government, they simply sat in the office doing nothing every day. When I asked the warlords' troops to push forward to the front line that was of paramount importance, they would immediately encounter a space storm and suffer heavy losses. All their starships simply wandered off. Instead of contributing to the front line, they sometimes even turned into space pirates and ransacked the rear while it was undefended, stabbing their blades into their own people. It is needless to mention the wicked merchants who hoarded goods and made a fortune through the war. I wanted to punish them hard, but everybody from the four Kurfürst families, including the leaders of the Dongfang family and even my own son, came to me to beg mercy for them. What could I have done? What could I have done even if I was the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood? Even so, despite the unexpected difficulties and troubles, I still combined the resources through hard work with my best, and finally won the Imperium's counterattack. Are the generals who know nothing but fighting and asking for resources in the front line aware of what a hard-earned victory this is? Do they have any idea how many times I wiped their asses for them and how many conundrums I settled for them? I thought that those people would be convinced after such a glorious triumph, and that the Imperium would rise to the peak again under my leadership. But I still underestimated the shamelessness of those guys. The war is still not over yet, and they are already impatient enough to stab me in the back. Are they so scared of me, so desperate to get rid of me, and so unwilling to see the rise of a powerful Imperium? Dongfang Wang chattered on like a poor old man. Liao listened in silence, not knowing whether he should loathe or pity the former leader of immortal cultivators. Getting to the bottom of it, it was impossible for the immortal cultivators who worshipped survival of the fittest to be really united or to have a real leader. Their leader was nothing but someone who suppressed all the other experts with absolute strength while promising the greatest returns for all the experts. For Dongfang Wang, he did not even have absolute strength. How could he make the disobedient, selfish immortal cultivators obey him, follow him, and sacrifice for him willingly? Dongfang Wang was perhaps a real patriot. His ambitions were deeply entwined with the fate of the imperium of true human beings. He truly wanted to become a prime minister with achievements, not one who would resign the moment difficulties emerged, like Silver Fox Legenda. That was the reason why Dongfang Wang's tragedy was destined since the very beginning. He was destined to die for his ambitions and the ambitions of all the immortal cultivators. I understand it now. I finally understand it now. Clinging to the human-shaped package in his arms, Dongfang Wang put on the most mocking smile on his shapeless lips. I finally understand why even the Supreme Emperor and Black Star the Great were not able to expand their influence to the entire universe, because the universe is not something that mankind is capable of uniting at all. Human beings are not a naturally created animal but a creature of gods and devils. We did not proliferate to the 3,000 sectors naturally and got used to everything gradually. We were sprayed to the entire universe by the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations in less than 100,000 years. Our ancestors were just certain monkeys jumping in the jungles of a certain planet. Even if Pangu and Nuwa injected their genes into our bodies, transforming us into tools and weapons, our wisdom was still far from enough to inherit such enormous legacies such as the 3,000 sectors. It's an unbearable gift for us and a catastrophe that will haunt mankind forever. Our ambitions are infinitely magnified by the universe, and yet we do not have enough wisdom and technologies to really conquer this universe that we both love and hate. The Supreme Emperor intended to unite the Sea of Stars, but his empire collapsed abruptly after only 1,000 years. Black Star the Great wanted to unite the universe too, but his imperium has also become hopeless today after 1,000 years. I thought I could save the imperium, and I even saw the hope of success, but it still ends up like this. Perhaps the universe is never supposed to be united, and it is in fact the best form of the civilization of mankind if it is divided by dozens or hundreds of small countries. However, the hundreds of small countries will never be satisfied with the reality. Their leaders will still be swallowed by ambitions. There are bound to be frictions. New wars that are 100 times more fierce will still be raised. This is the destiny of mankind. As an artificial civilization, we are fated to destroy everything, including ourselves, since the moment we were born. Nobody can change such a fate. I can't, His Majesty can't, the 4 Kurfürst families can't, nor can the hot-blooded and simple-minded reformists like you. Dongfang Wang's eyes were finally concentrated on Liao to the point that he could recognize who Liao was. Even if you tarnish me, kill me, and even annihilate the 4 Kurfürst families so that the reformists can take over the imperium, so what? That will be just the insignificant first step of a journey of 10,000 kilometers. Dongfang Wang smiled viciously. Your real enemy is not me, not the 4 Kurfürst families, but the universe itself as well as the desires and ambitions of all humans in it. You may defeat me and the 4 Kurfürst families easily, but it is impossible for you to beat the universe. One day, you will end up exactly like me, if not 100 times more miserable. His laughter was as gloomy and creepy as that of a rotten crow. If Liao were a real immortal cultivator and a reformist, and he had ambitions for the supreme power, he would certainly have been intimidated. It's useless. Even if you can eradicate all the 4 Kurfürst families today and govern the imperium yourself, it will still be useless. By then, you will be faced with all the problems that I am faced with today, and you will taste all the sufferings that I have tasted. There was intense mockery and hatred in Dongfang Wang's eyes as he went on. Hundreds of sectors, each having their own interests. Tens of thousands of resource planets, where all the immortal cultivators secretly resist you and earn benefits for themselves with you as a disguise. Nobody cares about the future of the Imperium except for you. Even you will be deformed and bloated under the corruption of power. Eventually, you will watch yourself be swallowed by the universe like I am today, embracing your doom. By then, by then, I'll be observing you from the deepest level of hell to see how you repeat the mistakes and how you struggle before your doom. Ha. Dongfang Wang could barely catch his breath in his crazy laughter. He then coughed so hard that black clots of blood were spat out. Or maybe they were not blood clots but the fragments of his internal organs. Liao was truly worried that the man might be killed by his own laughter. He hurried to say, "Prime Minister Dongfang, please don't be too excited. Let's talk about it slowly. In fact, I can't agree with your opinion more. I believe that both the reformists and the four Kurfürst families are hopeless and walking to their doom in different ways. One party dies faster and the other party dies more slowly, but they will be equally dead in the end anyway." What a profound speech you have made just now. It was such an enlightenment. Dumbfounded, Dongfang Wang did not say anything until a long time later. "Excuse me? Aren't you Vulture Liao, a reformist?" "Well, I am a progressive young man among the reformists. You may consider me as a reformist of the reformists." Liao said, "My identity is not important. What is important is that your theories are too hollow and do not help the current situation at all. I'm not here for a lecture. If you do not have anything better to offer, why don't we call it a day? I'll get out of your way while you are busy dying, right? You are a former prime minister of the Imperium after all. Do you have any last words? I can help you pass them out." Dongfang Wang rolled his eyes again and again. He seemed to be considering Liao's identity and the insinuation of his previous words. However, in his current situation, he did not have any leverage for negotiation, and he did not have a second choice other than to believe Liao. "Wait!" Dongfang Wang struggled to breathe and stand straight. With feeble light beaming out of his eyes, 1% of the charisma of the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood of the past was filled into his almost dry shell again. "Tell me, Vulture Liao." Dongfang Wang looked at Liao earnestly. "Which is more important for you, Li Linghai or the Imperium?" Looking at Dongfang Wang in the eyes, Liao said without any hesitation, "I am a real patriot. Naturally, the Imperium is more important. No matter how despicable today's Imperium is, I do not want to watch it fall apart, which will only result in greater chaos. Like you described just now, the civilization of mankind might be separated into hundreds of countries attacking and destroying one another. Of course, there is also the Covenant Alliance to consider. Therefore, I am loyal to the Queen because she is the leader of the reformists. We were also forced to counterattack and go against Prime Minister Dongfang only because the four Kurfürst families directed the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, trying to exterminate the reformists." Dongfang Wang sneered and asked again, "General Lei Qing, who was rescued by you in person, right?" Liao nodded his head. "Yes. It was me who broke into the Godly Might prison and got Marquis Liao Hai out." Dongfang Wang's eyes were brighter and brighter, and his head was clearer and clearer. Even his voice was louder and more stable than just now. "Great. Even if I am dying, there is something that I must let you know. Please forward it to General Lei." Refreshed, Liao knew that the most important thing was coming. He hurried to send another stream of mild spiritual energy into Dongfang Wang's body and injected a dosage of medical drugs, slowing the collapse of his body and soul for now. "You can speak now, Prime Minister Dongfang. I'm all ears. I swear that I'll pass your words to General Lei Qinghu. All right, listen up." Dongfang Wang craned his head over, almost embedding his bright eyes into Liao's face. His face twisted, he gnashed his teeth and said one word after another. "I may have done a lot of things that are in violation of the law of the Imperium, and I may have been unfair to the miscellaneous troops commanded by General Lei Qinghu, because I intended to weaken the peripheral forces of the Imperium and ensure the long-term reign of the four Kurfürst families. I often regarded them as cannon fodder and even considered to swallow his troops many times. I have done a lot of things like cannibal training too. Yes, I've done all those things. I admit that you are not wrong to say that I am unpardonable from your stance. However, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was truly not done by me. It was Liao who was stunned this time. What? The incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was not your trick? Of course not. Although there were certain contradictions between me and Dongfang Tuo, who was the CEO of the Expedition Bank of the Imperium within the family, because our ideas did not really agree, and we were not in the closest relation because I imposed a lot of pressure on him to exploit more resources during the Imperium's counterattack. How could I have assassinated him in public when he was an honorable elder of the Imperium? With a bitter smile, Dongfang Wang said. Also, 3 days before his assassination, I had already reached a blanket agreement with him in secret. I gave away part of my interests by allowing his personal group to be deeply involved in the post-war reconstruction. There would be great profits in it. Was there any reason why I should attack him when we had already reached a deal? Thinking quickly, Liao asked, why did nobody else bring up the issue? And why did you not defend yourself? It's a secret agreement with a lot of clandestine parts. Dongfang Wang slightly blushed. But he still went on. The advantages in the post-war reconstruction were not offered to him for nothing but exchanged for his interests in the Expedition Bank of the Imperium. It was too great a matter to be exposed to the public. Liao immediately understood everything. Dongfang Tuo, the elder of the Imperium who was assassinated, was the CEO of the Expedition Bank of the Imperium, but it did not mean that the Expedition Bank was his private property. He was just a leader and had some shares in it at best. With the power in his hands, he could secretly separate the interests of the Expedition Bank and let them pass into the hands of Dongfang Wang before they were returned to Dongfang Tuo's personal consortium. Then, the profits would have been 100% his own. Everybody would be happy. But naturally, the other stakeholders of the Expedition Bank would not be happy. They would certainly not allow Dongfang Tuo to benefit from their losses. It was only reasonable that the blanket agreement was kept a secret. Dongfang Wang groped on his body for a moment and found a cosmos ring. Before he went on intermittently, the secret agreements between Dongfang Tuo and I are all inside. There are also 2 drops of our blood and our signatures with the soul stamps. However, he who has a mind to beat his dog can easily find a stick. Now that everybody wanted me dead, what could I have achieved by presenting the unquestionable proof? I am already denigrated. Even if the evidence is real, somebody will prove that it is fabricated. I would have lost the great card if I defended myself recklessly. I can only hold myself back and wait for someone who can possibly trust me to show up. In the hands of the right person, those agreements will prove that I absolutely did not have any motive to assassinate Dongfang Tuo. Even if I truly intended to set up a trap, I could have assassinated any other elder of the Imperium, instead of Dongfang Tuo, whose support I had finally won after all the trouble. Holding the cosmos ring in his hands, Liao felt that thousands of thoughts were raging inside his brain. Also, I did not plan to keep General Lei Qinghu in custody at all in the beginning. He was the highest commander of the 3rd Battle Area after all and the commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet. With his high prestige in the Expedition Army, how could I have deprived him of his commandership without being fully prepared? I was not such an idiot. Panting, Dongfang Wang went on. However, some of my subordinates did it before they reported the issue. I did not receive any message until he was in custody for 2 days. At that time, rumors were already arising in the front line, and it was already impossible for General Lei Qinghu to abandon his biases against the Council of Elders and me. What was done was done. I certainly could not release the tiger back to the mountain but could only grit my teeth and continue locking him. The incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was not planned by you, and General Lei Qinghu was not arrested under your command? Liao frowned. Don't forget that General Lei Qinghu was captured and imprisoned by Dongfang Bai, your biological son. Has your son turned you into a figurehead? Biological son. Does blood bond mean anything compared to the interests and the power of the entire universe? Dongfang Wang laughed more unpleasantly than crying. I was simply baffled. I was already the Prime Minister of the Imperium, and Dongfang Bai was nominated as the director of the secret force at a young age. He was one of my favorite sons. For him, wasn't it in his best interests to help me stabilize the current situation and to help me make one step further? He would be the director of the secret force as long as I was the Prime Minister. What could he have possibly gained by doing that? What enticing attractions of interests and power could have possibly made him betray me without any hesitation? What made him believe in that person, trusting that his position would still be stable, if not one step higher, after the fallout of the Dongfang family? Liao asked, "Who is that person?" Dongfang Wang said coldly, "Naturally, it was the person who really planned the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance and the incarceration of General Lei Qinghu, our Queen Li Linghai." Liao nodded his head, as if it were not a big deal at all. Oh, it's her. Dongfang Wang's eyes bulged again, bloodshot. He exclaimed in desperation. Why are you not shocked at all? You knew it a long time ago? You are Li Linghai's conspirator. No, not at all. I'm afraid that there is some misunderstanding, Prime Minister Dongfang. I am absolutely unaware of the issue, and I am certainly not the Queen's conspirator. It's just that I've seen too many similar things based on personal experience, so it cannot surprise me anymore. Liao hurried to explain. Please think about it carefully. Your karma is getting to you for your monstrous crimes, and you are about to die the most miserable death. There is no need for me to lie to you at all, is there? Speaking of which, you seem to be very certain that the Queen is behind the scenes. What evidence do you have? Dongfang Wang stared at Liao and thought for a long time, only to come up with no reason why Liao would bother to lie to him right now. He said in regrets, I do not have any direct evidence, but isn't the truth obvious? Had it not been for the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, which completely intensified the contradictions between the four Kurfürst families and the young officers from the front line, as well as the peripheral warlords of the Imperium, how could they have leaned toward the reformists so quickly? Also, if General Lei Qinghu were not arrested and informed that his commandership would be removed, how could he have made up his mind to betray the Council of Elders and join hands with Li Linghai? From the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance to the imprisonment of Lei Qinghu, the reformists have been given a large batch of allies without any cost, and the oppositions of the four Kurfürst families are more united than ever. Who gains the most from the whole matter? Li Linghai, of course. Then, who else could the whole thing have been planned by if not her? Holding his chin and considering for a long time, Liao shook his head slowly and said, This is a serious allegation. Your speculation does not seem persuasive enough. Then, how much evidence did you have when you accused me of planning the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, and how persuasive were they? His eyes bloodshot, Dongfang Wang roared hysterically. Both the young officers from the front line and the warlords from the edge of the Imperium wanted nothing but interests. They would not shake the foundations of the four families or challenge me as the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood at all. We could have totally negotiated slowly. With enough time, it is always possible to come up with a plan of interest distribution that everybody will be satisfied with. But when the war is not entirely over yet, and the distribution of the interest in the post-war reconstruction is still distant, why would I be in such a hurry to intensify all the conflicts through such radical approaches? Even if I were indeed crazy enough to completely annihilate all of you with violence, I would have certainly planned out everything. Once the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was activated, there would have been incessant thunderous strangles that would have suffocated all the reformists, young officers, and peripheral warlords. You wouldn't have stood any chance at all. But what about the reality? The reality was that I was running and fighting here and there. Did I seem to have planned everything out at all? Do you think that the enormous scheme of the Prime Minister of the Imperium was so flawed that it had no backup moves at all? If you want evidence, the greatest evidence is my misery right now. Is my current situation not enough to suggest that I truly did not know anything about the matter, and I was simply hit when I was not prepared at all? Dongfang Wang couldn't have sounded more depressed and heartfelt. Even Liao was somewhat convinced by him. He continued roaring in fury. After the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, the reformists seemed to be hit heavily in the emergency. A lot of people were caught and your organization suffered heavy losses, but you regrouped very soon and even admitted Lei Qinghu, the astounding Thunder Fleet and its tremendous young officers, peripheral warlords, and the ambitious, unstable factors within the four Kurfürst families. Your capabilities soared more than 10 times. Then you initiated the overwhelming, incessant, and seamless counterattacks, bulldozing all my forces to the ground without any stop. Let me ask you, could such powerful and fierce counterattacks really have been made in a haste? Vulture Liao, I don't know if you are Li Linghai's accomplice or if you are aware of the whole thing, but if you are, then you have my admiration for your self-control, your planning, and your acting skills. This is really almost a perfect scheme. I did not have any chance to counterattack at all. Whatever I did, I was simply dead for sure. If you are unaware of the truth, that will be very pathetic, because you were manipulated by Li Linghai too. as her pawn, her hound, and her dagger. Trust me, Queen Li Linghai knew that an elder of the Imperium was going to be assassinated before the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance. She calculated all the chain reactions that followed and planned the coping strategies in every step. It was not a counterattack in a haste at all, but a long-prepared aggression. Haha! Impressive, Li Linghai. I have underestimated you again and again. I never realized that you were so dreadful that everybody, from the four Kurfürst families to the reformists, from the soldiers in the front line to the warlords in the rear, and from a prime minister like me to the seasoned generals like Lei Qinghu, was manipulated by you like a puppet. Dongfang Wang laughed in the most devastating way. His dangling skin and his hideous smile made him truly like a scary ghost. Wait, there is still the most critical question. Frowning hard, Li Yao pondered carefully for a long time before he asked, Prime Minister Dongfang, you claim that the Queen was the mastermind who came up with all the schemes because she gained the most from them, but I'm confused. What exactly has she gained? In terms of commandership, she does not have any troops. The Deep Sea Fleet is commanded by General Dongfang Shang, and the astounding Thunder Fleet is managed by General Lei Qinghu. The elite troops of the four Kurfürst families are not her place to control at all either. In terms of prestige, while she is the leader of the reformists, she has done nothing except for calling for the supporters and facilitating the communication. Except for her performance in the crying event in the capital, where she won the favor of the surplus generals and the disabled veterans, she has been keeping a low profile and barely left a deep impression. If we are being completely honest, she has appeared on the battlefield even less often than me. Right now, everybody knows Vulture Li Yao and the Gold Vulture. But not everybody knows the Queen's role in the revival of the Imperium. In terms of the situation, after the fall of Prime Minister Dongfang, the Dongfang family will certainly be greatly weakened, but the other three families and the reformists are very likely to settle everything peacefully. We are about to welcome the return of Emperor Xinwu and rebuild the Council of Elders. The Queen's position and influence will only be further lowered. From the perspective that the interests of the Imperium should be above everything else, her so-called schemes do not carry many disadvantages or bring many returns to the Queen herself. If you insist that the Queen lurked and secretly operated for decades, planning the traps carefully for no selfish reasons at all but the revival and rise of the Imperium, then I will have nothing to say. For no selfish reasons at all? You are about to welcome the return of Emperor Xinwu? Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Wang laughed so hard that he almost choked himself. He suddenly bulged his eyes and shrieked. Then come on and welcome His Majesty now. Since the very beginning, he had been clutching a human-shaped package the size of a dog. There was no telling what the package was made of, but it had a high blockage ability. Li Yao peeped at it many times with his telepathic thoughts but never penetrated in successfully. At this moment, Dongfang Wang shook the package and opened it. From inside the package, an object that was as dark as charcoal flew out with a pungent smell, fell right before Li Yao into pieces. Slightly dazed, Li Yao activated his spiritual shield before the pieces splashed to his body. He then observed the charcoal-like object carefully. At first look, it was like a burnt monkey, but the limbs and the face were apparently a human's, except that they had been reduced multiple times proportionally. Although it was as dark as charcoal, it did not seem to have just been burnt in a fire. Instead, the water inside the body seemed to have been entirely vaporized, and the blood and the soul were sucked up by certain secret techniques before the body shriveled to such an extent. Well, staring at the blackened head the size of a fist for a long time, Li Yao tried to locate some traces from the grimacing, painful face, only to find nothing. What is this? He was confused about why Dongfang Wang was holding such a terribly burnt body in his arms when he was about to die. Don't you see? As I have said just now, Dongfang Wang's smile was both bitter and hideous. This is the dominator of the universe, the sovereign of the Imperium of true human beings, and Li Linghai's husband, His Majesty Emperor Xinwu that you have been trying to rescue. Li Yao's eyes were immediately frozen and did not move again until half a minute later. Wow, you are truly audacious and unrestrained. You were crazy enough to turn His Majesty into this. With a bitter smile, Dongfang Wang said, "If I say I wasn't the one who did this, would you believe me?" "I would." Thinking for a moment, Liao nodded his head. "You can only coerce the other people into obeying you with a living emperor, not a dead one. But speaking of which, when you kidnapped His Majesty, he couldn't have looked so sorry back then, right? Therefore, His Majesty died under your watch, and you certainly can't get away from it." "How exactly did it happen?" "Intoxication." Intense confusion surfaced in Dongfang Wang's eyes as he said, "By a very uncanny but strong poison. I asked the best doctors to examine His Majesty's body every day to ensure his safety, but nothing had been found at all. Also, I'm highly suspicious that the poison was injected into His Majesty's body a long time ago and could be activated indirectly through timing or remote control, just so that His Majesty would die in my hands." Liao stared closely at the blackened body again, but he still couldn't tell whether it was poisoned or had been drained up by a certain extremely dominating art. He couldn't help but frown. "Why do you say that it was intoxicated by a poison that was planted a long time ago?" After a brief hesitation, Dongfang Wang said, "Everybody in the world knows that His Majesty is heist by me, and that I am coercing other people into following me with the help of His Majesty's authority. But if I say that His Majesty actually trusted me very much, and because he was concerned that somebody was going to murder him, he acted together with me to fool everyone, and he in fact came to my place to seek protection, would you believe me?" "Wow. So that is the truth." "Of course I will believe it," Liao said. "As it turns out, Prime Minister Dongfang is truly selfless and devoted to the country. You are a loyal subject to His Majesty, as pure as a lotus flower." Dongfang Wang coughed and said, "Fine. That might be an exaggeration, but His Majesty and I were truly not entirely opposite. In many cases, the two of us had to cooperate. He needed to suppress the other three Kurfürst families with my power, as well as the unstable factors within the court, including Li Linghai." Liao asked, "Was His Majesty dissatisfied about the Queen?" "Not dissatisfied, but intimidated," Dongfang Wang said. "His Majesty had the deepest fear for Li Linghai. According to him, in recent decades, especially after the outbreak of the Imperium's counterattack, Li Linghai had been changing more and more significantly. Sometimes, she was completely like somebody else, one that creeped him out and made him barely able to stand on his feet. Not worrying that he might be laughed at, His Majesty said that he and Li Linghai hadn't slept on the same bed for almost 30 years. He was even physically incapable as a man whenever he met Li Linghai. However, he was still as vigorous as before when he was with his other concubines, and it was not difficult for him to do it 10 times a night. Also, His Majesty said that Li Linghai often wandered in the royal palace late at night stealthily. There was no telling what she was up to at all. His Majesty was of a mind to investigate, but Li Linghai sometimes just vanished into thin air. "Wait." Liao raised his hands and asked, "Vanished into thin air? What do you mean by that?" Nobody knew how Li Linghai did it. The royal palace was an important focus of the 4 Kurfürst family's surveillance, with cameras and our spies everywhere. By logic, nobody should be able to sneak around inside the royal palace. Dongfang Wang said, "However, it is said that the royal palace of the Imperium of True Human Beings was established on the relic of the royal palace of the Star Ocean Imperium from 10,000 years ago. Although the world has changed significantly, it is possible that a lot of secrets are still buried below the ground. Years ago, when Black Star the Great supervised the construction of the royal palace, he regarded the place as the last base of resistance for the Imperium of True Human Beings. Therefore, the underground part of the royal palace is very spacious, with abundant mazes, arsenals, and entrances to world fragments, connected by secret tunnels and teleportation arrays. There are also astonishing defense arrays and complicated traps that can stop the experts in the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage. It is said that Black Star the Great summoned hundreds of thousands of cultivators for the construction of the underground palace. Those cultivators were mostly the war captives during the collapse of the Star Ocean Republic. Black Star the Great promised that they would be pardoned as long as they built the underground palace, and that they could live a new life in the Imperium of True Human Beings as immortal cultivators. But out of their expectation, after the underground palace was really established, Black Star the Great simply killed the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the underground palace and transformed their unrest souls into extremely powerful defense arrays. Ever since then, hundreds of thousands of restless ghosts have been haunting the underground world of the royal palace, whose secrets are only known by the emperors of every generation. Then, after a few emperors died abruptly while they were on the throne, the secrets of the underground palace were known by none. The four Kurfürst families are naturally intrigued by the secrets of the underground palace too, but our four families have been checking and balancing each other. Nobody wants any other family to get the secrets ahead of themselves. Also, it was simply too difficult to excavate the entire underground palace. One moment of carelessness and the crust of the entire planet might experience drastic changes. The ecological equilibrium will be gone. The environment will be too harsh for the survival of mankind. Since the consequences are severe and the returns are few, the issue has been put on hold for a long time. According to Emperor Xinwu, Li Linghai seemed to have grasped a way to travel freely in the underground palace, which was highly suspicious. Naturally, I conducted investigations in secret. It was not until then that I discovered the traces of the reformists and realized the tip of the iceberg of Li Linghai's ambitions. But at that time, I still did not know that Li Linghai's goal was so huge and her methods would be so seamless and brutal. I thought that she was just another woman who intended to bring disasters to the palace and the court, like many other women did in the past 500 years. Therefore, I only made use of regular approaches and wanted her to die of diseases in order to maintain the dignity of the Imperium, while I captured her in secret to interrogate her for the secrets of the underground palace. As for His Majesty, since he came to seek my protection, it would have certainly been impolite of me to turn him down when he walked into my trap voluntarily. I meant no harm to His Majesty. However, his head was overwhelmed by the victories in the Imperium's counterattack, and he had grown too egoistic, with ambitions that he could not bear at all. As the Prime Minister of the Imperium, I was naturally obliged to teach him a lesson, calm him down, and make him realize the reality, in case he was taken advantage of by the malicious guys. However, the arrest operation targeting Li Linghai did not go well. What we caught was just a stand-in. The real Li Linghai had long escaped. Having no other choices, we could only poison the stand-in and plan to announce the demise of the Queen, trying to lower the threat of Li Linghai to the minimum in such a way. But little did we know that we still underestimated her tremendously. His Majesty, on the other hand, had been well ever since he received my protection. But after the outbreaks of the cannibal training incident and the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, when I was most anxious and caught unprepared, all the liquids in his entire body were vaporized in only half an hour without any sign, reducing him into such conditions. Not even the slightest soul remained. At that time, several doctors and meditation healers were with His Majesty and performed first aid immediately. They injected 100 dosages of medical drugs into His Majesty's body. But none helped. There seemed to be a mini black hole inside His Majesty's body that sucked him up. Not earlier and not later. His Majesty died such an uncanny death right in the middle of my most troubled time. It was obvious that somebody set me up and wanted me to take the blame. It's true that I can't explain His Majesty's death even if I have tongues all over my body. There's nothing I can do except to wait to die now. Such carefully arranged schemes and such vicious drugs couldn't have been prepared by anybody other than Li Linghai, could they? However, Li Yao asked, why did the Queen do that? Why did she kill her sovereign and husband? Perhaps it was because His Majesty knew too many of her secrets and was even considering abolishing the Queen. Or perhaps it was simply because she wanted the four Kurfürst families and even the entire Imperium to fall into mayhem. Dongfang Wang said, like you said just now, as long as the Dongfang family gives away tremendous interests and welcomes Emperor Xinwu back, it will still be possible for the four Kurfürst families and the reformists to strike a balance, which is perhaps not what Li Linghai wants to see. What if her purpose is exactly to cast the Imperium into chaos? Emperor Xinwu had been on the throne for 60 years, which was a long time even among all the emperors of the Imperium. He was emperor for 60 years in peace naturally because the four Kurfürst families were all relatively satisfied with the current distribution of interests, and there was no need to replace him with somebody else. It was also for that reason, and because the focus of the Imperium in the past 20 years was war, that not even a crown prince had been nominated. Before, the four Kurfürst families were all thinking to postpone the nomination of the crown prince until the war was over. By then, the crown prince would be a condition in the deals regarding the distribution of the interests in the post-war reconstruction. But with the emergency right now, after the demise of the emperor, the four Kurfürst families and the reformists are immediately at loggerheads. For the reformists, your slogan is, "Honor the Majesty and settle the rebellion." Now, even His Majesty himself has been murdered by the rebellions. It is impossible for you to let go of the culprits, and you wouldn't consider your cause accomplished until you annihilate the entire Dongfang family, right? For the Dongfang family, many secondary branches could have shown up and cleaned the mess. As long as my branch is sacrificed, it is possible to sustain the whole family. But everything is unknown now that such a terrible thing has happened. Chances are that all the remaining forces of the Dongfang family will jump out for a desperate counterattack. For the other three Kurfürst families, they naturally all have their candidates for the crown prince, and they will support the spokespersons of their interests. We are in the unprecedented changes in the history of the Imperium now. In both the front line and the rear, the interests of all fields are being reshuffled. If one family's puppet becomes the emperor, they will certainly hold great advantages, and even replace the Dongfang family as first family. Therefore, the competition for the new emperor will certainly be fierce. Li Linghai is so vicious that she certainly has other moves. With a few tricks, the three Kurfürst families will burst into a great fight against each other. Although the man was speaking in a hurry, he had recovered the computational ability of the Prime Minister of the Imperium while he analyzed the whole thing. Liao sweated hard and felt that his heart was cold. "I'm still baffled," Liao mumbled. "What can the Queen benefit from the chaos of the Imperium? I don't know what Li Linghai can gain from the chaos." Gritting his teeth, Dongfang Wang struggled to say, "I only know that if the Imperium remained in peace and you passed the transition period of power without any disasters, Li Linghai would forever be an insignificant queen. As time went by, it would be less and less possible for her to stir any trouble. In the end, she would only perish like dust without any sound. Having done so many things through so much trouble, she would never want to perish like that. Never." In Liao's senses, Dongfang Wang's soul power erupted from the depths of his brain like a volcano outburst. It was certainly not a good sign but the last exuberance of his life. Liao said in a hurry, "Prime Minister Dongfang, don't be excited. I trust you. Just take your time." Dongfang Wang's eyes were burned into hazy glass balls. There was no telling if he still had normal vision. His hands that were as dry as twigs, however, were groping randomly in midair, tearing the map of the Imperium into broken ripples. The former Prime Minister of the Imperium roared hysterically, Li Linghai, you may have taken everything into consideration, but you couldn't have known that Dongfang Tuo and I had reached a secret agreement, and that I had the evidence that I absolutely did not assassinate Dongfang Tuo. Vulture Liao, Dongfang Mingyue, if you are both Li Linghai's subordinates, everything will be done, and I'll just admit my failure in the gamble. However, if you still have the slightest concerns for the big picture of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, then help me bring the evidence and everything I said just now to General Lei Qinghu. Tell it to everybody in the whole world and ask them to unveil Li Linghai together." Liao was about to inject another dosage of medical drugs for Dongfang Wang when he stood on his feet, shaking. Every pore on his body was emitting feeble flames, and he laughed crazily in the weirdest way. "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! However, even if your schemes all work out, it's going to be useless. Li Linghai, you can defeat me, you can deceive and steal the entire Imperium, but you can never beat the universe. You will eventually be collapsed by the Imperium and swallowed by the universe just like me. Nobody can escape from the universe. This boundless yet barren universe is a cage for billions of civilizations. Both us and the gods and devils in the primeval age are but ants in the sea of stars and grains of dust in the vast space. Dongfang Wang's hands tore apart the map of the Imperium and groped through the spotty light, as if he were reaching for the real universe above his head beyond the seawater. The flames of spiritual energy around him gradually dimmed. He finally stopped moving and became a lousy statue. His life that was difficult to judge came to an end. Liao gave up the idea to inject more medical drugs for him. Dongfang Wang's vitality field was on the brink of collapse in the first place. He only persisted until this moment with his astonishing willpower and his resentment for Li Linghai. Now that he had confessed everything and let go of his burdens, he had lost the last thing of his life that he clung to. Nobody could save him anymore. Liao sighed and stepped forward to close Dongfang Wang's eyes that were still wide open. He then put the man on the ground and cleaned his clothes, making him look as if he had fallen asleep. Dongfang Wang was certainly not a good guy. Being engaged in cannibal training in modern society suggested that he had crossed all the lines of humanity and that he was nothing more than an animal wearing clothes. However, it was also an undeniable fact that he had devoted his life and soul to the Imperium of true human beings in the past 20 years, and he had combined all the resources available for the temporary victory of the Imperium's counterattack. Liao really did not know how he should comment on Dongfang Wang. Nor did he know how he should deal with the man's last words, or how to confront Queen Li Linghai. How about it? Dongfang Mingyue, or Long Yongjun, who had been leaning against the wall in silence the whole time, walked forward and patted Liao's shoulder with a smile. I didn't lie to you, did I? Aren't Dongfang Wang's last words thrilling? They indeed are. After cleaning up Dongfang Wang's body, Liao wrapped Emperor Xinwu's remains and put the two of them together. He then took out a few bottles of drugs from his cosmos ring and processed the cadavers carefully. Many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were the body tissues of beasts and could only be preserved for a long time after being carefully processed. Human bodies were not greatly different from those of animals. So, the same drugs could also be applied to preserve the bodies of humans. The two corpses were both the most important pieces of evidence. Liao naturally would not allow them to perish in the deep ocean. While processing the corpses, Liao analyzed, Dongfang Wang's words are not to be entirely trusted. We can only say that they are of very high referential value. It is true that, if we consider who earns the most from an event, then the Queen will be the top suspect for the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance. Also, the thunderous counterattacks that she initiated after the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance were too smooth, violent, and showed the signs of prearrangements. Furthermore, it is true that Dongfang Wang handled the whole thing very lousily, as if he had been hit unprepared. However, even if all the indirect proofs point at the Queen, there is still the most critical question. If the Imperium really falls into chaos, how will Li Linghai benefit from it exactly? What can she do and what does she want? No military power, no prestige, and no great influence in the Council of Elders. It is impossible for the four Kurfürst families to obey her easily. Even the reformists are not following her but the ideas that she has proposed. How can such a Li Linghai clean up the mess when the Imperium is mired in chaos? What if she does not need to clean up the mess at all? Long Yongjun said casually. Assuming that the Queen of the Imperium right now is not the real Li Linghai but has been possessed by something else, which has transformed her into, say, a puppet of the Covenant Alliance. If Li Linghai is from the Covenant Alliance, everything will make sense. Her very purpose is to turn the Imperium into a mess so that the army of the Covenant Alliance can take the advantage. His eyebrows furrowed like a towel. Liao considered for a long time but shook his head slowly. It's true that everything will have a reasonable explanation if Li Linghai is a puppet of the Covenant Alliance, but I don't think that it is so simple. I know that the Covenant Alliance has very advanced technologies on the simulation of emotions, which can allow the puppets of flesh and blood to simulate normal feelings and pass all the Ring 2 tests. However, Li Linghai and I are both experts in the divinity transformation stage, and I've seen her burst into a fury with my own eyes. I'm not under the impression that she is controlled by the Covenant Alliance. Liao kept something to himself. Liao's foster father was exactly from the Covenant Alliance. But because of Li Linghai, he broke the 3 fundamental laws and gained the feelings and self-will that a human being deserved. His foster father transformed from a puppet of the Covenant Alliance into a normal person, but Li Linghai turned the opposite way. That would be ridiculous. When Liao mentioned his foster father, he could sense the vulnerability and affection in Li Linghai's heart clearly. Such sincere emotions couldn't have been simulated at all. That does make sense. Even if Li Linghai were from the Covenant Alliance, many other things would still be inexplicable. For example, why she knows the secrets of the Royal Library and the Underground Palace. Pausing for a moment, Long Yongjun asked, "Right, you haven't told me the source of Li Linghai's strength yet. Based on what did she turn into a mysterious, powerful schemer from a regular doll queen in only decades, establish a rather advanced fleet in secret, and associate with so many oppositions to form a new force that is reformists? A revolution requires money and resources. Leaving aside all the planning, plots, and combat ability, where did she get all the resources?" Pondering for a moment, Liao realized that he had to speak the truth now. "If I say," thinking and rethinking, Liao finally said, "Li Linghai is indeed possessed, not by the Covenant Alliance but by the legendary Supreme Emperor. Would you believe me?" Slightly dazed, Long Yongjun lost her calmness. Li Linghai received the heritages of the Supreme Emperor? She discovered the gold throne in the Imperial Transcendence Sector. Liao nodded his head. If that's true, would everything be explainable? Thinking for a moment, Long Yongjun shook her head hard. "I don't think it is true. The legendary Supreme Emperor represented light and justice. He was an open and straightforward man. If Li Linghai were really possessed by the Supreme Emperor or received his legacies, she wouldn't have bothered to resort to such plots and schemes. Of course, if you insist that the legends are fake and the Supreme Emperor was, in fact, a scoundrel, or that certain weird changes happened to him during his long sleep, resulting in the mutation of his character, I won't be able to deny your theories either." Liao also thought that the idea was too far-fetched. Most importantly of all, the half-key leading to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum had always been in his hands, which meant that Li Linghai had never entered the core of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Then, how could she have been possessed by the Supreme Emperor or found the Supreme Emperor's legacies? Thinking about that, Liao suddenly had a palpitation. Yes, it was impossible for Li Linghai to enter the core of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. She couldn't have accessed the Supreme Emperor's legacies at all. Then, where exactly did she receive the dominating air that could swallow the stars and the dragon sword of purple flames? What secrets lie inside the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum? Liao suddenly recalled that Li Linghai asked him to pay more attention to the files relevant to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Intrigued, he asked, "Long Yongjun, haven't you been to the Royal Library? I'm told that it is the place that keeps the most ancient classics and files in the entire Imperium. There must be a lot of classics concerning the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, right? Did you find anything special?" "Anything special? No, none whatsoever." Long Yongjun shook her head quickly. Frowning, she said, "Don't you talk about it with me. There are indeed millions of files about the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the Royal Library. They almost take up 1/10 of the entire library. I thought that I could have discovered something from them. However, after browsing through them for a long time, it occurred to me that they were either ungrounded tales or exaggerated travel journals. There was nothing useful at all. It was a complete waste of my time. 1/10 of the entire Royal Library is reserved for the classics regarding the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum?" Confused, Liao asked, by the way, "Why?" "Because Black Star the Great loved studying the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum more than anything else. Of course. He almost collected all the files about the exploration of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the past 10,000 years and piled them in the Royal Library for his passionate studies. Do you expect his offspring to drag the books out and burn them up?" Long Yongjun continued, not thinking that it was a big deal. "A few hundred years ago, there were even rumors in the Imperium stating that Black Star the Great did not die in peace in the royal palace in the capital, but embarked on a journey in search for the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum when he felt that his death was drawing near. In the end, He eventually perished inside the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. The blood all over Liao's body was immediately frozen. His every drop of blood seemed to be piercing through his veins, muscles, and skin and protruding out of his pores like stings. "What did you say?" Sounding like a ghost whose neck had been choked, he stammered. Say again? What did you say just now? Why do you act like you're peeing your pants? Did I say anything so scary? Long Yangjun was rather confused. I don't remember saying any. There are no secrets in the royal library, and the classics concerning the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum are not of much research significance. No, Liao struggled to say. His throat seemed to have been blocked by a large piece of ice, which made his voice high-pitched and filled with coldness. Just now, you said that Black Star the Great was very interested in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and had likely died inside it? So what? Long Yangjun frowned and asked, is there any great person in the universe who is not interested in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum? Does any of them not want to explore the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum if they have the chance to? Do you not want to visit it? I certainly do. You don't understand. Veins were bulging out on Liao's face, which was as pale as that of a dead person. He seemed to be of a mind to grab Long Yangjun by her collar and shake her hard. Where did you read the so-called rumor? How credible is it? Is it supported by any valid proof? I read it from a journal from more than 700 years ago. The author of the journal was a deposed member of the royal family. In his journal, he gathered plenty of bizarre stories and tales that were not recorded by historians. However, his writing was rather lousy, and the content was ridiculous. After hundreds of years, it is already barely possible to be found on the market. Even in the royal library, it was kept in a deep corner. I skimmed it for a moment and threw it back there. Seeing Liao's nervousness, Long Yangjun realized the importance of the matter and became solemn too. As for proofs, the author certainly did not provide any. But I, for one, feel that it is quite possible. Whether or not he indeed found the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the end, it was very possible that Black Star the Great left the Imperial Terminus sector for the gold throne in the Imperial Transcendence sector when his death was about to come. Liao's eyelids and veins were bouncing at the same time. Why are you so certain? Very simple. Because of his personality. Long Yangjun opened her hands and said, Does Black Star the Great strike you as a person who would lie on a sickbed waiting for his death? If you were Wu Yingqi and you knew that you were dying soon, would you not have wanted to travel in space to search for new opportunities? Should you find the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and the legacies from 10,000 years ago, chances were that you could break into new levels and live another few hundred years. Clenching his fists, Liao said anxiously, But Wu Yingqi's mausoleum is in the capital. So what? What lies inside the mausoleum is just a stone coffin, as well as an enormous statue established next to a mountain. Long Yangjun said, Don't forget that, in case anybody disturbed the rest of their remains, all the emperors of the Imperium of true human beings had burnt their bodies into ashes in a temperature of almost 10,000 degrees. It means that even if you open Wu Yingqi's coffin, the best you can expect is a handful of ashes. Right? The tradition was set up by Wu Yingqi himself. Chances were that it was a disguise. Then again, even if his bones were really inside the coffin, it still wouldn't prove anything. For someone in his level, he could totally separate his soul from the body and reside inside an artificial body to search for the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Naturally, his dead body would be left in the capital, and his demise would be announced. Liao was lost for words. Recalling his adventures in the land of sins that were completed with an artificial body, he couldn't help but nod his head. If he could achieve such a thing when he was only new to the divinity transformation stage, it certainly wouldn't have been a problem for Black Star the Great. Just now, Liao's face was as pale as a dead person, but it was now as dark as the blackened Emperor Xinwu on the ground now. He paced back and forth in the narrow cabin. After every lap, his face would look more awful. It seemed to not be sweat but ink that was leaking out of his pores. Have you been poisoned too? Long Yangjun asked. Why do you look so terrible? Hush! Taking a deep breath, Liao said, Let me think. Let me think in the calmest state by connecting all the known factors. I'm about to make a series of bold assumptions. Help me analyze if they are possible. Long Yongjun nodded her head. Of course, bring it on. First of all, Black Star the Great was very interested in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum when he was alive. Of course, you are quite right. Nobody in the universe is uninterested in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Breathing heavily, Liao continued. But Wu Yingqi was different. As the founding emperor of the Imperium of True Human Beings, he was certainly capable of gathering all the classics and files about the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the entire universe. Also, his palace was established on the relic of the royal palace of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago by hundreds of thousands of cultivator captives, who built an enormous, complicated underground palace for him. After that, all the cultivator captives were killed to keep their mouth shut. Can we make a bold assumption that Black Star the Great killed the hundreds of thousands of cultivator captives not just because of his brutal nature, but also because he found certain things in the relic of the Star Ocean Imperium's royal palace that he did not want anybody else to know? Or rather, is it possible that the construction of the enormous royal palace was itself a disguise, and that Black Star the Great's real purpose had always been to excavate the relic of the royal palace from 10,000 years ago, and to search for the secrets of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum inside? Pondering for a moment, Long Yongjun nodded her head. It is indeed possible. Next, with all the classics and files about the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the past 10,000 years, and the secrets he found from the relic 10,000 years ago, Black Star the Great was more likely to know the accurate coordinates of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum than anyone else. Wasn't he? Liao went on elaborately. However, in his prime years, he was too occupied in dealing with the Covenant Alliance, expanding the Imperium, and suppressing the remaining forces of the Star Ocean Republic to leave the capital for the mysterious mausoleum in the vast space. However, at the end of his life, when he felt that his death was coming near and when most of the preparation work was done, he decided to have a try no matter what might happen. So, he pretended that he died, putting his physical body in his tomb but leaving the capital in the form of a soul, and followed the trace of the Supreme Emperor. Long Yongjun said, Up until so far, all the deductions are rather reasonable. Let's assume that Black Star the Great did find the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, but the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum must have been heavily defended, and it was not necessarily possible for his soul, which was about to perish, to break in. Or, at the very least, it was impossible for him to reach the most central part. Liao said, Can we imagine such a picture? At the deepest part of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, before a splendid bronze gate, Black Star the Great's remaining soul wandered and wandered, but no matter how he gritted his teeth and despite all his endeavors, he was unable to break in. With Black Star the Great's selfishness, it was impossible that he had told the accurate coordinates of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum to anybody else. Therefore, there was not a second adventurer who came to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum for a long time, perhaps 1,000 years. Black Star the Great's remaining soul naturally dispersed in regrets in the end after lingering in loneliness for a long time. However, it was impossible that Black Star the Great did not take the scenario into consideration in his lifelong preparation. Was it possible that he had a certain secret technique to preserve part of his soul for 1,000 years? Technically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem. It could have been done in a lot of ways. Long Yongjun nodded more and more slowly. Fair enough. If Black Star the Great really found the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, he wouldn't have given up even if he died before the last gate. Even if his soul really perished, he would certainly be able to preserve part of his resentment. Liao's voice was colder and colder. Then, assuming that two adventurers did find the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum 1,000 years later and came to the last gate, and that they accidentally activated the fragmented soul or curse that had hibernated for a long time, the new adventurer thought that she got the legacies of the Supreme Emperor. After all, the overwhelming, dominating air could not be seen on every expert. Little did she know that it was actually Black Star the Great's heritage. Black Star the Great's fragmented soul even resided in her body and slowly possessed her. Is there any loophole in my theory? I don't think so. Long Yongjun narrowed her eyes too. Looking at Li Yao gravely, she asked, "Are you serious?" Li Linghai did go to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Of course. Where do you think Li Linghai got the resources to establish the deep-sea fleet and to associate with the reformists? With a bitter smile, Li Yao said, "I believe that Li Linghai must have been to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Also, her motives and purposes are clear now. If she is just Queen Li Linghai, it will be meaningless to reduce the Imperium into chaos, because she does not have the prestige and power to clean the mess. But what if she is not just Queen Li Linghai, but also Black Star the Great? When the Imperium is caught in trouble from both inside and outside, and when the Emperor dies an uncanny death, right before the country and the civilization come to the doom, Black Star the Great, the greatest emperor of the Imperium, the ancestor of all the immortal cultivators, and the supreme founder of the country, has come back to save the day. If the Imperium is in peace, and the four Kurfürst families and the peripheral warlords are united, they might not welcome Black Star the Great's return and will even plot against him. However, as long as the four Kurfürst families, the peripheral warlords, and the reformists are caught in a fierce civil war, when the Imperium is faced with the overwhelming military pressure of the Covenant Alliance, nobody will be able to resist Black Star the Great's prestige and power. All the oppositions will only be divided and conquered. They will even kneel before his feet without fighting, worshipping him as the last savior of the world. This time, it was Long Yangjun who was lost for words. Her face gradually turned dark too, as dark as Li Yao's. "I really hate my ominous mouth." Looking at Long Yangjun's gloomy face, Li Yao said pensively, "This is a disaster. Black Star the Great is really crawling out of his coffin." When the water of the Silver Moon Ocean to the west of the main continent was dyed red by blood, the sun above the royal palace at the east of the main continent thousands of kilometers away was also setting into the mountains. Its last radiance swept across the continuous mountains like an ocean of blood, consuming the entire royal palace with the man-eating tides. Red mists were soaring everywhere inside the royal palace. Because the entire spatial zone was filled with gaps and wormholes, making it very convenient for space jumps, the Imperial Terminus sector had already been a highly developed world since the glorious days of the Pangu civilization in the primeval age hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even though the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan had destroyed each other in the gory wars, the Imperial Terminus sector remained the center of the 3,000 sectors and a place of paramount military significance. In the age of the ancient cultivators, only the strongest sects were qualified to claim the hegemony of the Imperial Terminus sector, and the sects that completely controlled the Imperial Terminus sector would have the easiest method to spread to all directions. They tended to be prosperous for thousands of years. In the Great Dark Age that lasted 30,000 years, the Imperial Terminus sector was also the political center of the Demon Beast Empire, controlled by the most powerful demon warlords. After the Supreme Emperor overthrew the reign of demons, the Imperial Terminus sector's importance was further highlighted. The place became the well-deserved heart of the entire universe. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless experts regarded the Imperial Terminus sector as the foundation of their enterprise and worked hard on it, establishing countless residences, headquarters, fortresses, war bases, and royal palaces. They had also collected the resources in the entire universe and gathered them here. Hardly had the royal palace of the old dynasty been razed to the ground in a war when the royal palace of the new dynasty rose in the smithereens without any delay. Such a thing had happened countless times during the 10,000 years from the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, the establishment of the Star Ocean Republic, and the usurpation of the Imperium of true human beings. If somebody were to cut the crust near the royal palace vertically, they would discover the strata that were in obvious different layers, like spumoni. Every stratum represented the glory of an age. The most ancient of them could even be dated back to more than 100,000 years ago, almost as fossils. One could dig out the dilapidated walls or even magical equipment fragments when they excavated on the ground randomly. During the excavation of the ancient royal palaces and residences, the seals and barriers of the old age were sometimes triggered, setting free the ferocious beasts or leading to astonishing explosions, which might reduce the 100 square kilometers around into a mess and kill tens of thousands of victims. Such tragedies had been recorded many times on the history books. Some even inferred that the fierce battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God took place exactly at the core of the planet. As it turned out, the blast of their battle triggered a certain sleeping force, or a destructive machine, from the primeval age, which tore the crust of the planet apart, leaving enormous gaps everywhere. The whole planet was almost destroyed. Despite all the risks, the experts and rulers of every generation simply went on to establish the massive palaces and excavate the secrets at the deepest part below the ground. Of them, Black Star the Great was certainly the epitome. It was said that, after he stole the supreme power of the Star Ocean Republic, he deceived the panicked cultivators with fancy words first, promising that they would be given an opportunity to be a citizen of the Imperium as long as they donated 50% of their wealth and resources. Most of the cultivators were indeed tricked. They gave up resistance and submitted their wealth and resources obediently, which were a major source that funded the construction of the royal palace. But after Black Star the Great got everything under control, and it was no longer necessary to negotiate with the cultivators, he immediately changed his attitude. All the cultivators were captured and enslaved as the construction workers of the Imperium. A second deception was made with the lives of the poor captives as a threat. Based on the resources and the lives of the cultivators, the Imperium of true human beings had an unprecedented coverage of 30,000 square kilometers. It was itself a splendid super city. Besides the crowded pavilions, command centers, and defensive fortresses on the ground, there were also countless war bases and warehouses deep inside the complicated mazes below the ground. The brand-new crystal suits and colossi were all carefully preserved through secret techniques there and remained perfect after 1,000 years, ready to be activated and devoted to a battle at any moment. It was said that Black Star the Great also went through all the trouble to find 9 world fragments and transferred the entrances of the 9 world fragments into the underground world at the consumption of infinite resources. As for the mysteries of the world fragments and whether or not certain unknown beasts and magical equipment were hidden inside, nobody aside from Black Star the Great was aware of it. Even the emperors of the Imperium of true human beings after Black Star the Great did not know 100% of the secrets of the underground palace. The 9 world fragments were nothing but groundless tales. After the 4 Kurfürst families dwarfed the royal authority, a series of bloody coups took place in the palace, where countless members of the royal family were killed, and the secrets of the underground palace sank into the abyss at the core of the planet forever. Unless the whole planet was cut into halves, they would never be exposed to the outside world again. Today's royal palace was not half as glorious as it was in the Black Star the Great's age. The 4 Kurfürst families checked and stalled each other, but they also worked together to diminish the central position of the imperial terminus sector. Also, the Council of Elders gradually replaced the role of the royal palace. After 500 years of loneliness, the splendid, magnificent palace was as lifeless as a city of ghosts. Even when the maids and guards walked by, they were also like phantoms whose feet did not touch the ground. Under the illumination of the setting sun, the place couldn't have looked more gloomy and devastating. Holding a rarely seen ancient scroll made of beast hide, Li Linghai walked out of the royal library slowly and faced the empty, desolate palace. The bloody mists raised by the sunset had dispersed, and the night had fallen like a black ocean, whose waves were swallowing the last hues of redness in the sky. Staring at the first dazzling star on the horizon beyond the dragon sculpture above the building far away, Li Linghai was deep in thought. After the exposure of cannibal training and the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, the fall of Dongfang Wang's cabinet was already inevitable, and the general collapse of the Dongfang family would only be a matter of time. The reformists were closer to the other 3 Kurfürst families than they were to the Dongfang family. Many reformists were now even able to appear on the streets of the capital, promote their ideas, and win the support of the bottom-level immortal cultivators and even civilians. Because Emperor Xinwu was still in Dongfang Wang's hands, many elders of the Imperium asked Li Linghai to return to the royal palace to stabilize the current situation. Also, the subsidy issues of the surplus generals and disabled veterans gathered in the Emperor's mausoleum had been more or less addressed, and the crying event was about to embrace a happy ending. There was no reason for Li Linghai to linger in the Emperor's mausoleum anymore. It was impossible for her to hide there forever. After careful consideration, she still returned to the royal palace. Naturally, Li Linghai would not completely trust the old and cunning Kurfürsten, and she would not count on the untrained imperial guards for her safety. The astounding Thunder Fleet was still deployed at the heartland of the Li family, stalling the four Kurfürst families. The elite troops of the Deep Sea Fleet, on the other hand, were stationed in the royal palace under the leadership of Dongfang Shang and could take off to the sky at the first anomaly. Besides, the control permission of all the defense arrays inside and outside the royal palace had fallen into Li Linghai's hands. Her safety was certainly a problem. However, looking at the royal palace that was as empty as a ghost city, Li Linghai smelled a whiff of danger. Putting on a vague cold smile, she combed her white hair, not bothered at all by the minor problem that her guards outside were gone. She simply heaved a sigh and trotted forward by herself. Up ahead were three shadows, which had been extra lengthened by the last bloody light of the setting sun. They were like three sharp red blades that were aimed at Li Linghai. The shadows belonged to three persons of different shapes but with an equally violent and dominating air. They ripped apart the peace in the royal palace casually, and their killing intent had been gathered into invisible electric arcs that surrounded Li Linghai from three directions in sputtering noises. The expert standing on the east side had an extraordinarily huge head, which was bald and had rugged lumps on it. At first look, he seemed to have grown horns all over his head, giving the hilarious feeling that he was a giant-headed doll. But anybody who heard his name would not feel fun at all. That was because he was Li Jianyi, known as Devilish Abyss. He was one of the best meditation healers of the Imperium of true human beings, whose mind had been trained to be as profound and terrifying as the hell, and the strongest expert in mental warfare. He was nicknamed Devilish Abyss, because whoever was hit by his mental attacks would be hypnotized into a trance, where they felt they had fallen into an abyss teeming with devils with no way of getting out at all. The expert at the south was medium-sized and looked plain, but he had a pair of giant hands that were like fans. His hands could crunch the hardest diamonds with no external help, tear apart the most brutal alien beasts in space, or even knead a crystal suit into a cluster of metals bare-handedly. It was exactly because of his iron hands that he became the dean of the combat department of the Imperial University. Acyclic Earth, Yun Kuahai's brutality, had been known by the entire Imperium since 100 years ago. The expert at the west was a hunched lady. In terms of body size, she was the smallest, but in terms of dominance, she seemed to be the most appalling one. She was enshrouded in translucent, bright gold blades. Every blade was only the size of a fingernail. They were rolling and moving according to the rhythm of her breath, leaving golden streaks behind them. Like thousands of flying swords, they were already eager to jump out. She was Starbreaker Song Huanjin, known as the best expert of flying swords in the Imperium, who was also the chief tutor of sword arts for the thousands of immortal cultivators of the Song family. There were infinite wonders in the vast universe. In only the territory of the Imperium of true human beings, the extraordinary talents were already too many to be counted. The battle-type immortal cultivators above the divinity transformation stage, in particular, were the terrifying beings who could resist a whole fleet on their own. Naturally, such battle-type experts in the divinity transformation stage would not fight each other in a life-and-death battle if they did not have any vendetta. Even when they were fighting, it would be merely an exchange of knowledge. Therefore, the ranks and titles such as Top 10 Experts of the Imperium or Best Expert of a certain family were hardly verifiable. They were only of some referential value at best. According to the position in the family, the accomplishments in the past, and the intensity in training, however, it was still able to distinguish the super experts from the great experts and the mediocre experts. Devilish Abyss Li Jianyi, Acyclic Earth Yun Kuahai, and Starbreaker Song Huanjin were all the central leaders of their respective families, as well as the elders of the Imperium, and it was more than easy for them to mobilize the resources of a whole planet. What they counted on was their cultivations, which were at least in the high level of the divinity transformation stage. The three of them were absolutely the extraordinary persons in the top tier of the Imperium of true human beings when it came to individual combat ability. They could tear a warship apart or kill thousands of people with a breath. Also, besides the three experts, there were still dozens of first-rate experts in the nascent soul stage lurking far away, blocking every gap that one could possibly escape through. The place was quiet and empty. All the guards and maids in the entire royal palace seemed to be gone. Or rather, an invisible film seemed to have covered the 10 square kilometers around as an impenetrable barrier. Even if the most astonishing battle were to take place inside, nobody outside would notice anything wrong. The elite troops stationed at the northwest corner of the royal palace seemed to be utterly unaware of the situation, showing no sign that they were soaring and offering the queen protection. The 3 super experts looked at Li Linghai emotionlessly, showing no intention of bowing at the queen with respect either. The killing intent and electric arcs around them, however, were even more intense and dazzling, to the point that they were almost forging a dragnet around Li Linghai and mincing her apart directly. Slowly closing the book in her hands, Li Linghai kept the scroll of the beast hide into her cosmos ring. Glancing at Li Jianyi, Yun Kuahai, and Song Huanjun thoughtfully, she simply said casually without any surprise on her face, "Elder Li, Dean Yun, and Chief Tutor Song, aren't the 3 of you supposed to be capturing Dongfang Wang in the Silver Moon Ocean? Why have you suddenly come to the royal palace? Or maybe it is your clones who are engaged in the fierce battle in the Silver Moon Ocean, and you have come to the capital after such a long journey because your real target is not Dongfang Wang but me? Tisk, TSK, TSK. I did not expect that you would be kicking me away so fast. Before Dongfang Wang is caught, you are already determined to get rid of the people who are not needed anymore. However, isn't it too much trouble for 3 grandmasters to come here together to deal with me, when I am just a weak woman? I almost feel flattered. Those who attack first will have advantages, and those who counterattack suffer losses first. Everybody understands the simple logic. Li Jianyi was of the same generation as Silver Fox Li Jianda, the leader of the Li family. As sort of a grandfather to Li Linghai, he was the first one to talk. Also, I'm afraid that your grace has some misunderstanding. We never plan to kick you away or remove anyone that is no longer needed. We just have many questions that we would like to ask for your grace's enlightenment. For example, where did you get the resources to secretly establish the deep-sea fleet? Also, you seem to have practiced a lot of techniques that do not belong to the Li family, thereby ascending to the beginning level or even the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. Having advanced into a battle-type expert in the divinity transformation stage in the royal palace under the watch of countless spies, you are certainly no weak woman at all. After a sigh, Li Linghai smiled even more mysteriously. The royal palace is obviously guarded by the elites of the deep-sea fleet. The guards and the maids have been replaced by my own people too. But still, you have broken in without alarming anyone and set up such an immaculate array. Also, you know the details of the deep-sea fleet and even myself very clearly. It seems that the last thing I want to see has indeed happened. General Dongfang Sheng, if you are bold enough to betray me, why are you too shy to meet me? I know that you've been very curious about the resources that the deep-sea fleet was established with and the origins of the starships for many years, and you peeped at my training countless times in secret. If you are so desperate to know the answers, just stand before me and let me explain all of them to you. Heavy footsteps echoed behind Li Linghai. The person who blocked the last gap was exactly Dongfang Sheng, a central leader of the reformists, Li Linghai's trusted subordinate, the Dongfang family's greatest traitor, and the highest commander of the deep-sea fleet. One top expert from each of the 4 Kurfürst families had surrounded Li Linghai, ready to suppress her. Dongfang Sheng, on the other hand, did not arrive alone. He was also pushing a floating medical chair. Below the translucent mask and lying in the middle of the high-purity oxygen was Silver Fox Li Jianda, the oldest and the most renowned Kurfürst. Li Linghai looked at Dongfang Sheng and then at Silver Fox Li Jianda before she chuckled. "Grandfather, I know that you would not rest in peace so easily," Li Linghai said without worries. "So, it was you who planned and gathered such 3 super experts. I wonder what offers have you made to General Dongfang Sheng to make him betray me? Is he invited to return to the Dongfang family as the leader to clean the mess? You must be joking, Your Grace." Dongfang Sheng, however, bowed at Li Linghai deeply and said, "With my experience and prestige, it is naturally impossible for me to lead the entire Dongfang family. However, since the family is now falling apart and about to be destroyed, as a member of the Dongfang family after all, I should contribute to the family in the time of peril. The highest commander and most leaders of the Dongfang family's fleet will die together with Dongfang Wang. It is now in a mess due to the lack of leadership. With my experience in commanding the deep-sea fleet, I think I'm more or less qualified to return and command the fleet of my family. That explains a lot. So, the highest commander of the Dongfang family's fleet is enough to buy you over. Li Linghai was neither surprised nor infuriated. She simply shook her head and said, General Dongfang, your vision is too restrained. How do you know that the future of the deep-sea fleet would not be 100 times better than that of the Dongfang family's fleet? In fact, I have always thought very highly of you. If you remained loyal to me, your future would be more promising than you could possibly imagine. What a shame. Your Grace, I'm afraid you're wrong again. Dongfang Shang looked determined and did not regret his decision. Since the very beginning, I have never been loyal to you but the ideas of the reformists. Right now, I'm returning to the Dongfang family in order to carry out the ideas of the reformists from a more advantageous position for the big picture of the Imperium. What is the betrayal all about? Your Grace, I'm afraid that you are the one who has been keeping something from all the reformists. I've been meaning to ask you this for a long time. Are your ambitions really limited to honor the majesty and settle the rebellions? Li Linghai sneered and did not answer Dongfang Shang's question. She simply turned to Silver Fox Li Jianda. Li Jianda was not a battle-type expert in the first place, and he had been dying and was haggard for almost 100 years. No matter how many tubes extended from the medical chair to his body, injecting the medical and nutrition drugs incessantly, his health still seemed hopeless. However, the three super experts, the fleet commander who betrayed Li Linghai, the dozens of experts in the nascent soul stage outside, and even the entire Imperium further outside seemed to be all within the calculation of the old and cunning Silver Fox. I made a horrible mistake. Li Linghai sighed. I underestimated you too much, grandfather. Of the four Kurfürsten today, you are even more terrifying than Prime Minister Dongfang Wang. I really should have killed you without bothering anything. Good granddaughter, you have indeed made a horrible mistake. But the mistake is not about me. Silver Fox, Li Jianda slowly opened the nebulizer on his face slowly and looked at Li Linghai with a complicated expression. He struggled to say, You and Dongfang Wang made the same mistake. You destroyed the most important thing that sustained the Imperium of true human beings, which was balance. The Imperium has persisted to this day with a scale of hundreds of sectors and tens of thousands of resource planets without being collapsed by its own weight only because of the balance of the four Kurfürst families. No matter how the four families compete openly and in secret on the surface, deep down our hearts, all the leaders of the families should know that we have to maintain the balance among us. The four families are like the four legs of a table. Only by maintaining the balance can we ensure that there can be a cake on the table for us to divide. If the table is uneven or collapses, the cake will either fall to the ground into a mess, or we won't be able to control our hands when we cut the cake, and we will chop off all our fingers. Dongfang Wang did not understand the logic. He was ambitious and determined to make the Dongfang family expand into First Family, which was a great destruction on the balance. It equaled doubling the length of one leg of the table. How could he not be swallowed by the recoil when nobody could eat the cake anymore? Standing in other people's way when they are making a fortune is like killing their parents. When you are cursed by too many people, you will die even if you don't have any disease. Dongfang Wang was asking to be killed. Nobody could have saved him. But the purpose of the other three Kurfürst families was only to cut the Dongfang family's leg of the table, which is too long by a half, so that the balance could be restored. But you, on the other hand, are trying to completely knock the leg off. Wouldn't that cast us into another loss of balance? Li Linghai rolled her eyes and said, The Dongfang family has collected tremendous wealth during the sudden expansion in the past 100 years. Are you not tempted to carve up the Dongfang family at all? Also, you have already caused heavy wounds to the Dongfang family, and all the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family will hate you for it. If you don't get rid of all of them right now, you might be swallowed by the survivors of the Dongfang family one day. Hee. My good granddaughter, your little trick can only fool the short-sighted. ravenous guise. It is too naive a move to be played before your grandfather, Xianxia said with a smile. The prospect to completely divide the Dongfang family is naturally very wonderful, but a chain reaction might be caused in one moment of carelessness, and we may get burnt by the fire that we started. Not only will we have to spit out all the resources that we have swallowed, but the foundations of the four Kurfürst families might be shaken. In fact, that is your ultimate purpose, isn't it? In the past months, you've been instigating the immortal cultivators of other surnames and at the bottom level in the Dongfang family and intensifying the contradictions between the main branch and the secondary branches. Finally, the two sides have congregated into a torrent that devours the entire family. The other three Kurfürst families seem to be taking great advantage of the so-called reform, but we are actually faced with the same fatal threat. In the more than 10 sectors under the Dongfang family's governance, 90% of the immortal cultivators do not belong to the Dongfang family. On the best starships, most of the fundamental jobs are also taken up by the immortal cultivators of other surnames who are highly dissatisfied with the Dongfang family. Aren't the Li family, the Yun family, and the Song family the same? The Dongfang family has the contradictions between the main branch and the secondary branches, and the secondary branches want to overthrow the main branch and replace it as the dominator of the Dongfang family all the time. But is any of the other three families utterly united without any gap? You have stirred the ambitions of the immortal cultivators of other surnames and those of secondary branches in the Dongfang family's dominion. While the fire that they have raised can let us finish the so-called first family of the Imperium, if the fire burns brighter and brighter, is it possible that the fire will spread unstoppably like a wildfire and eventually burn the Li family, the Yun family, and the Song family? If the immortal cultivators of other surnames and secondary branches in the Dongfang family can rise and overthrow the reign of the main branch, why can't those in the Li, Song, and Yun families? Li Linghai sniffed and said casually, "Grandfather, you are overthinking." "No, I am not." Xianxia sighed and said, "If we are really greedy enough to indulge the fire to continue burning the Dongfang family to the ground, it will be too late. With the Dongfang family as the fuel, the fire will inevitably sweep across the entire Imperium. None of the few people of the main branch in the Li family, the Yun family, or the Song family can expect to compete with the immortal cultivators of other surnames and secondary branches who are on a rampage. The four families will be like four gravestones falling one after another. Eventually, the order of the entire Imperium will be gone, and the center of the cosmos will fall apart, mired in incessant wars. Although I have no idea why you are doing this, I cannot let your plan succeed for both the Li family and the Imperium." "I'm sorry, my good granddaughter. I understand it now," Li Linghai said coldly. "Even when you were threatened by my army, you never thought to completely annihilate the Dongfang family. Yes, your grandfather is already old. When one is old, a lot of things will shrink, including their ambition. They tend to be more conservative when they are considering things. Instead of thinking about what they will gain if they succeed, they will care more about what they will lose if they fail." Xianxia was truly like a kind, graceful grandfather teaching his mischievous granddaughter a lesson. "If I were 100 years younger, I might have been tricked by you and risked everything on destroying the Dongfang family. But right now, I understand that the four Kurfürst families are a community of shared destiny. We will rise and fall together. Protecting the authority of the Dongfang family is protecting the authority of the four Kurfürst families, including the Li family. If the Dongfang family declines or even gets annihilated, countless people will be motivated to overthrow all the four Kurfürst families. The Imperium will completely fall into chaos by then. Therefore, I never intended to destroy the Dongfang family from the beginning. I only wanted to beat them and let them elect a leader whose head is clearer. The four families are the four legs of a table. If one family is too strong, just give them some knocking. If one family is too weak, give them a hand. After all, the universe is too large a cake to be swallowed by any individual family if they do not want to be stuffed, right? Ha 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 ha. Cough, 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 cough. Now that we are all going to eat on the table, no matter how unfriendly we look and how hard our forks clash, we have to be careful on our feet, and it will be inappropriate to really break the legs of the table. Don't you agree, my good granddaughter?" Li Linghai looked more and more terrible. She said one word after another. No wonder the Yun family and the Song family took the side of the reformists so easily. So, they were persuaded by you when they changed their attitudes, and they have been holding sabers in their hands. Li Jianda put the nebulizer on his nose again and took a deep breath. He sighed. My good granddaughter, I truly regret sending you into the palace. I should have kept you by my side and taught you wholeheartedly, so that you could grow into the most distinguished heir of the Li family. You have such great gifts, but you do not have the enlightenment of the wise. You are too young, too impatient, too confident, and too aggressive. The tallest tree in a forest will be destroyed by the wind first. Always. Li Linghai stared at Li Jianda thoughtfully and focused her eyes on Dongfang Shang again. After the restoration of balance among the four Kurfürst families, the reformists will soon be removed. General Dongfang, is this how you express your loyalty to the ideas of the reformists? My good granddaughter, you have truly misunderstood General Dongfang. Before Dongfang Shang argued, Li Jianda defended him instead. Peace is always the best. Silver Fox is certainly not as pig-headed as Dongfang Wang, who was known as Iron and Blood. Killing is my least favorite thing. We are all the people of the Imperium. What can't be resolved through peaceful negotiations? While the four Kurfürst families are the pillars of the Imperium, the smaller nobles and the warlords at the peripheral worlds are indispensable parts for the Imperium too. The reformists are also very important lubricants for the Imperium. Your operation under the slogan of Honor the Majesty and Settle the Rebellions is a great warning for the four Kurfürst families, making us reflect on whether or not the behavior of certain people among us has really crossed the line. Rest assured, after the incident, the four families will have internal reorganizations. We will give away rather copious interest so that the forces that have made major contributions and suffered heavy losses in the past 20 years of war can be satisfied. In any case, I do not want a civil war to burst out inside the Imperium when the Covenant Alliance is not destroyed yet. Grandfather, you sound really convincing. If the brutal name of Silver Fox had not been so resounding since 100 years ago, I would have bought it. Li Linghai sneered and then suddenly shrieked. General Dongfang, do you really believe that the four Kurfürst families will fall back and let go of the fat meat next to their mouths? This is just a delaying trick. After they are back to themselves and figure out the strength of the reformists, they will certainly come for retaliation. Don't regret what you did when your doom comes. Your Grace, I've made up my mind. You can stop your futile argument. Dongfang Shang said emotionlessly. I find it impossible to trust you with all the secrets that you have been keeping, unless you tell us everything first, including where the resources to build the deep-sea fleet came, how you achieved your marvelous cultivation, and also, how you went missing after a blink when you snuck into the depths of the Royal Library a moment ago. What happened exactly? Where were you? Yes, just confess everything, my good granddaughter. Li Jianda coughed violently for a while again and managed to continue. Confess all the secrets and agree to our conditions, and you will still be the most honorable queen of the Imperium of true human beings. You will still be involved in the distribution of the interest in the post-war reconstruction. In the game of power, I'll do my best to keep a place for you. Li Linghai completely calmed down. Her transparent eyes seemed to have lost the heat of a human, releasing gloomy a fire that burned toward all directions. Combing her hair that was like a white waterfall, she said casually, what if I don't want to confess? Then we will have to invite your Grace to somewhere else to talk. Acyclic Earth, Yun Kuai rubbed his enormous hands and grinned hideously. Don't blame us for being too merciless. I believe that your Grace will certainly tell us everything that happened in the past 100 years in the end. Give up your dying struggles, and don't make a scene. Li Jianda also frowned and said, our men are everywhere. All your subordinates in the deep-sea fleet who are loyal to you have been controlled. Even the control system of the defense arrays in the royal palace has been compromised by us. 7 barriers have been set up here. You cannot even send a single telepathic thought out. It is impossible for you to call Vulture Li Yao or anybody for help. I regarded you as an unparalleled expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage when I planned the arrest carefully. You don't stand any chance at all. Is it time to admit your failure, my good granddaughter? Is it? Li Linghai smiled without giving a reply. Black veins suddenly protruded from her pale face and wriggled like thousands of worms. Her smile was more and more mysterious and aggressive. She was still combing her long hair that was like a white waterfall. However, as her pure hands waved, her white hair that felt like ice and frost turned black inch by inch from the top. The devastating white in the beginning turned into an immeasurable black. It was almost like a certain unique coating that could absorb all the visible and invisible light. No, not just the hair. Even her white eyes were injected with the black fog that was like ink. Soon, there was nothing but blackness in her eyes, as if two mini black holes had been embedded on her gorgeous face. In the blink of an eye, her hair turned entirely black without any sign of whiteness, and there was not the least light in her eyes anymore. The White Queen had completely become the Black Queen. Your emperor never knows what failure is. The Black Queen grabbed her hair that was waving madly like tentacles and burst into crazy laughter. Crack, crack, crack. Together with her mad laughter, the earth below her feet fell apart, and countless gaps darted to all directions like black blades. Explosions resembling thunder were echoing from the core of the planet. Very soon, centered at Li Linghai's feet, the cracks had already spread to thousands of meters away. The earth was like a farmland suffering from a drought, broken and rugged. Boom! Crack! Boom! The thunderous explosions from below the ground were more and more loud and astounding, sounding like both the drumming of the malicious ghosts at the deepest level of hell and the roars of the ravenous beasts that had slept for thousands of years and just woken up. The thunder and roars from the center of the planet seemed to have attracted the spiritual energy and the magnetic field in the sky. It was a peaceful night with a bright moon and shining stars a moment ago, but all of a sudden, dark clouds were rolling over like enormous tides, colliding and fighting with each other into gigantic vortexes. It seemed that the dark night had opened countless dark eyes that were staring at all the creatures on the ground. Some of the black clouds were dangling from the night sky like tentacles to such a low altitude that they seemed to be tying everybody's neck. Everybody felt that their heart was pounding, and it was difficult to breathe. It was almost as if they might be devoured by the dark clouds at any moment. Suddenly, the thunders below the ground were synced to the same pace, and the hard ground several kilometers around seemed to have turned into a soft ocean. On the surface of the ocean, overwhelming tides were sweeping. Some places collapsed deeply, as if immeasurable hollows and faults had appeared below them, and some places had stone pillars and stalagmites that were dozens of meters tall rising. They were both like the tusks of the underworld fiends and a forest of blood-stained blades. Chi, 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 chi. Between the stalagmites and the gaps that were biting each other, the most intense black gas was spurting out like a volcano eruption. When the black air darted to the midair, it turned into thousands of raging, hideous black dragons that hovered above everybody's head with bloodshot eyes. The black dragons below the ground and the cloud tentacles from the night sky finally joined each other. Like a monolithic black cage, they sealed more than half of the capital. Li Linghai stood on the steepest stalagmite majestically. Her black hair that looked like tentacles was dancing even more violently. Her long robe, which was pure and white in the beginning, was corrupted by the black gas into the darkness as hopeless as the night sky. The two black swirls inside her eye sockets were growing larger and larger, almost swallowing the entire royal palace, the entire capital, and even the entire universe. Such astonishing changes covered the three super experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, as well as Li Jianda, Dongfang Shang, and all the nascent soul stage experts ambushing at the edge, in cold sweats. Their blood and souls were almost entirely frozen. What kind of domain is this? The few super experts were all intimidated. After one reached the divinity transformation stage, they would be able to implement a domain free at will. By combining the world around them together with their own vitality field, they would become the unquestionable masters of an area. Li Jiani, Yun Kuahai, and Song Huanjin were all experienced experts in the divinity transformation stage who had been famous for a long time. Naturally, they all had their own domains and profound knowledge on the activation, utilization, and tricks about the domain. However, it had never occurred to them that somebody could unleash such a horrifying domain that the whole nature seemed to be under her control. Was she really at the beginning or middle level of the divinity transformation stage as the intelligence suggested? Even though they were at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, they were unable to trigger such a domain even if they burned their lives and souls desperately without caring about the cost. The lumps on devilish abyss, Li Jianyi's bald head were like racing hearts that had just been through intense sports, and a brilliance 100 times more dazzling than sunlight was shooting out of his eyes. He had boosted all his mental power to resist the terrifying domain that Li Linghai had created. Acyclic Earth, Yun Kuahai's both arms had been expanded twice. At first look, it was almost like 3 equally magnificent bodies were sharing the same head. His hands that were as huge as fans were also uttering cracking explosions. At first, the bronze-colored skin became rough and grew a layer of dense scales. Then, sharp thorns occupied the fingertips and the back of his hands. 2 crystal-like objects the size of a goose egg also protruded out of his palms. The 2 crystal-like objects were glittering in orange brilliance, like the barrels of 2 crystal cannons that were ready to be launched. The sword balls around Starbreaker Song Huanjin were shrieking as if alive, congregating a small tide around her. They rolled non-stop and unleashed sword auras more than 10 meters long now and then, competing with the black dragons and the cloud tentacles in the midair non-stop. However, no matter how her sword auras cut the black gas and the dark clouds apart unstoppably, the dark forces were always recovered in the blink of an eye. The 3 hunters who had been confident of their victory previously sensed the most primitive threat at the same time. Their cells were all letting out intuitional moans. Dongfang Sheng, who had just chosen to be a traitor, was so shocked and sweating so hard that he did not know what to do at all. Silver Fox Li Jianda activated the spiritual shield of his medical chair at the earliest time, turning the medical chair into a fully enclosed medical cabin covered in yellow light, trying to resist the scourge of the black gas and the dark clouds. While he was also in the divinity transformation stage, he was not a battle-type immortal cultivator. Besides, he had been catching his last breath for years in a poor health condition. How could he stand such an intense competition? He intended to run away immediately, but there was already no time. Thousands of streams of black gas and dark clouds surged through his spiritual shield, sabotaging the power rune arrays of the medical cabin. He was fixated to the battlefield, unable to move anymore. You are not Li Linghai. Even Li Jianda, who always had everything planned out, changed his expression greatly as he paled out. A dense layer of cold sweat was gathering among his wrinkles, only to be vaporized by his brain that was functioning at a high speed immediately. Who are you? Who are you exactly? Narrowing her black eyes in great satisfaction, Li Linghai seemed to be dwelling in the domain that had not been unleashed for 1,000 years. Her countenance, charisma, and even gestures were entirely different from when she was white-haired and white-eyed. Completely ignoring the 5 divinity transformation stage experts and dozens of nascent soul stage experts, she opened her hands and enjoyed it for a long time, before she finally glanced at Li Jianda and smiled. Silver Fox Li Jianda, the oldest politician of the Imperium today, truly deserves his name. Your emperor has been too focused on Prime Minister Dongfang Wang to have paid enough attention to you, which almost led to a disaster. What a shame. If you had taken action a few days earlier in another place, it would have been possible for you to cause certain trouble to your emperor. But you are doing it today and in the royal palace? You are truly asking to be killed. Your emperor. Everybody finally heard how Li Linghai was addressing herself. It was a title that even the 4 Kurfürsten did not dare to take over. Why was Li Linghai? Are you not curious about what I got from the underground palace? Then, open your eyes and observe. Li Linghai's smile was more and more intimidating, giving the feeling that her words were the inviolable law of nature. Whoever was looked at by her eyes that looked like black holes would feel chilled and the urge to worship her. Their every breath and heartbeat were so heavy that their throat and chest seemed to have been stabbed by a saber. "You are just being pretentious." Silver Fox Legenda seemed to have realized something. Changing his face abruptly, he roared at the loudest of his voice. "Kill her! Let's attack together and kill her. She can't be too strong. She must have used all her spiritual energy to unleash the domain. She is just bluffing and scaring you so that she can take down each one of you separately. Kill her. This is the best opportunity. If we miss it, nobody will be able to restrain her in the future. Tisk, TSK, TSK. It seems that you have guessed who I am." As expected of Silver Fox. After a creepy smile, Li Ling Hai suddenly bulged her eyes and roared thunderously. "You recalcitrant subjects have the guts to point your blades at your emperor. All of you should be sentenced to death, and your entire families should be minced into pieces." Her roar almost blew up everybody's soul immediately. However, she was so intimidating a moment ago, as if she were determined to kill thousands of people. But she suddenly concealed her dominance and sneered, "I am in desperate need of hands right now. Considering that you were unaware of my identity, I can be lenient enough to give a few of you one last opportunity of expiation. Listen up. Not just the divinity transformation stage guys in the front, but also those behind in the nascent soul stage. Whoever acknowledges his mistake, obeys me, and gives me a hand to kill the rebellions, I shall forgive his wrongdoings in the past. Not only will his life and family be saved, but the most promising future will be awaiting them too. However, if you are all obstinate enough to resist me to the end, then not only will you be killed yourselves, none of your family members will get away either. To give them the most excruciating agony, they will all be cut into pieces, and their souls will be plucked from their bodies. Until I slay the last of you, the offer stands. Whoever stabs a knife into the back of someone around you will be recognized as a great loyalist. However, you'd better make it fast if you want to stab a knife into your partner's back, because I will only spare 3 of you. Do you understand? Only 3 of you, as well as your families, will be kept alive. The rest of them will all be sentenced to death. General Dongfang, you are the same. Although you just betrayed me, I still would like to give you the opportunity of expiation. However, a piece of advice, you better do it fast. Although you are all in the divinity transformation stage, their specialization is fighting, while you are more adept at commanding fleets. Should the 4 of you kneel before me begging for mercy at the same time, and since I will only keep 3 of you alive, I fear that you won't be able to defeat those 3 battle-type experts. Hehe. The only way of survival for you and the nascent soul stage experts at the edge is to stab the 3 battle-type divinity transformation stage experts in the back while they are fighting me. In that case, I will certainly acknowledge your contribution. Think about it carefully. Life is invaluable. Besides, you have not just your own life in your hands, but also the lives of your entire family. Whoever among you lot dies, your entire family will die together with you in the most miserable way. Rest assured, an emperor does not joke. When I say that I will execute your entire family, they shall be executed. The creepy speech, spoken with her casual and relaxed tone, gave a weird but convincing feeling. The 3 super experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage never felt as much pressure even when they were surrounded by a whole fleet before. The black gas from below the ground and the dark clouds in the sky turned into vipers that crawled into every pore on their body. Kill her! His hair and beard exploding, Legenda roared desperately and in fear. She is certainly not as strong as she appears, or she wouldn't have needed to chatter on at all. As long as we remain united and devoted, we will certainly be able to kill her. Can you? The 4 divinity transformation stage experts, including Dongfang Sheng, were still hesitating. Li Linghai had already walked down from the top of the sharp stalagmite on the invisible stairs in the midair with a hideous smile. Her every step in the midair was like a heavy drumming from the deepest level of hell. The rugged earth had even more cracks, and the dark clouds on the night sky were also rolling like dirty tides. All the stalagmites around were shrinking and shivering. Everyone's heart seemed to be breaking out of the chest and escaping in a panic. Then, show me how good the new generation immortal cultivators of the Imperium are after 1,000 years. Li Linghai's skin was still fair and translucent, but her fingernails had turned into the same astounding blackness. The black streaks also sprawled out along her fingerprints, donning her hands in a pair of glamorous and weird gloves. She extended her right hand to Devilish Abyss Li Jiani in a crawl-over-now gesture. The lumps on Devilish Abyss Li Jiani's head suddenly expanded as if more than 10 horns were rising high at the same time. His eyes were almost exploding when they released brilliance that was like swirls, before they collided with Li Linghai's eyes brutally. In the next moment, their vitality fields were all activated to the maximum. It was a competition between domains, like two abysses staring at each other. Everybody else could only see the air around them blurred and twisted, as if they were about to vanish from the three-dimensional universe into warped smoke. Through the vague smoke, it could be seen that Devilish Abyss Li Jiani's face was gloomy. He was now angry, now gnashing his teeth, and now intimidated from the bottom of his heart, as if he were begging for mercy. Pooh! After only 1 second of the collision of eyes, the few lumps on Devilish Abyss Li Jiani's forehead were already collapsing quickly, and he vomited blood hard. Staggering backward for a few steps, he looked as lethargic as if all his blood had been sucked up by Li Linghai. Hiu! 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 As the two of them looked at each other and fought hard in their domains, Starbreaker Song Huanjin had already injected all her spiritual energy into the thousands of sword balls around her. Those sword balls were all made of soft metals and liquid alloys, which had a high memory ability. Under the boost of spiritual energy, they were immediately unfolded into the narrow, sharp blades like willow leaves. The surface of every narrow blade was glamorous and teeming with complicated spiritual stripes. As the blades passed each other, the sounds of wind and thunder were rising. When the narrow blades were flying at the highest speed, boosted by Song Huanjin with all of her strength, they could turn into metal torrents that could pierce through the thickest plate of the space warships. Hardly had Devilish Abyss Li Jiani backed off when Song Huanjin's swords rushed over like broken shooting stars. 1/3 of them attacked Li Linghai's hands, preventing her from retrieving any magical equipment, crystal suit, or colossus. 1/3 were aimed at her critical acupoints and body parts. The last 1/3 blocked all the space around her where she could possibly dodge. Any of the thousands of narrow blades that looked like willow leaves carried the speed and damage of the best flying sword. Their trajectories that were as unpredictable as mists almost suggested that 100 most distinguished swordmasters were controlling them together. The chief tutor of sword arts of the Song family certainly deserved her name. However, the moment when the swords were unleashed, the black dragons that hovered above everyone's head gathered around Li Linghai, as if they were enshrouding her in an indestructible spiritual shield. When thousands of narrow blades hit the spiritual shields, they could not press any further but simply shivered nonstop. Chi! 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 Song Huanjin roared miserably. Thousands of electric arcs were triggered from her fingers and hit the rear of the narrow blades, allowing all the blades to be significantly brighter than just now. But however she summoned her spiritual energy, it was impossible for her to pierce in. Many of the narrow blades were contorted from the back to the front into metal blocks, but they were still held back by Li Linghai's spiritual shield. Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai shook her head and extended her hand at Song Huanjin slowly. Then, she closed her hand hard, as if she were suffocating Song Huanjin's throat remotely. Song Huanjin bulged her eyes, and 5 black marks did appear on her neck. They were so deep that her throat seemed about to be torn apart and her neck was going to be broken. Song Huanjin's face was immediately paler than that of a dead person. Not even having the time to scream, she hurried to retreat. She did not have the faintest clue how the enemy's strength penetrated her spiritual shield without being blocked. Naturally, she had no time to care about her narrow blades. All the narrow blades fell to Li Linghai's control. They were all thrown back at acyclic Earth Yun Kuai behind her. While Yun Kuai's arts were the most masculine and straightforward ones, his combat style was stealthy and sordid. Seeing that Li Linghai was distracted by Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjin, he intended to sneak to Li Linghai's back for an ambush. But out of his expectation, Li Linghai had locked onto him since a long time ago. When thousands of sharp blades were thrown at him, their speed and their damage were as good as Song Huanjin's own performance. He hurried to dodge the attacks. "What are you waiting for?" Li Jianda howled. "Those who do not have a colossus, stall her together with Yun Kuai. The rest of you, activate your colossus immediately." It actually only took several seconds for Li Linghai to force the three experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage to retreat. The nascent soul stage experts at the edge did not realize what was going on until this moment. Then, they all activated their crystal suits and lunged at Li Linghai in sonic booms. "You are rather bold for a few juniors in the nascent soul stage." When dozens of nascent soul stage experts rushed to Li Linghai like arrows, Li Linghai suddenly burst into laughter and raised her hands abruptly. From the cracks on the ground, countless high-pressure black gas erupted again. There was no telling what foul and evil forces were hidden in the black gas, but when a few nascent soul stage experts were hit by the black gas in their carelessness, not only were their spiritual shields collapsing immediately, even their crystal suits were blackened at a visible speed as if the crystal suits had contracted a virus. The dark forces leaked into the gaps of the crystal suits and corroded their skin and flesh, resulting in their painful screams. Li Linghai took the opportunity to open her fingers and grab the helmets of the few experts in the nascent soul stage, while she grinned hideously and declared, "You and your family shall all be executed." The helmet of a crystal suit was theoretically the unit with the toughest materials that offered the best protection. Those experts in the nascent soul stage were all powerful people too. Naturally, the crystal suits they were using were the best products. The helmets were so solid that even the full-strength blow from a crystal cannon that was stuck to their heads should have been offset. However, Li Linghai's remote grab left a few black marks on the helmets of those nascent soul stage experts. The black marks seemed to be alive and groped for the gaps on the helmets in squeaky noises, before they found their way into the helmets in the end. Everybody else could only hear the inhuman screams of the few victims coming over in the communication channel, followed by the noises of bone cracking. In the blink of an eye, the few experts fell down as if their bones had all been plucked. Everybody was appalled. Their courage had already been diminished by the terrible scenes where Li Linghai defeated three experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage at first, and broke the skulls of several experts in the nascent soul stage on her own. They all thought to themselves, "There are 5 experts in the divinity transformation stage here. They can certainly take her down with their colossi. Why do I have to get myself killed and even possibly involve my family in the trouble? So many people are attacking her at the same time. Nobody can tell it if I slow down while I am in the middle of the crowd." Since they were all in the nascent soul stage, they were naturally specialists in controlling their speeds and postures. For a moment, all the experts slightly adjusted the power rune arrays of their crystal suits. Not only were they slowing down, but they also changed the directions of their sprinting. Instead of charging at Li Linghai, they tried to alter their routes so that they could hide behind somebody else. If only one of them was doing that, it might be impossible to tell the difference. However, since all of the experts in the nascent soul stage were doing the same thing, it was almost like an aggressive tide suddenly lost momentum. Some people almost crashed into each other when they tried to hide behind each other's back. It was rather awkward. Even acyclic Earth, Yun Kuai was no exception. Being at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, if he had lunged at Li Linghai and stalled her without caring for anything, he would certainly have bought enough time for Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjin to retrieve their colossi. Or rather, if he were not afraid of sacrificing himself and fought Li Linghai in the spirit of dying together with the enemy, chances were that all the experts in the nascent soul stage would lunge forward and settle Li Linghai once and for all. But how was it possible to ask a high-level immortal cultivator like Yun Kuai to devote themselves selflessly? The 4 Kurfürst families each had their own plans in the first place and only initiated the arrest under the persuasion of Silver Fox Li Jianda, even though many people within the 4 families did not second to Li Jianda's opinion. Yun Kuai, Li Jiani, Song Huanjin, and Dongfang Shang were half allies and half competitors in the first place. They thought that Li Linghai was at the high level of the divinity transformation stage at best, and it wouldn't be a problem for 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage to suppress her together at all. The risks were not high, and the returns were copious. Therefore, they did not think that the mission was a big deal. But as it turned out, Li Linghai was much stronger than expected. Why would Yun Kuai sacrifice himself and let the Li family and the Song family take the advantage? Not a chance. Therefore, Acyclic Earth Yun Kuai did not care about Silver Fox, Li Jianda's roar asking him to stop Li Linghai. Instead, he simply retreated and summoned his own Colossus. It was certainly a top priority to summon his own Colossus in such a treacherous situation. As for the life and death of other people, was it his problem at all? The air was burning, the earth was shaking, and the dark clouds were roaring. Even the splendid buildings in the royal palace seemed to be falling apart into broken pieces that were swallowed by the battlefield. By paying their lives, several experts in the nascent soul stage finally bought enough time for the 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage to retrieve their colossi. It was like 3 chaotic swirls suddenly appeared from the void, spreading out into magnificent giants that were clearer and clearer. When the space ripples gradually dispersed, the swirls turned into 3 ultimate slaughter weapons in different shapes but equally appalling. Boom! 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 The flames of light unleashed by the power rune arrays of the 3 colossi broke the night sky of infinite darkness. The ear-splitting roars they let out were also shocking the air of the entire royal palace. Through the enhancement of their colossi, the 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage were finally able to completely suppress Li Linghai's dark air. At this moment, Devilish Abyss, Acyclic Earth, and Starbreaker finally revealed their most aggressive form. Passing the many experts in the nascent soul stage, they attacked Li Linghai with their full strength at the same time. Many experts in the nascent soul stage involved in this operation were also equipped with inferior colossi. Those inferior colossi were mostly made of the broken parts of the original colossi after fierce battles or even installed with more than 50% of magical equipment units that were crafted by human beings. Naturally, their battle efficiency was not as good as the original goods left from the primeval battlefields. But however inferior they were colossi after all. For a moment, chaotic swirls were surging out of the void non-stop. Under the illumination of the colorful light, iron giants appeared one after another, turning the center of the royal palace into the place where the densest colossi in the entire universe could be seen. However, the nascent soul stage experts' concerns just now slowed down their attacks for a moment, which left a tiny gap on the supposedly impenetrable siege. In the meantime, Acyclic Earth Yun Kuai summoned his Colossus after retreating quickly. He seemed to be 10 times more daunting than before, but his retreat left enough time for Li Linghai to perform her skills too. Therefore, while many colossi leaped out of the void, the 2 black holes on Li Linghai's face had spread out to the maximum too, and they almost swallowed her entire face. Her arms were entirely mired in black streaks while they cramped weirdly in the midair as she cast her spells. A spell was nothing more than a gesture of order to activate a certain field. The fields that were being activated by Li Linghai at this moment, however, filled the entire royal palace. Boom! 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 The violent beast's roars below the ground were immediately 100 times louder than before. The cracks that were as dense as a spider web all expanded into dark gorges and abysses. All the gorges and abysses were melting at a visible speed, swallowing the whole ground and transforming it into a black hole more than 5 kilometers in diameter. A terrifying crater. How is it possible? Everybody was shocked and intimidated. The earth below them was no more. Looking downward, they could only see the black fog rolling like boiling ink, as if the gate to hell had been opened and countless monsters were about to lunge out. Not only were their bare eyes unable to see through the truth deep inside the crater, but even the crystal cameras as well as the many kinds of detection magical equipment on the crystal suits and the colossi, including the senses of the experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage, could not reach the bottom of the crater through the hundreds of meters of black fog. But it was absolutely impossible. In the past 500 years, the 4 Kurfürst families had been trying to unveil the secrets of the underground palace. Although they did not excavate the royal palace for a large-scale development due to technological limitations and their competition, They had still scanned everything several hundred meters into the ground clearly as preparatory work. Even though there were the underground parts below every building in the palace, including the secret tunnels and arsenals that were as complicated as mazes, it was impossible that such a huge, terrifying space just appeared out of nowhere. Where were the buildings and rocks that weighed billions of tons a moment ago? How could they just vanish? If there was such a huge empty chamber below the ground, how could it have avoided their attention for 500 years? Were they all blind? Unless there were really 9 world fragments below the royal palace, which were connected to the three-dimensional universe in mysterious, cutting-edge technologies. They were activated just now and swallowed all the rocks, foundations, and underground buildings. In other words, the swamp-like abyss did not really lead to the underground world, but to the 9 world fragments that Blackstar the Great had carefully prepared 1,000 years ago. Everybody thought quickly. Those who were keener had realized what was going on. Recalling Li Linghai's weird way of addressing herself and her unbelievable strength, they were so shocked that they almost cried out aloud. Those who were less responsive, however, were still in ignorance. Staring at the abyss below their feet, they managed to float in the midair by boosting their power rune arrays, but they were at a loss of what to do. The underground black hole that was 5 kilometers in diameter was erupting tremendous black fog like a volcano eruption, enshrouding the entire sky and earth. It had also generated a weird force of attraction that was dragging all of them into the black hole. They could not even see their own fingers in the darkness. Their communication with the outside world had been cut off too. They seemed to have been snatched into a cage that could never be broken. The penetrative black fog, on the other hand, was also corroding their spiritual shields non-stop and sabotaging the joints on the colossi. Their vitality fields were greatly disrupted too. It was not just a mysterious, unpredictable dark space below the ground, but also a ubiquitous, terrifying array. They had even lost their senses of direction, and they did not know where to run even if they intended to escape. The 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage were naturally among the people who had the highest computational ability and fastest response. The moment Li Linghai turned from white to black, they had already felt a vague alarm. The infinite dominating air around Li Linghai gave them quite a familiar feeling. It was also one of the reasons why they backed off instead of fighting Li Linghai with their lives. At this moment, associating Li Linghai's weird behavior and the uncanny changes in the royal palace, they couldn't help but come up with a horrifying name. Could it be him? The 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage found themselves caught in an extremely awkward and dangerous situation. It was something that they never expected when they accepted the mission that they thought was absolutely riskless. Kill her. She will not let go of you. She will certainly execute every last member of the 4 Kurfürst families. Don't have any illusion. She's certainly going to kill us all. Silver Fox Legenda was perhaps the most conscious one here. He was still struggling in the overwhelming black fog and roaring futilely. But the 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage were naturally on full alert when they had just fallen into such a weird underground black hole. Who was willing to charge at Li Linghai or him without caring about their own life? Besides, the moment the underground black hole took shape, Li Linghai had disappeared. Under the cover of the falling rocks, the spreading dust, and the erupting black fog, her air had been entirely concealed, and she ran out of the siege in advance, escaping to the deepest part of the underground black hole. But her mad and dominating laughter was still echoing from the deepest part of the black hole, or rather, from every direction of the black fog. You could have chosen heaven, but you've come to hell. Fighting your emperor at the royal palace is the greatest mistake that you've ever made. It's time to regret what you did. I will only keep 3 of you alive. 3. Her laughter was still echoing when the thickest metal tentacle suddenly extended out of the black fog and darted at the dozens of immortal cultivators in the nascent soul stage without a sound. Before anybody realized what was going on, it had already tied up one of the immortal cultivators together with his crystal suit. The metal tentacle was about 1 meter in diameter and filled with dense thorns and suction discs on the surface. When it strangled the victim like a boa, the immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage couldn't struggle at all before he was dragged into the fog. The sounds of metals being torn apart, bones being minced, and flesh exploding immediately came from the fog. Then, a cluster of plasma mixed with metals, broken bones, and blood was spat out from the darkness. Li Linghai laughed aloud. Another traitor whose family will be wiped out. Whoever wants to surrender, help me remember the names of those who have died. Remind me later that their entire families are to be executed. The devastating picture and the creepy laughter made all the experts in the nascent soul stage palpitate, although they were all seasoned warriors. Losing the courage to march forward, they wasted no time hiding behind the colossi of the 4 experts in the divinity transformation stage. Don't believe her. She has already been exhausted and cannot persist for long. Silver Fox, Li Jianda roared, infuriated by their uselessness. Go now! Attack together. She will certainly be suppressed. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Li Linghai laughed with utmost disdain. The black fog was suddenly rolling 10 times faster and dispersing, revealing Li Linghai in a colossus before everyone again. Everybody, including the 4 experts in the divinity transformation stage, gasped hard. What a weird and terrifying colossus it was. At first look, it did not have a regular torso that looked like a human being's at all. Instead, it resembled an enormous iron ball 50 meters in diameter. Around the iron ball, 6 gigantic but twisted faces had been engraved. Some were solemn, some angry, and some mysterious. 6 faces and 6 enormous swirls overlapped and covered the surface of the iron ball. 100 metal tentacles were also waving crazily around the iron ball. Each of the tentacles could be stretched to hundreds of meters away freely. It was exactly one of such tentacles that swallowed an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage a moment ago. The main color of the colossus was the depressing dark, but the shining purple flames around it enshrouded it in the most intimidating aura. The moment it showed up, the overwhelming air spread out to the entire dark space again. Come on, Li Linghai said casually. Whoever wants to be the first victim of Hellstar after 1,000 years, just come. Together with Li Linghai's declaration, the black fog around was immediately 100 times denser than before. It was truly like clusters of dark ink that were drowning all the crystal suits and colossi. Beep, 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 beep. The navigation systems of all the crystal suits and colossi were shrieking. The data was jumping, and the indicators were spinning crazily. They felt that they were in the middle of the vacuum in space, unable to tell the direction at all. The black fog had even blocked their communication channels with each other. There was nothing but the background noise in the communication channels, and they were unable to hear a single word from their partners. Li Linghai had activated the magnetic interferential arrays in the underground palace and imposed the most intense interferences on all the crystal suits and colossi, disrupting the navigation systems as well as the localization ability in the human brain. She had even constructed illusions inside everyone's head with mental attacks. In the meantime, by turning on multiple world fragments in a row, she had dragged everybody into the mysterious, twisted space. Here, nobody could find the traces of their companions. They seemed to be faced with the boundless darkness as well as the unbelievably tough colossus Hellstar entirely on their own. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Including the 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, everybody felt that their blood was freezing. They all boosted the speed of their crystal suits and colossi to the highest. They intended to escape from the underground palace and free themselves from the overwhelming darkness. However, when the interferential arrays that Blackstar the Great had carefully worked on 1,000 years ago were fully functioning, the navigation abilities of both the crystal processors and the human brains were greatly undermined. They thought that they were rushing skyward in a straight line, but they were actually dancing an 8-shaped dance nonstop as if they were drunk, returning to the same location every once in a while. They were only getting further and further away from their companions. Li Linghai's laughter was still coming over from every corner of the darkness and squeezing into their colossi, crystal suits, and their mustard seed combat suits. It was crawling into their ears like bugs and eating their brains. Acyclic Earth, Yun Kuai couldn't have looked more awful. Trying to drive away the panic in his heart by angry roars, he accelerated again and again, not knowing that he was further and further away from his companions at all. until Hellstar slowly surfaced in the darkness and shot 100 tentacles at him. Boom! Earth Shocker, Yun Kuahai's Colossus, unleashed a dazzling spiritual shield, burning up the 100 tentacles. Li Linghai, however, felt none of it. The burning tentacles were still clinging to the thick arms of the Earth Shocker, shortening the distance between the two colossi. The giant face on Hellstar, that was aimed at the Earth Shocker, grinned hideously while the eyes glittered. Two of its most powerful and lethal attacks were apparently being prepared. Crack! Sensing the high-energy reactions from Hellstar, Yun Kuahai roared desperately. Having no time to care about the fatigue of the elbow joints of his colossus, he broke a few tentacles with brute force and managed to tilt his head to one side. Hardly had he tilted the head of his colossus when two crimson rays darted out of the enormous face of Hellstar and brushed past the shoulder of the Earth Shocker, leaving a ravine on the shoulder of the colossus that was deep to the bones. All the plate around had been melted. Had he not dodged in time, the attack would have seriously damaged the detection and information processing units on the head. At the moment of life and death, Yun Kuahai finally fully carried out the peak of the divinity transformation stage as a battle-type expert. Without caring about the damage on the shoulders and the arms of his colossus, he blinked to the back of Hellstar with an agility that was utterly disproportionate to his gigantic body size. On his shoulders, his chest, his abdomen, and his arms, all the weapons were activated, shooting hundreds of furious torrents at Hellstar. However, Hellstar was not a colossus in the shape of a human or a deadly beast, but a round iron ball. Naturally, there was no difference between its front and rear. The black fog around that was as intense as venom significantly diminished the power of his attacks too. His hundreds of attacks were all blocked by the spiritual shield of Hellstar. Although Hellstar was blown backward non-stop by his bombardment, he never succeeded in breaking Li Linghai's last defense. Li Linghai did not bother to dodge his attacks at all. Instead, dozens of lethal mystic rays darted out of the enormous face that was in his direction, and 100 tentacles that were still on fire whacked at him. She was defending herself by attacking aggressively, as if she were determined to die together with the enemy. Under the crazy barrages, both the colossi had been enshrouded in the colorful, ever-expanding fireballs. The spiritual shields of both parties were being consumed quickly, and the magical equipment units were all seriously worn out. Their mainframe crystal processors were both screaming. Accompanied by the ear-splitting sounds of metal fatigue, the arms of the Earth Shocker, that were as thick as the main guns of a starship, finally had astounding cracks. The tentacles of Hellstar fell apart one after another too. However, the broken tentacles all seemed to boast independent fighting abilities. Turning into metal vipers, they slithered around the Earth Shocker continuously. In a 1-versus-1 battle, Li Linghai in Hellstar was stronger than Yun Kuahai in the Earth Shocker in terms of absolute capability. But of course, the gap between the two parties was not so huge that Yun Kuahai was destined to fail. Such a head-on, close-up battle meant the consumption of energy and soul power that was devoid of any trick. All that mattered was their determination to fight. If Yun Kuahai was really determined to sacrifice himself in the battle against Li Linghai would certainly have to pay a gory price when he was entirely obliterated in the end, and the performance parameters of Hellstar would be lowered by at least a half. In that case, Devilish Abyss Li Jianyi and Starbreaker Song Huanjin would be able to take the advantage and easily suppress Li Linghai, whose soul had been exhausted and whose colossus was seriously damaged. But why would he do that? Crack, 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 crack. The left arm of the Earth Shocker finally could not withstand the intense collisions anymore and entirely exploded. The heavy damage exceeded what Yun Kuahai could tolerate. He bellowed and blew out the last barrage in a seemingly magnificent way before he poured all his spiritual energy on the power rune arrays, turned around, and escaped. Li Linghai chuckled and stopped bombarding him remotely. She simply tailed Yun Kuahai neither too far away nor too close, like a haunting ghost. Yun Kuahai's Earth Shocker was not a speed-type colossus that highlighted mobility in the first place. In the environment that was filled with black fog and chaotic magnetic fields, it was naturally impossible for him to get rid of Li Linghai's pursuit. When the locking waves hit the shell of the Earth Shocker again and again, he was more and more disturbed. He accelerated and turned multiple times but could not lose Hellstar behind him at all. In shock and fury, he threw a telepathic thought backward. "Why are you only chasing me? Because you are the dumbest." Li Linghai sneered. "Other people have guessed who I am and are all hiding in the deepest parts of the world fragments, waiting to take the advantage when the situation is clearer. Only you are the most fearless one who was bold enough to challenge my authority. How can I intimidate all of them without cutting you into pieces?" I didn't. Yun Kuai couldn't feel more wronged. He was neither fearless nor bold enough to challenge her authority. It was she who had been chasing him the whole time. However, the implication between Li Linghai's lines made Yun Kuai even more shocked and suspicious. He couldn't help but ask, Are you really? How dare you?" Li Linghai suddenly roared. "Now that you have recognized who I am, why are you still not kneeling before me? Are you really determined to be a rebellion and have your entire family wiped out?" Yun Kuai grunted and accelerated again, but he could not beat Hellstar in speed at all. He could almost vaguely hear the metal tentacles of Hellstar scratching the back of his colossus. "Yun Kuai, other people were scared off once they realized that I had arrived in person. None of them had the courage to fight me, but you were audacious enough to challenge me? Yun Kuai, you are only a third-ranked elder in the Yun family because you are not good at operation and leadership despite the magnificent strength. Your offspring are all simple warriors with more bronze than brains too. Your branch is entirely supported by your invincible strength. If I kill you without a care about the cost, the enterprise that you have built for hundreds of years through hard work will be entirely gone tomorrow, with all your offspring killed. Yun Kuai, do you really think that today's battle is your sudden ambush on me, and that I did not have any spy among you? Do you really think that General Dongfang Shang betrayed me? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The entire plan and all the arrangements were all meant to attract you to the battlefield that was most suitable for me to carry out all my strength so that you would all be fished up. Yun Kuai, Devilish Abyss Li Jianyi and Starbreaker Song Huanjin are already wavering. Together with Dongfang Shang, the 3 survivors that I will keep alive are enough. Make a decision fast, or you will have to embrace the broken souls of your wife and your children and cry with them in hell. Yun Kuai, do you not crave more strength? Do you not want to unlock the energy form that is more advanced than spiritual energy? Do you not want to break into the divinity branching stage or even higher levels in your life? Yun Kuai, Yun Kuai, Yun Kuai. Thousands of thoughts, like thousands of invisible vipers, found their way into Yun Kuai's brain through the gaps on the colossus. Yun Kuai was immediately disturbed. His mind reduced to a mess. Even his colossus was shaking violently. For some reason, the black fog before him suddenly dispersed, revealing a brand new colossus. It was a medium-sized colossus in a bronze camouflage and an ancient style. The greatest feature of the colossus was the breastplate that was in the stripes of a tiger, as well as the rising shoulders that were like 2 enormous tusks. Yun Kuai recognized after the first glance that it was Smilodon, Dongfang Shang's colossus. General Dongfang. Li Linghai grinned hideously. "Do it now.